drive it back, or they fix it for you. They come back up to ski, they pick it up. They do that for 4 fucking days. The kids are the only ones that really ski. They mom and dad are in their fucking 50s. They're drinking. Guess what happens when they leave? Leave the shit. They leave the shit. No, they don't. Yes, they do. We're talking skis made out of bone. Human bone. Slave fingers, bro. Fucking tell me. Those bellmen, the reason why those people work at that hotel, like when I was working in 1983, when I was working at the Crestwood in 1984, 60% of the people in that hotel lived off of the tips in the winter. And fucking what people left in their rooms. Theo Vaughn goes to it's a fucking HBO special, has a TV show. What kind of party do you think Theo Vaughn is going to do? Theo Vaun paid $20,000 to light himself on fire. Yeah, $20,000 just light your pussy guys on fire. Oh, I'm going to be even more cats on our ass. You like the premiere of the show. Ken Quigley lights the pussy guys on fire. We taped it. You know what he's going to drop up there? He's going to buy shirts and shit, and he's going to buy 20 bottles of fucking best vodka. What he doesn't drink stays in the room. What are you doing? You're making $8 an hour. You walk into a room, and there's 3 bottles of Dom Perignon and 6 bottles of tequila. That's how you made your money in those days. You know how many fucking ski boots and skis I got given to me at that hotel, and I would give them to people. Yeah, I would give them away, like, bro, what size boots you wear? Hey, here you go. Joey, these are $600 boots. Yeah, I bought them around the church, you know? They did that every fucking week. So, wait, did these people come, leave it, and come back next year and do it again? Do it again. Oh, no. What are they going to do? Bring it home? No. What are they going to do, Lee? What's oil, Lee? It's that dinosaur sauce. Rent an apartment there and leave the skis in there. Fucking Christ. Buy a house and leave the skis. You think you're gonna fucking leave an airport and drop the shit on a red of fucking stores and taxi? Come on, buy a house. I used to laugh at those taxis. I remember one guy opening up a briefcase one day in front of me. The taxman came in and he wanted money or something put away like jewelry in the safe. He came in with jewelry, but in his briefcase, he had stacks of drug dealers. No fucking drug dealers. He was a white dude that owned like a fucking meat company. Yeah. But when he came to Colorado, because he knew he was going to ask for 4 nights. He was going to buy blow. You know how many times people walked into rooms and asked me, bumped into a quarter ounce of blow or an 8 ball, but let me fucking wait and wait just to come up to me and go, come here. Look, give me like $1.5 grams of coke that they found in the room. I want to take that shit back. Especially in New York, you can usually hit up somebody who's cleaning the rooms or whatever and ask them. Tell them when you get there. At least you do that. Do we get there? Tell them when you get there. You find anything good? You know, $40, drop it off by my room. Questions asked. It really is crazy when you see the amount of money some people have. But never know. Even at that age, like when I lived up there, I was like if I was a hot girl, 21, nobody knew me. I came out here from Jersey, Captain White, bro. Real white, you know. Put an AdWord mattered, chilled in down Valley, got myself an Uber up Valley. Some soft signal where a jingle bell around your fucking believe ankle, carry a piece in your purse, make believe a bodyguard dropped you off. And after a while, I asked me, listen to me, bro, as a young girl, if you're getting a nickel a fucking nut job, and you're getting 2 nut jobs a night, 3 nights a week, if you're doing 2 nut jobs a week, it's $1,000. Some of those taxes will come up and say, you know, girl, how about I just give you $10,000 and just always use now? Yeah, 3 days. You get $10,000. Fuck my son. He's $2,500. Go fuck my son. You go home and disconnect the fucking service, and then you come back 3 days later with different color hair. That's slim. Those chicks are slim, bro. And they're masters, because after a while, they're just businessmen. They learn how to become a at first. Look, when you go to a strip club, and you see the girls, children, the wall, the drug dealer. Yeah. Like last night, there was a shooting at a club, like, I don't know, some little fucking town. We used to do comedy here in California, you know, something about it. Yeah. But it's true, those little fucking homely towns where they have that one club deluxe, and then neighborhood drug dealers VIP when he comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. You know, like this guy's a scab off of fucking society's ass. And like, nobody was saying, like, at least if he was the real kingpin, he could be doing so hardcore.
Yeah, he's just
that big shit.
He's got 4 grams in his fucking glove box.
Yeah, but he's fucking king slave.
Spunk or something. That Spunk tattooed across his fucking chest. You don't even know that his gang name is also a name for semen or something. You know,
so fucking cool when he walks in. His little clubs like that, so weird now.
They love it.
You know, when you walk into like a strip club, you know the girls that like they bought into it. Like there's certain girls that
bought into it.
And then there's certain girls that are fucking professional. Yeah. Like even at that club where I went to, they got a bunch of them behind you. But there's a girl, and when you see her walking, she usually strolls.
She got a clipboard.
She works. It's a work job, and yet she'll let you fucking stick 4 fingers up her knucklehead asshole. But I'll tell you what, you need every pocket sucked out. Yeah. You don't need to go, man. She was hot. But I did what? For how much? What am I, a fucking idiot? That means I got a talent, Jack. That's the talent.
That's the talent.
I can't.
Well, we're doing the same shit, man. We're doing with our emotions, though.
And I think the same shit as a criminal.
Dude, if I had a nice asshole, I'd show it to people every day for a couple of fucking hours.
How many people come down to me or somebody? There's a couple people Ari hangs out with that. There's a broad that Ari hangs out with, not that they like love-wise, but they're friends. She sells her underwears. Her socks, she makes a living.
Yeah.
Selling her bras, her underwear. Somebody takes her bra and snips her fucking bra.
Or even a woman or a kid.
It's I don't get mad at a woman.
Dude, I used to have this dude in college named Gnome, right? They called him Gnome, this dude. He was like little, but he wasn't like a little person, you know, he was just outside of that, you know. It was like a fucking, he barely made it, just rocking that cusp, you know. Like he could have been a lifeguard at like a midget only pool, you know, like he was just, but also where you had to also be little to work at the place. So like he was just like above. And he, anytime he'd hook up with a chick, he would wear their underwear around his neck. It was like his thing, right? And he'd do that all summer. By the end of summer, this dude would be running around looking like a fucking, like he just robbed a bank in the Wild West. He got like 9 pairs of fucking women's underwear around his neck, you know? Would he take them off? Not in the summer. Now in the winter, he was free. You could see his neck. He was natural in the winter. But fucking Joey's ordering pizzas over here. Joey's fucking customizing a lasagna here on this new app he got. But dude, I didn't get to the story. So what happened was,
I'm really sorry to interrupt. Just a buddy of mine. I want to know if I was landing in Omaha.
Yeah, not tonight, bro.
No, I know.
But
Jesus Christ, he's loud. I have friends that don't stop. About a week ago, I had this dear friend. I'm talking. When I'm in the 7th grade, we played basketball. I'm with him and his brother. Yeah, dear friend. He calls me. Wait a minute. I remember doing a favor. His son did something with web pages. With YouTube pages. That's what he does. Yeah, and his partner will take a YouTube page and next thing you make it $3. Next thing you make it $300,000 to teach 2 kids. You can say it. That's what they do. Right. I said, tell you something, give me a call. We'll hook him up with me. Maybe you can help us out. Yeah, no worries. This happened. You know, I 12 o'clock I'm on jiu-jitsu, and that's my phone starts ringing. I can sit there with 10 fingers in my ass, right? And people call me. So he's like, I'm jiu-jitsu. I look when they call, everybody says call at 11:57. I have 9 missed calls from 11:57. Sure enough, I get a call from his son. And then I look, and 30 minutes later, the father calls me. Yeah, you know, the motherfucker called me. Every 45 minutes, he docked the rest of the day until about 7. I just won't fucking answer the phone because I invites me to the father. I was going to go the fuck off.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So we stopped at some point. At 2 in the morning, we stopped at LA time. At 2 in the morning, New Jersey time. I get up the next morning. And who the fuck do you think fucking calls me and let me know what? And I forgot all about the day before.
Yeah.
When I was involved with my dad, and I looked at the phone, and I just smiled and I go, hey, do me a favor. You call me one fucking time. This is a business phone. Don't ever fucking call me once in one fucking day. And I just hung up on him, and I have never since. Because no, you don't get it. If you call me between 7:30 and 9 a.m., what the fuck do you think I'm doing there? I may be on Twitter, but my 4.5-year-old is on the floor with that bacon asking me fucking questions. So if I pick up the phone, you're not gonna like the conversation you're about to fucking hear. So I don't pick up the phone. Out of respect out of my peeps. Out of respect out of my peeps, I don't pick up the fucking phone. Because she's right there. And then I'm with her on the couch, watching fucking whatever. I dare you to come to my house and answer the phone on the couch with my daughter sitting next to me. I dare you. I dare you. You have no idea what decency is. She will look at you. She will look at me wrong, gives Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer gives that retard he's a diner. You made him fuck around in my house, sit on the couch while she's watching cartoons. And I dare your phone to ring. God forbid your ring is on, okay? If your ringer is on, she will give you a fucking look. Like, are you fucking retarded? Turn that shit off. Yeah, that was a Denny's sitting next to her. She was playing with a fucking Barbie doll with two little shoes on. I'm gonna shoot you for give me a favor with the fucking shoes. We walk into Denny's and sure enough, Daddy, her shoe fell off. I knew the fucking shoe was gonna fall off. I fucking knew it. Fall off, fucking move. I go, sit off over here and no move. So I go outside, there's the shoe in the middle of the fucking driveway. A car drove over it. Poor Barbie shoe's all fucked up. Now I gotta bring it into and sell it to him. I gotta put it back on the foot. The shoe was so fucked up, Barbie was limping. So we're sitting there minding our own business, and who walks in? Out of all the seats, not the fucking place is empty. They got me waiting there because my wife went back to the fucking car to the house because she forgot that she locked the door.
CeeLo, who walked in? CeeLo?
No, CeeLo. I would. If CeeLo walked, if I walked in, and that fucking Denny's I saw. Were you with me when we saw what's his name in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were with me when we saw.
Was they got the braids?
He goes there all the time. That's a swing at Denny's over there.
Yeah.
I just don't go in there at night because that's, you go in there, get shot.
Yeah.
After that. You go to Denny's, you might as well go to Vegas, those kinds of concerts. When you go to Denny's after 10 nowadays, you might as well sign up for the next country fucking concert. And fucking whatever, stand real close to the window and wave this time.
Dude, bro, I used to do this bit about Denny's, how much I hated Denny's, right? Very special. It's almost special, right? So anyway, I was like, I wish somebody would shoot up a fucking Denny's, right? That's what I was saying. Dude, some kid puts in the comments, he goes, man, he puts a link to a YouTube clip. He goes, man, my dad actually got shot up at a fucking Denny's. He goes, somebody walked in with a gun and shot everybody in the face. 1 star. He goes, but I still love this bitch. That was beautiful, bro. Here I am joking about it. He said it really happened. He lost his father right next to a fucking grill, bro. Right next to a griddle. You know what? You got, 2 brothers back there fucking sword fighting with spatulas, hopped up on fucking amphetamines, not knowing they're gonna lose their job to the fucking Mexican guy sitting at the bar, Unbelievable, man. That's God, dude. That kid came and he was just positive, man.
There's a couple places where I go late night, and I'm like one night, me and Becky went to Denny's on a fucking Sunday night after a podcast. We were having a good time, but the whole time I was like squatting under the bush by that window. Because the window's on Burbank Boulevard. I want to be a crib. Oh, and shoot up at Denny's. I said, man, I'm fucking the salad and something with my friend here. And Becky's sitting counterclockwise, so she gets it right there. We got to bury Becky with a hat on, with a 10 plant and fucking. With a chef hat on. I'm like, guys, you won't feel it.
That shouldn't be in my brain. I'm scared of anything already. I'm scared of everybody. You wouldn't look at me.
You don't think I'm fucking scared. You see me, how many nights we leave here dying of hunger, you and I? 1 in the morning, sometimes me and Creech are outside. This guy, if I do in the morning, if I go to leave, he's like a sandwich coming over here. Just chewing my balls. I guarantee I'm confused for 10 minutes. You'll be sitting there confused. I go, oh, these chewing balls. I wash my hands. I've done worse. I got a hand job for Chinese chicken.
Dude, I remember this dude.
So who gives a fuck? Really? Oh my God, this fight is tremendous. This is the
Bro, they had a guy used to tell us, right? He give you $30 just to tell you he'd been jerking off. This older dude. I remember when I was young. He used to say that, be like, look, I'm gonna tell you something, all right? And he'd be like, all right. And he'd say, I've been jerking off. Give me $30. No, he didn't even give us $30 to keep quiet. We were children, we weren't supposed to be saying it to us.
Oh, he picked you?
Yeah. I'm not paying him for him to tell me that shit. You know, I gotta assume that when I met him. But here was the thing, I never even got to this, dude, was that, so my sister one time, we lived together for a while, right? And this is probably about 8 years ago. She had this other dancer who worked with her came over to our place, right? Stole our vacuum. She was on these Klonopins and everything, and then she got all fucking, you know, warm under the skin one night on the pills, and I stole our vacuum, you know?
As you do.
I wasn't there when she stole it, but literally I could picture her probably trying to put it in her fucking purse, you know? Like the stick end in the purse and the fucking huge vacuum hanging out, right? Dude, fast forward. Year and a half, right? I'm not even living with my sister anymore. I live in New Orleans for a bachelorette party or somewhere, or Baton Rouge somewhere, or a bachelor party. They got a big fucking money deal, right? They wheel one of those cakes where the women pop out, like a fake cake, and they pop out and they dance, right? You know, one of the chicks that pops out is the fucking bitch that stole my vacuum, right? So everybody else, I have no idea. I totally forgot about this. Oh, everybody else is chipping these bitches and fucking shaking both of their ass cheeks at the same time, you know, with each hand, you know, like they're, you know, like doing it really fast. And here I am in the background, and all I can think is that bitch stole my fucking vacuum. Bro, I had half of a nerve to just the whole time just making vacuum sounds in the back. It was like, I was so pissed, bro.
What'd you do what she saw you?
Huh? What did she do? What did she acted like she didn't know? And that's the thing I don't like about people, I guess, that steal vacuums is when they see you, they act like you don't fucking remember. Like, I'm not gonna remember you stole a vacuum from. I wasn't on Klonopins. I wasn't on Somas, you know?
How do you get away with a vacuum? Like, doesn't someone, if I was in an apartment building myself, someone who was on like Klonopins with a vacuum just running down the stairs.
Well, it's half of America. It's half of the neighborhood.
What can they give you for a fucking vacuum? I mean, if you came home my house with a vacuum, what can I give you? Small 15.
I would say at least 30.
No, I don't know. What if it goes kaput after they go down the block? I'm no fucking vacuum mechanic. But I know there's a little fucking belt in there. And when you hit something fucked up, the belt breaks. Like I used to have a Kirby vacuum. And they come with a package of belt. I couldn't do it. Like when I do the vacuum, my mom would take it off and put the vacuum on. You gotta be like a fucking technician. You gotta unplug it. And the vacuum will suck your fingers in. It's son of his teeth. What kind of fucking gotta bring back a
fucking Cuban can't fix a vacuum? That's
my mom would take the thing. We had a Kirby. When I was a kid, they had like the shitty vacuums you could buy.
Yeah.
My mom was such a fucking spit. She was such a fucking neurotic Cuban. She bought a vacuum, like I'd say a vacuum in those days, like a top-notch vacuum cost $14.95. Yeah, it's like in the 70s. Well, it was 73. Once we moved back to click on Kirby vacuum.
One little
click on Kirby vacuum.
One little suck you can't come across the road.
Something got I still remember being a kid, and the guy coming over to the house, and my mom and my girlfriend, like a buddy, were over there, and we was going out.
A lot more expensive than $15 now.
How much? No. What did I said that if a regular vacuum costs $15 in those days, this was a yardstick. Put it on the thing. Like this was like it came like when it came to my house in those days at toy stores. If you walked into like the James Bond aisle, one of the coolest toys in the 70s was you got a briefcase. Yeah. Okay, this briefcase wing. check this out. There was this briefcase as a child. Okay. That for like, I don't even know the cost. I don't know what's the money. It was the price of briefcase for children. There was a briefcase. It was a plastic briefcase, and I wanted to be a secret agent. Right. And it was based after James Bond. It couldn't say 007 on it. You ready? And on the suitcase, the cool thing about the suitcase is that it had a button on the handle. So you could press the button and a plastic bullet would come out and shoot you. Because in there was a gun with a silencer connected to this engine. It was all, for 10-year-olds. Yeah. Oh, for children. You want to be an asshole? Yeah. I thought this is something about assholes, right? Pick it up, you go, and it was in the chest. You go, motherfucker. Yeah. And you have the same gun. I was in the bank robbery. And in there came like handcuffs, a rope, like all secret agent shit. Yeah. Telescope, magnifying glass. Yeah. So my point is, when my mom showed me when this guy came over, what was so cool about Kirby vacuum cleaners at the time was that it came in a fucking box. And it came, see how all those utensils? Oh, yeah. Like all those utensils right there for the 429. Yeah. That fucking vacuum had a beautiful case that you opened up. And everything was neat, nice and neat. So we had a Kirby vacuum growing up, and that was nice. It's nice. It's classy. Your house was always clean. Look, you had all the brushes, all the things to the furniture. See the mouse? Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? And you think you fucking guys are fucking dealing with these little circle blokes? There's a wristlets, there's a fucking belt. See what I'm saying? That's what happened. The Kirby vacuum should be getting a thing for all these assholes that wear these bracelets and, up to fucking homeless and I think sharks. Water for the line and shit. I have water for the line. I wouldn't know how to fix that. No, it's like this. When the thing breaks, it's real fucking easy. I was just dumb. We take off the grill back. You take it off the loop, okay? And then you take the old one up, snap it. It's like if I take a rubber band and cut it with a scissor, it just snaps. It's just one rope. Then you take that, you loop it on something, you loop it back with the thing, you close the vacuum, and your fingers tip top loop it. So I can't believe that they still take away the loop. You think I'm over here dropping knowledge with no fucking knowledge. If I tell you about Kirby vacuum, it's because fucking this shit not fucking I remember appliances used to be so much more hardy, bro. The vacuum, you could ride on the fucking vacuum. Remember that? As you were a little kid, you could sit on there where your mom was pushing and ride. Like, it was like a piece of fucking metal. I love vacuum. To this day, I vacuum. I love it. There's something soothing about it. Something about vacuum. I don't like when it's too like my wife. She's part of the fucking technology world. So we got a vacuum. Take a move by itself? No, that little piece of shit. The fucking vacuum's got 1,000 things. You can't even fucking touch it. Yeah. And she's got a rug cleaner because the cats piss everywhere. Yeah. So we gotta have a fucking rug cleaner constantly. Bro, I help her clean the rugs. Just people's feet. Just us walking around with sneakers. Can you imagine? The house is filthy. If you don't play with hot water every week, you lay down on shit. We try to sell so much stuff. It's not us. It's not us. It's when we walk to our cars. It's all that shit that we step on. We walk in and out of your house every day. Like, yeah, that was looking at. You ever have a wall that you turn on the fucking light, your finger always hits. Yeah, there's always your fingers in there. Even though you wash your hands, brokers, whatever, semen, skin. No, there's nothing like that on my walls. It's not. That's but I see it on your hand when you touch the light fixture. Think about a light fixture. Think about everybody's gross hand muffin, pieces of little pieces of muffin, sugars, seed, definitely seed. People have fucking seed all over their house, bro. I worked in restaurants, so you make you go through like the training for that stuff. Yeah. I remember somewhere, and you need to get a soda lid. I never grabbed the one on top. I always go in. I never grabbed the first straw. Like, I hate places. There's places that have these little straws, not even put plastic around them. I won't go there. Old school. Yeah, something paper. Yeah, I don't like that, but I remember I was talking about this earlier. The kid, like when the Halloween when I was young, on the weekend, we didn't get a bunch of trick-or-treating there, robbing little kids for bags. Dude, we had
They didn't have individually wrapped candies. I remember this one house we went to, and their grandfather died. His grandfather died on Halloween. They left him out on the porch for the night, bro. How fucking awesome is that, right? Knowing that he's dead anyway, right? But sometimes these houses would have a decoration or something. People thought he was just being scared and resting, right? But this is when he died. That's when he left the earth, was on Halloween, right? But this is a time when you would get, I remember this one house, the candy was all chunked in the bowl. Like, they weren't all individually wrapped candies, you know what I'm saying? I remember going to a place, they just put the whole mints in there, and they would all, and one person would just get the whole fucking rock of mint, you know? So you're running around with like 300 mints on your own in one chunk, you know?
She came home with some kids, and we did 2 or 3 things. She came home with some kids, but I'll tell you something. Like 3 or 4 people gave her little bottles of water. I can't wait till she gets older, so she throws them back at the fucking kid. You can get your life together, you can get fucking water.
Water to a child.
One sugar, and I made it that thing the first night Friday night when I got home. I got stoned by mistake. And I started eating a little liquor and shit like, man, I hate it. She was pissed.
She knew, huh?
Like, did you look through it? Like, when I was a kid, my mom would look through it like, hey, no, we used to go to houses first off and go to the church.
We went through school. And they had a big old trunk or treat. And people put their cars back there. People were involved with the school, parents.
So kids can't even go to the houses anymore.
No, we're going to do that on Tuesday. This is for little kids. Like, what's going to happen is, I know she's Tuesday, she's at the fucking swim. You know, she won't get out until 5:30. We're going to bring her home by the time we get home. In fact, I'm going to have her late. Yeah, we'll be running late because we're going to fucking bring her home for eat. Somebody will ring the doorbell once the kids come. She's glad. She just called. She goes, Mommy, Daddy, bye. We had to run out after last year. Wow. She just took off with the other fucking kids. Like, she was like, see you later. What the fuck are you doing? This kid, she walked over, got dark. And she's like, Mom, Dad, let's get the fuck out of here. Last night she told my wife, let's get out of here. They went to trunk or treat at the church. My wife's not going to have a house. She came up to me. She said, Mom, let's go home. She's good to go.
Yeah, at least she knows what's up. But yeah, they used to have,
like the houses. We knocked on people's doors. They gave you pennies, nickels. They gave you big pieces of chocolate and shit.
chunks of popcorn,
fucking food.
sugar. One lady just like a fucking 2 things of sugar, fucking just put it in your fucking bag. Just scoops.
Shit.
No candy, not even sugar.
Instead of a fucking half a fags.
Oh,
They give you a kid some dick. The reason why I don't shoot earlier, if it bothered you, is because when I was growing up, I had a dear friend. I mean, Theobon, he was a sweetheart, beautiful fucking young kid. He had 3 sisters, all of them, and each one with beauty queens.
God.
One of those families,
Yeah.
it was him and a brother and 6 sisters, but all of them, like even the 10-year-old, Jesus,
He fucked the whole family.
like your parents do.
Yeah.
Every one of these girls, like the second oldest one, went to dance, but this was the fucked up thing. She danced 2 blocks away. She was out. And you know, you'd be at the fucking liquor store where they were waiting for somebody to buy you booze. And somebody would come up to you and go, what are you guys doing? Like that? Let's go down there. Tina's dancing. Tina was his fucking sister. You know what I'd feel like? My heart would fucking stop. And then next that I heard that he actually went down there and pulled her out of there by her fucking hair and shit. And was up on his snitch with him. He was a good kid.
I mean, look, I don't think I was stoked about it, for sure.
Right, you weren't jumping up and down.
But look, I know the childhood that we had, you know, and I know I got very little connection, like any, you know, I didn't have any guidance or connection, so I know she got even less than that. You know, she was, you know, the youngest kid in our family, so, and I didn't feel like I knew her well enough or had enough, you know, emotional connection with her to, she wasn't going to listen to me, you know. So, and what am I gonna, so all I could do was just be supportive, tell her to make sure she wore a seatbelt when she drove, make sure she was, walking with people in and out of these clubs. And also, my sister was she wasn't a fucking putz, she was a smart girl. She still is a smart girl.
I wonder what you can make as a fucking.
She bought a house. She bought a beautiful house out there in Arizona.
That's a pretty good way. Because if you're fucking smart, and they get to be fucking slick. Like when I lived in Seattle, my girlfriend was a fucking happy stripper. She had the mind of, she was in box with Rob. Yeah. She's a millionaire today. She got married. I hate a dude that was 80. He died. The whole fucking deal.
He fucking died.
Nice guy. But let me tell you something, man. Look at me. From fucking 95 to 97, that girl supported me. She was making it right. Yeah. And I couldn't go up there and go, hey, how did you make this extra 200? It's none of my fucking business. It's none of my fucking business. But I don't know why people make jokes about strippers, including me. I got the utmost respect for them because it's a deep game.
Well, look,
it's a deep fucking game, though.
Dude, I looked up at a stripper in Shreveport that looked like a half of a, what is a minotaur or centaur? What's one that have an animal for the half lower body? I think both of those, yeah. Centaur looked like a centaur, But she still seemed cool. She was, I swear to God, she had the strongest fucking, she had thighs for cash. She had thighs up top and then also double thighs for cash, Like just built like a damn fucking, like a squirrel squatch, just like fucking short, thick fucking legs, all stomach, hardly any legs or arms. But I'll tell you this, dude. I notice, and here's what I notice. I find that comedians are often we fall in a lot of same circles as like porn stars, exotic dancers, because there's some similarities here.
There's similarities that somewhere we feel short, somewhere.
And we need some type of immediate acceptance.
Like I sit here sometimes and I've been here, but many nights I've sat there and said, why did I become a comedian? Did I need attention when I was a kid? My mom was on my hands when I was a kid.
Yeah, but on your ass and making you feel loved are two different things.
No, but it was the same thing. It's not like I sat there and, fucking, no. She was always, that's one thing. I lacked the love of a father, right? So maybe that sparked it down.
But do you think that maybe she was loving for the first, I think you were 13, 15, 16, so maybe she had lived. You wouldn't have been a comedian, so maybe from the love that you lost.
I always loved performing. When I was a kid, I was kind of a musician. And then as I got older, I did karate. But my specialty was the forms, and I was really good at doing forms, putting together stupid moves and shit. And then I heard stand-up comedy, and I just thought it was fucking superb. And I then became whatever the fuck I ended up becoming. And now we're here. So somewhere I took different elements of that childhood, and I became a stand-up comic. Do I drive a fancy car? Do I fucking jump up and down and jiggle for love? At this point in my life, you're gonna be a long time, bro. I got my own views. I live my own fucking life. I don't give a fuck about what, directors and producers think. Before you came here, you're a fucking man. And you gotta leave, you're a fucking man. Yeah. If you become what they want you to become, those are the fucking people that fuck should have never came here. They never should have came here. Yeah, those stories I told last night at the Ice House on stage, they're true stories. I told you gotta go fuck himself on the set of this fucking Highline commercial. Like I shot this Hardee's.
You should go and say,
Hardee's.
Oh, I love Hardee's, bro.
What's the name of the cousin to Hardee's?
Oh, it calls it.
Yeah, you should go. I shot 3 national commercials. 3 weeks in a row. That's my 20 years here. That's here. I look like 10 commercials. But in 2009, 2000, one of those years, I booked a fucking 3 national sprint. Wow, something else. This Arby's, which was fucking money.
Yeah.
Because they pay for both companies and they put my ads together. You have no fucking idea.
I did a shitty internet commercial one time in 25 grand over 3 years.
Wow, it's crazy. How many people stand in front of a couple of 7-Eleven? 25 grand over 3 years is a gift.
Oh, it was. I couldn't. It's a gift. I couldn't imagine. I thought it was gonna be $600. You know, I could never imagine they would have made that much money over that time.
Oh yeah, they give you the right, totally free. You know, stop the shit. Go get your headshots. Go get that $4. Go to Aqua, tell them you want to go out for commercials. Jesus Christ.
Some shit. She kisses snacks or something.
And let people eat, jumping up and down, gas in the Jersey. You want to do, you know, you was not over the motherfuckers. You just said,
yeah, you can be the friend that's still on that side of the shows, bro. You're a dick dog.
Fucking dog.
Guarding the condom is good, or fucking sitting there with some pussy on your leg. I love that, man. That's great.
Something don't have that's why you said I really love it. So stop going out for the actual, but just focus on commercial. I was like, you know what? I think it's time for a majority of the commercial agent. Because I'm going to put a mafia commercial once a year, or a cook, or a chef, or a pizza guy, or a garbage man. If you want to be up in the game, you're never going to book the game.
Yeah,
I signed with a check, and a week later I got paperwork. I got to put my bank account information on there. I go, what do you need my bank account information for? She goes, well, we never need to do anything. You got to take that off the contract. Papa just gives you a name and a headshot. Go to work, bitch. And they're worried about fucking bank information, social security number, something like that. I gotta give you a credit report. Who the fuck are you? This is your credit report, bitch. Fucking people. The audacity. To get taxes to these people. What's Tony Bennett got saying? The fucking people, let me see your fucking credit report.
animals, bro.
Let me see your fucking credit report. Fucking balls up, people.
I wanna be around
Oh, he sounds good, huh?
to pick up the pieces. Somebody breaks your heart.
I don't know why every time I fight, the candle's gonna say it. All of a sudden, you use it like a shield of death. That candle will be out the wish out of my asshole.
It's like Zelda.
15 candles. Right. My asshole would sing the whole candle factory.
Will swear
This is Chicken Florentine that my wife made for
has
Song to do. Oh, that food. Yeah, man, I've been eating some plants recently, so I've been having any gas, man.
to learn what
I partied the other day and forgot I haven't partied in a long time.
you love.
That's the number one thing I think I'm gonna miss when I die, bro. Probably looking at horses.
I thought they just made you fart all the time.
Not me, man.
You're clean, you're sober, you look good. You're an adult, man. Shoot, what do you want to do?
I think we're gonna do more sometime. We'll see.
If not, go listen. Let's let Adam right there. Let's, what's his name? He's going to solve a bunch of us. And you know what, bro? You get yourself ready for a couple of dimes. You put together a routine, you take it to the neighborhood, you blow it up on 3 podcasts.
Nice house.
Then you do 2 shows. It doesn't matter. Material. That's always the material. You get the money on fucking iTunes. Because we manage it. And you know what? This whole business is me anyway. How many people have free internet? How many people on Showtime? Let's take a fucking look. Yeah. You know, since every time you Showtime, you don't say yourself for Showtime. Fucking, you know what? Let me go. Put a fucking album out. People pictures in there. You like Kate's asshole on fire. You and your buddies in the comedy store walking down and support you. Doing it like a raw town. People rather have that than a fucking sinking. And guess what? You're the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise. And you know that because you know these people don't listen to your work and let their ass off. Yeah. More than letting it happen to Showtime go. And
Yeah, I agree.
You make them go to places they ain't there. And you know what? They love you to death for that. They like the Showtime fucking.
Yeah.
I go to somebody who's on iTunes for $2.52 and I can listen to that word and giggle.
And what about the video? Can we also put the video on iTunes, you think, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever the fuck you want. With the video, I'd rather you control it. I'd rather you
Yeah, that's what I think.
Well, G-Note, let them get the video, they pay another number, you let them get a Gino, and let them get the video, and behind the scenes with me and us, and smoking radio, and you going home and showing your father's grave, and you bowing, yeah, let's go show me the camp where your sister stripped the first time, let's go see what that boy today, let us see it, dude, they're developing a bunch of surface Batman, suck my dick, suck my ass, what's it about, man? Lick my pussy, lick my dick, Batman.
What were some of your Halloween costumes when you were young, dude?
Both of you guys don't know. I want to know, man. One of them was probably Batman. You could even have a Boy Scout could be next to me because in those days you were flammable as fuck. When I was a kid, people used to light on fire on Halloween
all the time
for no fucking reason. Oof. You go to school on a Tuesday, the next day they come in with bandages and a jar full of Vaseline and no eyebrows. What happened to you?
You lighting people on fire?
No.
Just a wild night, dude.
Listen, if a car was driving, okay?
People don't spontaneously combust.
Oh, yes, they did. By those suits, they were made by some material.
Kerosene,
this shit was blowing up. So let's say you were walking with BU, Theo, we got a couple idiots with time, we're walking across the street with our little fucking, there's people who made costumes, but then there were parents who bought them, they came in a box, and they came with a mask on top of the fucking mask would cut your fucking skin, the mask would cut your skin, it was like razor blades for tough kids, and in the suit, you were gonna live. When your mom gave you that suit, she signed up for illegally national insurance. Because, let me put it this way, you cross the street, you got the hand that goes like this, you know, right? But at that first light, there's a car. And by mistake, it's like a 1966 Chevelle. If it backfires, you're going up in flame, you see what I'm saying?
They had some textiles going around our area that had kerosene.
And I wish I was lying.
Kerosene in the cloth.
Yeah, you were burning up every Christmas. You see a group of kids, one of them with like a flash suit, a Batman. That kid's not going to school, but somewhere along the line, those poor bastards would fucking combust.
Chevy Blazers would always do a fire off too at the end, you know? My uncle used to get out and run back to the back of the car and it would go off and he would act like he shot him, you know, he'd fall on the ground. Because a lot of his cars would backfire. And they had a lot of clothing back in our area. Somebody was making bad clothing at kerosene. The kids were fucking getting adults too. A lot of adult men were smoking.
It fucking hilarious. I forgot all about those fucking.
Remember the boxes? I forgot about the box.
Forgot about the box. They had all different sizes, all different colors, and they were called "Take Your Chance Halloween." Maybe the real Halloween. Maybe Rooney. So like I told you, there's people wanting to get scared. You know what I mean? Show me the ass and get a mirror in front of your face and look at your reflection of your mom's open. You'll be scared.
How is this company around more than 1 year?
They went to states where they endorse fucking, they endorse fucking, what do you call those people? They endorse flammable people.
Yeah.
They endorse
those with
like you took your.
They had a girl in Hollywood, dude. She put that mask on and her hand was so big, it would like smash her face into like a shape of like a cookie, right? And it would take 3 days, even after she took the mask off, it would take like 3 days for her fucking face to go back to form.
Go fucking pass.
She looked like Mickey Rooney, dude. This girl looked like fucking Mickey Rooney, bro.
I told you, when I was growing up, everything you look for, you struggle for your life, whether you rich or not. Because those are the kids who bought those little half-a-fact suits, when those kids that had the flammable fucking Batman suits and shit. The kids that just, like, I put a sheet on my head 1 year, and you know, whatever, everybody's a fucking ghost. I'm a loser. 1 year I was a garbage man, 1 year I was a fucking abortion man. I'm a fucking student. Put a sheet over your head with a fucking hanger around your neck.
This is your nut.
Like a fucking moron.
Yeah, like an Italian nut.
Yeah, so that's what you did. So that was the fucking story. I dressed up on Friday. I probably got dressed up fucking 4 times in 54 fucking years. Yeah, I wasn't a big Halloween. That dressing up shit scares me. Yeah, this week scares the shit out of me. Fucking Wednesday's Dia of Muertos.
I went this weekend to Hollywood Forever Cemetery.
Yeah, you people do it the right way. You go up there and you think somebody's gonna come out with a boom mask on. I go deep into the voodoo world.
Yeah.
I go deep. I light candles. I put a cigar out. I'm probably put some Cuban food out for these fucking schools this week. I'm crazy. I got some kiddies on there. I gotta take care of. I got meatball from rails. I got some Irish people. I gotta put a shot of whiskey out. I got the altar. I got the fucking altar for the people who fucking kept me alive over the years.
Did a lot of hot things.
I got Balzano, Rego, Donix Crucial, and the fucking Jesus, my mother, my father, my godmother, I got Zoraida, my stepfather, he could burn in hell. I don't give a fuck about.
Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah, I don't toast him for good anymore. I used to toast him.
But though, like a son.
You can just toast so many people, you know what I'm saying? I got people dying left and right. I got Ralphie now. I got a picture of Ralphie and put like a fucking jalapeno popper. Out of respect to that fucking cocksucker left me here with these fucking Gentiles. Oh, I had a rough time. Last night's podcast because he showed up to the office the other night, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
So he said, you know, don't go, we were talking about it. You know, okay, what's that thing? That speaker, he gave it to me.
Wow.
Look how long ago it was by that company that you get a magazine, somewhere make sharper.
Oh, yeah.
My house in a box. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. I got this in the mail. She goes, Ralph, he said to me, it's an iPod charger. I still got the box so old school. I still got that iPod. I brought that in. It's a speaker's a sensation. Anyway, as we were talking about it, you felt like a little breeze. And all of a sudden, I could feel, I could just remember him. He was just there 3 fucking weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, sitting there. Get the fucking Mexican food back here. He goes, and Ralphie always would go, pick a papaya. For years, Ralphie could say that shit whenever he played that.
And dude, yeah. First of all, everything he said is exactly how it went down. But also, we're here every night. That truck, that sound is never here. It's always a weird.
Everybody say goodbye. That's reality. Guys. They stick around for 30 days. They just don't go into fucking the next language. They want to see your friends one last time and touch you. And listen, I had a friend, Jimmy Merkel, that I love. And I get a call from him on that Friday. He was in the hospital already. Things like Cubs was happening. I could tell in his voice he was done. He probably wrestled with kids for years. I'll never forget getting a call that Sunday saying he died Sunday morning and fucking he was saying goodbye, man. When Carmen Balzano died, I missed his call. When I called him back, he was dead. Wow. A day later, he called. He was here, you phoned me, you just called me. We must have just gone to the bathroom, thought I had died of a heart attack. Damn. He called, he didn't say goodbye, and he said goodbye. Believe it or not, they all say goodbye in their own way. And if you talk to people who've had somebody die recently, give them 30 days. They give you a signal before they leave, just to let you know that they got your back. It's the weirdest thing about life.
Yeah, I believe that, man.
I know it sounds crazy. I'm talking about flat earth and whatever. I'm talking about the spiritual world. I was raised in, so I guess I believe that my dad opened up a lot of doors for me and closed a lot of doors. I was there a lot of nights, man, and I had a lot of choices to run. And I always made the right choice. And I wouldn't be in this fucking chair. Something makes you make the right choice. Something, everything in life sometimes should be. You watch that voice through the movie The Shining. The actor Shining with Scatman Brothers talks to a little boy and he explains to him that everybody hears that voice. And that's called the Shining. Remember that?
I don't remember that part. I gotta go watch it again. I only seen it one time because I saw it about
The Shining. Scatman Brothers talks to a little boy.
Yeah.
And you see, you got 15 minutes, you got to get your out of here. So what did you work like? The traveling player.
What am I doing?
Take my word, brother. You're going to be one of the next fucking top fucking comics in this country. And I tell you, this is your older brother. I got no jealousy. I wish you all. You stay on the right track. Tell your agent to push you out from movies and TV.
Yeah.
Stop fucking around. You want to be let's go somewhere. Let's go to Germany. You know, it's not so really
I appreciate it, man. You always are so supportive, man. You inspire me.
Sending out the acting, your acting resume.
Yeah.
You're going to stay on the road till your grade big, so you might as well take a gamble. You know, look at the paycheck from the acting. You go, why am I doing this? I'm not showing. Because they might like you. And they might use you 6 times this month. It's not a lot of money, but now you build your credibility. And next year, we see things because you're a fireman show. They're looking for a handsome guy from the South. And bang, there you go, oh, millionaire. So now when you shoot 10 episodes, you're going to get rich. Not really. Right? You got comedy, you're building. You got your podcast, you got Twitter, you're very funny. It all comes at you.
Yeah.
And then you're on the road killing it. People fucking love you. You know what I'm saying?
Staying busy.
You gotta figure out how it'll be like Thursday night to suck you a nutsack.
It's insane, bro, because I'm bringing my
I see you at the store. I see you at the store. You're on the top one. You never saw this, did you?
Yeah,
No, you didn't. God,
I feel like
how come you don't tell your girlfriend to watch this scary shit?
Is that Arsenio?
it is.
It is, Lee. No. Yeah, it is. It's just his haircut.
You know how your name is Duffy. More than anything, don't you? I can remember when I was a little boy. My grandmother and I could hold conversations entirely without ever opening our mouths. She called me shiny. And for a long time, I thought it was just the two of us that had to shine to us. Just like you probably thought you was the only one. But there are other folks. The ones who they don't know it and I don't believe it.
That's why I keep it trusting my
No, you know what the fuck you're saying, because nobody calls us. What are you trying to talk about?
I'm not supposed to.
You said you're supposed to.
Tell me. Tell me is a little boy is my mom.
It's twisted way to tell you this.
It's like I go to sleep and he shows me things. But when I wake up, I can't remember everything.
That friend is an ancestor talking to you, talking to your ancestor. You never know.
Yeah.
You don't even need to go on ancestry.com. And as you grow up, you build your confidence, man.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. It's a weird fucking thing. I see it now with Mercy. I talk to her. She's fucking 25 in 2 months. What's the matter with you? You don't like those type of movies?
No, I don't like those kind of
What makes you nervous?
Yeah, but they play that fucking music to make you nervous, and then they're talking about fucking craziness. Yeah, I don't know.
But even back then, race relations wasn't that good. Even if you watch that fucking thing,
That's a great fucking movie. That movie, that's a real movie because it scares the fuck out of you without scaring the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
That's a real director right there. That's a film that you will watch generations of films going on. How did he scare you without scaring you? He doesn't fuck with you too, man. He's director of that. I think it's gotta be Stephen King. Yeah, it's the best. He's the right. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying. One of those crazy motherfuckers. Where you been New Year's Eve?
Nowhere, man.
You still open?
I got one set, yeah. I got one. I'm going to be in Huntsville, Alabama on November 16th. 18th and 19th, and
Yeah, to fucking went to flying to Nashville.
come on yet.
Went to fucking look. I think you have to fly to Nashville Connect. Yeah, that's right. If you have to get a rental car, I don't know if I'm going out to.
I might just get one in. I got family down there, so.
Yeah, I don't like driving these fucking distances when I don't know where the fuck I'm going.
Yeah, it's probably about a 3-hour drive, I guess, if you want to be there.
Yeah, fucking duck. Airport shit. But, fucking Lexington, they got an airport.
Oh, I like Lexington. I love that club's great, right? It's got the leak in the ceiling over there.
That club is great. The fucking town is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a cool town. People think it's not bad. It's diverse, it's cool, it's hip.
Me and my wife been thinking about a lot of things.
I love it. There's some horses out there.
I like the fucking sound, man. I still want to raise my daughter in some place where it's fucking warm.
Yeah, Nashville's good, man. And I think Rabbi was on to something. Nashville. Nashville's a beautiful place.
Rabbi was definitely into something.
$1 million to get you a beautiful place up.
And you hit it on,
Yeah.
$1 million. For $1 million out there, that comes with 2 bubbles. One of them is naked. Yeah. One of them rubs you down, sticks a finger in your ass, rolls your ass, and rebelling you back. Yeah, imagine that rebelling you back. If somebody comes in without a fucking mask on, just wipes your face like a soldier. With a smile on their face.
I'm a fucking ass.
Have you seen the YouTube video out of space? Have you seen the put it on video so you take a when you first saw it, he said, that was my job.
Oh, yeah, I have my whole full name there. I'm like,
Yeah, but
give it fun.
go about a muscle hamster, bro.
This is the 29. Snoop Dogg became a legend from smoking
Snoop
dope.
Dogg never had a video like this come out.
Yes, he did.
Oh, you're the fucking human pectoral, bro.
You are one of the funniest dudes around.
Listen, you are. You're an angel.
I picked you from the fucking choir.
Depths, bro.
Because I do it. I looked at you, and I knew you were shy, the whole fucking deal. And I knew you were just going to something to push you over the cliff.
You're changing. You're growing up.
You two shout outs right here to my buddy. Hold on, my brother Matt Holmeyer having a hard time over there putting the pieces together. Dennis High, my little brother, nephew Pablo Lincolns, Nicky Campus Life, Nicky Chaps, Hollis the Alex, Nicky Shades, Fat Chris Blow Chair, and Taylor. You know I love you, motherfuckers. Don't forget the Funny Bone Omaha, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But don't forget I told you this one. Don't forget I told you Gotham. 4 shows. Me and Dean Del Rey. Friday the 10th and Saturday the 11th. Don't fuck around. Anyway, you got any dates to promote, my brother?
I got
Drop one on me. Drop one on these people. It's the church.
I got it,
They
baby.
want to see you, baby boy. Let's do this shit.
Conviction Fest, baby. At November 16th through the 19th at Stand Up Live in Huntsville, Alabama.
There you go, right there. Come on, support this Sabbath. Let them know you're part of the church. Don't go from these family.
Yeah, keep it low, and I mean, keep honoring it December 1st.
If you got an AA book, give it to them. You got underline the Eagles. What up?
Hit me where it hurts. And I'm in Calgary December 1st, and I got my podcast this past weekend. You can check out when you're done checking out Jerry.
So you comics that are struggling with any addiction, think about this young man. He's Rabbi. He took over. He banged the fucking stripper in a cab, and he changed his life. He went to church. He met a friend. They went together. And look, at 18 months, he looks good. He's still fun. A lot of people think if I still get drunk, my friends will work and we open mic, then you be new fucking friends.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is it right here.
Be yourself.
And you get in the major leagues. If you're in the minor leagues and you're having a hard time, just think of fucking this fucking Savage. He did it and stuck to it. He's a handsome guy. If I look like him, I'd be having threesomes every day.
Oh, man.
1 8-ball every hour on the hour from 10 to 12.
Oh,
And drop it off in the fucking mail slot. You know what I'm saying?
I beat my own asshole.
Hold on to the dog. I don't want to be here anymore. Be that type of party. What else, dog? Anything else, man?
Not much, man. I just love you.
Watch the movies.
I love you. I appreciate you. Check out Scoop too.
Look at this fucking beautiful right here. Look at this. Look at this Sally Molly. No, We got playing the intro, so we just bounce.
Leslie Penn.
No, not yet. Yeah, he's moving around. He's fidgeting.
Oh my God.
He takes it from the fresh air. He fucked him. Oh, the quality. Now he's coming to kind of. He looks at the
He's fucking Buzz Aldrin out there, brother. Oh, you made my day. Every time I see you, you make my day.
oh my God.
I gotta go.
I love you in all my heart, my brother. You know the gig, how to get out right here.
Thank you for everything. Thank you so much, man. You did a good job.
You know I love you, motherfucker. Hold on. Yeah,
it's typical, brother.
No, bro. Thanks. I love my lush. Thank you for doing right. I love you.
Same here, bro.
You doing your fucking thing.
Well, I appreciate the support. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you.
Come on, you know your fucking family. Here's how we do it on the fucking church. On a beautiful Monday. That's how you start off a fucking Monday, people. You people gonna wake up today. You were feeling hoop-doop-de-hoop. They had a long weekend. I think, like, listen, it's fucking hard work. We all know what we signed up for. I'm working more hard. I'm working harder at 54 than when the legal dog did that. When I was a fucking burglar. You know what I'm saying? When I was a burglar, life was fucking easy. Now I gotta get up every morning and really steal with 3 fucking hands. So, like I said before, pick up this poor bastard. He used to be out 7 nights a week in the Hollywood game when he was sober. He looks fucking great. He's already got a story for you. And that's the way we fucking do it in the church. What's happening now? Before you get out of here, let me read you something real quick. I'm going to tell you about a little something. And then we'll get you the fuck out of here. Tip-top. I'm not gonna hold you. There's a bunch of podcasts you always do. What the fuck am I anyway? Like I told you at the beginning of the fucking show, right? There's not a lot of things I like and I believe in. Lee was on it. I was on it. You know, Lee really stuck to it for a long time. I think you just gotta know what shit.
She gonna tell me my dad does it.
Your dad still lives on it. You're single. You go on a shop. You listen 4 days a week. You go out for away for 3 days a week. It comes to your house, right to your door. You put it in. You take it out of the box. In there comes all the stuff you need to make the recipe. They give you a card with how to do it. Come on, 40 minutes, 15 minutes. You take a shower, and bang, you're really settled, you're ready to go. That's what Blue Apron's all about. You can choose from a variety of new recipes each week, or you let Blue Apron's culinary team surprise you. Recipes are not repeated within a year, so you'll never, ever, ever get bored. You customize your recipes each week based on your preferences. So Blue Apron has several delivery options, so you can choose what fits your needs. And there's no weekly commitment, so you only get deliveries when you want them. Each meal, this comes with a step-by-step, easy-to-follow recipe card, proportion ingredients, and can be prepared in 40 minutes or less. Did you get 40 minutes or less? Blue Apron's freshness guarantee promises that every ingredient in your delivery arrives ready to cook, or they'll make it right. Check out this lunch menu. They got sweet pepper chicken, bok choy, and rice. You know how to make bok choy? No, you don't. This is your opportunity to learn. You ready for this one? Black bean and cheese toilets. Jesus. Roasted broccoli and lime sour cream. You know how to make that? No, you don't. How about shrimp and pesto fettuccine with spinach? This is a 30-minute meal. And a customer's favorite, seared chicken, roasted fall vegetables with caper butter, red sauce. Then you sit there. What am I gonna have for dinner? Blue Apron. That's what you're gonna have for dinner. Here's what I'm gonna do for you, savages. What do you think I am, Uncle Joe? Because I'm some punk from the other side? No. Because I'm looking young, savage, okay? I go, check out this week's idea. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to get $30 off your first meal, and then coming up to your house. Free shipping. Did I tell you that already? Free shipping. You go to blueapron.com/Joe. Check out the menu. You're going to love how good it tastes. You're going to love how good it feels. And you're going to love to create incredible home cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. Right now, you want to save money? blueapron.com/Joe. It's a better way to cook. blueapron.com. You know, you're going to tweet me and go, Joe, I'm little like a doctor over here. Number two, listen. Thanks for what's coming. You've been singing for a long time. You don't smell. You got a nice job. You got a little bit of credit. You know your father, 2000 little kids. You wait for him to punch you together. You want to look good. You want to feel comfortable. That's what you got to have me on this. Me on these makes feel good on these shit, but we'll be proud to wear. Some of the most comfortable pair of underwear you ever own. And then check it out yourself. Go to meundies.com/Joey. With tons of styles and patterns, from camouflages to polka dots. You choose for both men and women. MeUndies will have the perfect fit for you or your personality. You follow me? The MeUndies feeling is unmatched because they're naturally soft fabric that is 3 times softer than cotton. Now, for a limited time only, check out MeUndies' first ever glow in the dark print, Joe. What are you talking about? Glow in the dark print, Joe. You must be kidding me. Glow in the dark print, lights out. Why not update your underwear drawer and glow at the same time? Can you imagine you be a girl in your dreams? You meet her in that tinny stuff. You come out of the back, you got glow in the dark underwear. It's dark with a candle on. We're talking about Halloween here. MeUndies, that old. And if underwear isn't your thing, MeUndies always makes the softest socks in the world. Listen, like I told you for years, I've been using MeUndies, especially when I go to jiu-jitsu, especially when I have short time. Why? Because it's hot out. You want to have nice and soft. Correct the mundo. So what happens is you don't have no moisture down there. You don't smell like a belly goat. It draws away from everybody. Everybody's happy. Go to MeUndies. Give them a try. What I'm going to do for you is this. I'm going to get you 20% off the best and softest underwear and socks you'll ever own. Free shipping and 100% satisfaction guarantee from your Uncle Joey. It's the holidays, bitches. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com. 20% off the best and softest underwear and socks you'll ever own. Free shipping and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey. Stay black. Thank you very much to my main man, Theo Vaughn, who had to do a spot at the Comedy Store. And thank you very much for you savages. We'll be back Tuesday or Wednesday. I made up my mind. But if I don't talk to you, happy Halloween, you bad motherfuckers. I want to thank my main man, the main Christ killer of life, my little brother, Isaiah. Always showing up and dropping knowledge on his Uncle Joey, and that's it, and that's that. I want to thank Blue Apron one more time. I want to thank MeUndies. I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening. I'm going to drop a little something on you from Willie Colon, Hector Lavoe, off the album, not King, whatever. And Crime Bass, blast this motherfucker. I love you cocksuckers. See you guys in Omaha, Nebraska, or the following weekend.
Favorite time growing up was when the power would go out and we would all get around together. You know what I'm saying? When the power would be out at the house.
That's what we're families, brother. Welcome to Podcast Film. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Hiring every business needs great people, and the better way to find something better than posting a job online and just praying for the right people to see you. ZipRecruiter knew there was a smarter way, so they built a platform that finds the right candidates for you. And ZipRecruiter doesn't stop there. They even spotlight the strongest applications you receive, so you never miss a great match. Businesses of all sizes trust ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs. Right now, the church family can try ZipRecruiter for free. Free, gratis. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church, CHURCH. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And to my family, Aubrey and Onyx, the best supplements out there. I came back yesterday, I was jacked up to the fucking gills from the flight high altitude. I took some new mood and an alpha brain, and I fucking took a nap. I woke up tip top of good. I went over to the Chinese people and I got a little massage, a $45 massage. I gave Johnny a $20 tip. He rubbed that my little fucking ass, and I had my muscles out. And I went home and I relaxed like a fucking savage. You know why? Because New Booty Nada made it happen. Nada.com right now. And get 10% off of supplements. And tell them Uncle Joey sent you to check out Crescent Church. Bam! CHURCH. And get 10% off your order delivered right to your house. Check this motherfucking meal link. Oh, shit. What a better way to start a week than with fucking Theo Vaughn in the house, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think about that?
Happy to be here in the church, man.
Great to see you, man.
Great to see you,
Great
man.
things always, and you're on your way up.
Following your footsteps, man.
Not my footsteps. It's just what happens when you work hard.
These giant tracks out there.
That's just the results of fucking sticking with it, you know. I went to Denver this week.
Yeah.
And last Wednesday, we were leaving Thursday morning. And I didn't know about what I was going to walk in myself into, you know. I was in that movie Wednesday, and I went to my daughter's ballet class. And while I was sitting there, I had like a nervous breakdown. Get a water from my wife. My wife didn't know. I didn't tell nobody. I was going home. I was going back to where I got on stage for the first time. Wow, that club was the first time. I got on stage for the first time with the Denver Comedy Works. And that night, I got the full aptitude of what? And I had to leave the house. I didn't live in the spot with Leo at the floor just to rant, you know, for 5 minutes, just because I was about to have a nervous fucking break. I was going home. This is the place where I started. Like, people don't understand. When you start in your home club, you're never going to get love there because they always remember you as you were. Yeah. So the people always have beefs with their home club.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like if you start Dallas and you're Dallas, I promise you progress, they won't hire you. They'll hire you as a feature. And then they always remember you that way. So it's kind of weird to climb up a chain and I was on my way up the chain at the Comedy Works.
Yeah.
I was doing guest spots, like 10-minute guest spots.
Yeah.
And there was this dude that worked there, Tim O'Shea. And me and him were tight. Like, we open mics together. Like, what are you doing Thursday night? I'm going to the Rusty now. I'll see you there. Me and Jeff Sargent, Jimmy Beta. You know, it was like 10 open mics. You come find you. Yeah. Him and I used to drive together to these gigs. And one night I'm at the Comedy Works. We did like an open mic, we're hanging out, and I'm walking up the stairs like it used to be a little deeper than that. She ran down, and she saw me, she was going to check Theo, you know, and jump on it. And when she jumped, I grabbed her ass, and she landed right there. I didn't grab her maliciously.
That's a natural grab.
That's like natural grab. Yeah, he saw it, and he went to her, trying to convince her to go to manager and say, I sexually harassed her. So like, man, you've been in this club for 20 years. No. And she never said nothing bad about me, Wendy. She just banned me between me and her. Yeah. And she was like, I can't have you here because the attorneys and stuff are going to get involved. It shattered me, but at the same time, it made me leave. The final straw that I have to leave campaign in my life, like, things that get better. Right. They just get worse every day. And they cut my legs out with Comedy Works. The other two clubs suck. Right. So I was done. So
because you gotta have something to prop you up.
They were C clubs. Yeah. The Korean clubs were C clubs. Yeah. And they were going to feature me too. And what are you going to do? You're going to get $250 a week for the rest of your life and stay in Denver and this stuff. So I made the move because of Wendy. When I bumped into her on one of those tours, the Dave Chappelle tours, you know, the summertime, she asked me if I was mad. I said, no. We made up. I told her she saved my life. I would be in prison if she wouldn't ban me. And I'm back to headliner. And it was just weird, 6 sold out shows. Wow. In my backyard where I first fucking started. Where'd you start?
I started first stage.
You got it.
Yeah, I think I started actually down in Louisiana, but only just briefly.
Is there a comedy scene?
There's nothing, right? There's a lot of people, a lot of guys down there. They're just haters, really. When you get out of there, a lot of angry dudes. And,
Okay, what's the closest city to you? Baton Rouge.
Yeah, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge used to have a funny bone.
That funny bone.
Did you work it?
Oh yeah, I worked there.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the girl was the manager.
When the guy, this guy named Tom, he was a DJ as well, and he was the manager. You could get over there, and it was like the first place I ever featured for. I featured for John Reed, and it was awesome.
How long did it take you to start featuring that?
Pretty quick, man. I was featuring at like 3 years in. I was featuring just because I had like out of the gate, I had a pretty good 15 minutes. You could stretch it at a bar. Drop some F-bombs, call somebody fat. Next thing you know, you're at 20 minutes, So, like, I was stretching it pretty good down there. And then, I don't even remember. And then after a while, just stuck with it. But I can really imagine that feeling of going home and feeling some appreciation. Because sometimes if you get out there, you're the crab that got out of the pot for some people,
Well, then that's the other side. The other side of that was that's also a place I went to prison.
Yeah.
That's also a place where my daughter was born. That's also a place where I have an ex-wife. It's just a lot of mixture all going. And then I get there, and I'm asking about the comics that I came up with. And one of them is around. They all got out of the business. They all did this. And that gave me a different feeling. It gave me like a little, I don't know, kind of feeling like guilty. The way that I stuck with it. Like I gave you that I stuck with it instead of quitting and coming out here. It was just a weird feeling.
What did you feel like? Oh, they're gonna look at me like I think I'm special because I'm still doing it. That's what I would think a little bit.
It was just weird that I stuck with comedy because this is it. I was going to go back to the house and go back to selling drugs. There was no other job. I was not equipped to have a day job anymore. There was no point where I just was not going to have a day job. I didn't want a fucking job. I didn't want a fucking day job.
Could you do comedy or fucking stabbing somebody, honestly?
No, it's just, I swear to God, I tried everything. I cooked, electrician, carpenter. I was a fucking bar back. I don't know how many bartending jobs I had. I don't know how many factory fucking jobs I had. I can't even imagine how many warehouse jobs I had pulling like fucking those things and stocking shelves. Yeah, I can't even tell you. If that's what I wanted to do, I would have stuck with it. I can't tell you how many driving jobs I had at a hardware store. I can't begin to fucking tell you guys
that it's your calling, man.
That this was it. No,
this chooses you after a certain point.
It just chooses you because you just, like, I had no other options. I was 20 years old. Oh man, a felony. I was gonna fucking hire me in the stock market. I would have paid more than fucking stock market. I was done. That was it. So I figured that worst case scenario, you could be a road comic and make 6 to 7, 800 hours a week. And then like Charles Bronson, one night a week, have a hotel, 3 nights a week, sleep in your car, and run out of camp. I'm dead serious about this. Yeah, this is how disheveled I was inside at that time with the world. I just wanted to drive in a car. That's it. I just wanted to be alone for a couple of years in a fucking car. And guess what? That's exactly what I did. I was in a car for 5 fucking years in a car. Some nights I slept in a car, some nights in a hotel, some nights in people's couches. And do I regret it all? Fuck no. Fuck no. It prepares you for the rejection. It makes this shit seem like nothing. Right. You know what I'm saying?
It makes you start to own, like, whatever. Like, no matter what you put me through or say to me, I've created enough shit in my own life that you don't even know about.
I got arrested at 6 o'clock. I saw them. The show started at 9, and I gave out at 5 to 9, and I got arrested at 11. I mean, I went through the fucking hell as a real comic. I was doing CW, Kendall work, David Trimmer work. You know, everybody who had one-liners, I did them. I took this Doug Stanhope format. Yeah. Took this small Trimmer. That's what Stanhope did. Stanhope wasn't busting his ass in New York, bringing 5 people to a fucking show. Yeah. Stanhope started in Vegas. He got even at the Improv as a feature act. And he was unstoppable after that. You know why? He got a Buick. He put a fucking stick in the back. I mean, I didn't invent this. I just mimicked somebody else. Yeah. I just mimicked somebody else. When I saw him in '96, I'd never seen anything like that. Wow. I met him in '91 as a feature act. And he came back to the Boulder Comedy Club. And I was the house MC. And now he was a headliner because he had done a spot in the evening at the Improv. It was different. He was a headliner now. Right. And then I didn't see him again. In '92, I didn't see him again. There were big rings. About this fucking kid that's ripping up the fucking room. I mean, there was almost chit-chat, right? And they kept saying, his name is Doug Stanhope. I'm like, I know that motherfucker. He slept at my house one night. Wow. It was so cool. I was the house MC at the Boulder Club. He was part of the Trimble. You know the Trimble? Yeah. He's a book at the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. So he used to book Tuesdays. Wednesdays you had off. That sucks for a comic. That's what you spend all your money you made on Tuesday. Yeah, that sucks for a comic. You only get for those nights. That time he was giving you $125 a night, and he paid you $50 up front and $75 in the check. So you picked up $50 cash. That's it. So how do you figure it out? If the headliner was cool, I had a condo, I'd love to stay there. There was a couple guys I let stay there that were just cool. They left in one, and Doug Stanhope was one of those guys. So, what was he like? Do you remember kind of what he was like? At that time, I knew he was funny. He was young. He reminded me he was young. He was a kid. Yeah. He was just a wise ass kid when I first saw him. That's how I was 29. Yeah, maybe 29, because this is 1991 is when I won the contest. 92 is when I met Doug Stanhope. 92. And then again, 93. And then I lost the job. And I never saw him again. Wow. And like I said, I had big rings of him. And then he won the San Francisco comedy competition. Dang. No, he was not working the punchlines. He wasn't working. Nobody was hiring that motherfucker. He popped out of nowhere. His act was so fucking blue. And he was killing it like triple. You know, when you get the paperwork with the triple, there's certain hotels that are limited. Red Lion Inns, you can't go to those fucking places. They have more hotels? No, if you do a promo, you talk. And it's a Red Lion Inn. They'll tell you that they'll tell you on your fucking paperwork. This is a long and watch your language. And people get offended. And then the next night they put you in a room that says, this is the acting room. Yeah. If you get something thrown at you, then I'll just stage immediately. Contact the management and go to the hospital. And you're like, what? What? Do not stop. Do not attack me. No. It's that be not. You know, but everybody, like I think there's no winter. You know, it's that volatile room. And then all volatile rooms. And then the fucking shows end and they turn it into a disco. And it's just white people because always 3 black guys that suck getting their dick sucked. And there's 2 rednecks that are furious at the black people. You know, I mean, it's fucking crazy. It's an adventure itself. You know, I went on a triple run for probably 8 months. That's all I lived on was triple runs. 2 weeks in the shop and stay on the road. No. Live off the federal land for fucking 2 days in your car. Going to the movies and sneaking into other movies and staying in there all day. Living off Subway sandwiches and veggie and cheese. That type of shit. What do you miss about that? What do I miss about that? I know it's kind of a general question, but yeah. Not knowing is one of the best places you can put yourself in your life. Not knowing because you got the walls of a child. You got the walls of a child. You want to be able to take a chance. You won't ever, you don't know. You won't know. You don't understand what that's like.
You get safer. A lot of time I feel like I get safer as I get older.
You know, when you come up to me and your bank account is 12.5 and you tell me that you're broke, and you're living, these people, you think they're cute. They got 13,000 in their bank account. They're like, I'm living day to day, bitch. Yeah, I'm talking about $50 is what I own. This car is what I own. Yeah, I wake up in the morning, I don't even know if this car's gonna make it to the next game. But guess what? I'm gonna try my hardest because I'm a fucking professional.
Yeah.
That is a distinctive level to put yourself in your life. And as a comic, if you're a real comic at one point in your life, when you fall in love with this art, one day leave and tell me what your thing is. I'm not doing this podcast no more. I'm gonna live off my fucking savings and live off $50 a fucking night. And you know what? I'm not gonna take a day job. I love you so much. I put away savings. My school loans paid. I don't need money. You know what that's like to just disappear and get in the fucking car with everything you want and give away your bag, the fucking TV, give away everything. That takes a devil to let me. When I got in that car in June of 1995, that was the best thing I ever did with my life. Like, I had been on the cold before, I had been alone before. That was a completely different feeling. I was living off what I loved for the first time in my life, man. Now what I had to do to pay the fucking shitty bills and student loans and to pay for fucking shit that I didn't fucking need, a fucking TV, a cable TV, you know what it is, don't disconnect yourself. The people that have conversations about TV and you don't even fucking know. But you want to tell you what the best thing is about Elite? You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck because you're out there getting on stage every fucking night. You don't give a fuck. You think I gave it? Bro, from 95 to 2002, I didn't watch fucking, I didn't even know what the fuck TV was. I didn't give a fuck about basketball. I didn't give a fuck about nothing. I gave a fuck about music. Yeah. Because that's all I could do was listening to the car. Keep it going. You know, there wasn't good sound audio yet. There was nothing. It was a cassette deck with 20 fucking cassettes. You'll never know what that's like to have no money in the bank.
My name is Anthony Bell. I grew up on this dairy farm in Taranaki, New Zealand, but I've actually spent most of my adult life living and working in Antarctica. The most common question I get asked is, what's it like to live down there?
I can that was right. The first question I had. Even before I even saw him, when I just heard we're gonna be asking a question to a man, Rabbi, oh, no, this is crowd.
actually see.
Really? I'm sure that's what she's thinking. How big is the cock?
Myself how to use a variety of cameras. Built some homemade equipment in my spare time. It can still function in the extreme cold.
I'm so fucked. Canoe. Canoe. Where the baby? Could be right there. Being baby.
It's taken me more than 10 years to make this film. I've worn out thousands of dollars worth of camera gear. And spent countless hours standing in the freezing cold.
Lucky's a
To
baby.
capture the true feeling.
Lucky's a
Vast,
baby.
one place.
So shy.
There really are only 2 seasons in Antarctica. A busy summer when most of its science happens. The wild, lonely winter that few people will ever experience. To understand this properly, you really need to spend one full year down here on the ice.
I think that most people think that we're all scientists. There are real people down here. It's not just the people who see on the National Geographic channels. It's not people who can afford a $10,000 university. It's people who are just like me, who are average citizens who are working and doing a job.
That's such a breath. It's like a sledgehammer in the face.
It's okay. You're here now. I was actually here. I was in Antarctica, at the bottom of the planet, and my second thought was, oh crap, what have I just done? Why am I here? I saw there was and wanted to get right in there, snowboard diving, which that's awesome. And been thinking, oh, we're going to Antarctica, and then when you get here, it's like, oh yeah, I've got to work, and you don't get that into your head the first time. You're so excited about coming down that you forget that you're coming down there for a reason. They hurried us off the plane so we couldn't take a look around, and pretty much we were just here, and the next thing we knew, we were in town. So the first thing we really saw of Antarctica was McMurdo, and that's always kind of disappointing sometimes. It's a pretty small town community, people pull together and get things done. There's a lot of good stuff for what little we have. See a lot of different personalities come down here. The ones that seem to do most of it are diehards and more grounded.
The station sits beside the sea on Ross Island. It's dwarfed by Mount Erebus, the southernmost active volcano in the world. 3 kilometres away, on the other side of the peninsula, is the small New Zealand outpost, Scott Base. Scott Base is a lot more typical in size of the other bases dotted around Antarctica. Its proximity to McMurdo is unusual. There are only 30 permanently made bases on the entire continent, with most of these at least including people living in them in the winter.
At Scott Base, you have to live and work in one building. Our accommodation is a very small room. It's like a cell, if you like, or cabin. A lot of things here can get you pretty quickly, especially in winter. And you cannot change them. You cannot argue much about them either, because this person will be in front of your eyes, the next moment. So to be tolerant is very important.
When people ask me why I wanted to come back to Antarctica, what's the best thing about coming back? This is the second time I've arrived in Antarctica. For me, it's those white mountains. Those white mountains, and you look across and you know, just because humanity had trouble getting here in the first place, we're relatively new arrivals. We have not had the opportunity to mess it up very much yet. We have nations getting along better in Antarctica than I think they're doing anywhere else in the world. It's worth something to hear this way if we can do whatever we can to keep the cooperations and just the pure pursuit of things that make us better as humans. That's happening right now on this continent. It's special.
Alright, folks. I like the dry fellas. I like the black and white. And the beacon together as well. I mean, it's spectacular.
I grew up, I'm one of the lucky ones to work under and you've had to get and ask me to get out and it's good. Some of it around here are vast emptiness. It's amazing continent. These research and you feel they need your communication support. So I spend a lot of time setting up radio equipment in remote locations. I first came down here in 1998. I was struck by how pure and untouched it was. There's still places here where no human has ever set foot. There's still places in the world you can go to experience absolute silence. When you're out here and there's no wind, your ears are just straining to hear something, anything. Just don't realize how much noise pollution there is in the daily life back in the real world. One very important thing when you're working in the hip field is to make sure you need to use your pee bottle with your water bottle. Some of the bitterness, ice cream roll that's growing from this steam coming out of one of the cracks here. Most days, I can't believe I get caught in this place. But there are days when I think they just can't pay me enough. This is an awful place. You should be made right about there. GPSs. Summer. Time is just after 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock midnight though. Christmas dinner. Making food for lots of people. It's a big day.
It's pretty holiday chicken.
Well, I think for a lot of young folks that come down, it's a real good experience for them. It's probably not a career for most people, but for some, it is. I mean, I think I found it and kind of fell in love with it, you know.
I have been coming to Antarctica for about 13 years now, and when I came down the first time, I thought, yeah, this would be great to do once, you know, just come to Antarctica, and then I can say, wow, I went to Antarctica, and then I signed on for a contract the following year, and then I don't know what happened. I'm still here.
There's a saying in like the middle of Antarctica. The odds are good, but the goods are odd. Christine and I met down here, and I proposed to her in the winter of 2003. 6 weeks later, we had an impromptu wedding down here on the ice. The flowers were all handmade with folded paper. Christine's friend Lori made up the dress from donated fabric, and the plumbers cut some rings made of grass. I borrowed the only dinner jacket on base from Eric, the station manager, and then acted as our celebrant.
On this night here on Ross Island, Christine, Reed Gamble, Anthony, Randall Powell celebrated their love and commitment to each other Tonight, they will join as husband and wife in heart, body, and soul.
Hi, Dad. That's fine. Go ahead.
I've wanted over here 9 times now, and Christine's wanted 8 times. Living on the ice is just something that's become so ingrained in both of us. The TV version of Indians doesn't prepare you for the reality of seeing an actual penguin colony. Thousands of frozen penguin boxes litter the ground. In summer, sewer stench from 100,000 penguins can be pretty unbearable.
Like this place for a lot of reasons. Part of it feels like living in a living in Neverland. There's a lot of people who have met regular people back in the United States my age. They have gone on a very different path in their lives. Sometimes one of the things I like best is being able to live a life with people who are willing to take a slightly different path. And so, for the first time in my life, I'm part of the majority because a lot of these people, and I've never been part of the majority.
This is far south as it is possible for bringing in the room. The arrival of the starship marks the last gasp of summer here. Once the ship has been offloaded, it's immediately reloaded, rubbish, recycling, waste, science-related cargo last year. Nothing was left behind. The sun starts to move the horizon. And those of us who wouldn't know it begin to see each other out. Most people are thinking about getting home. In the last plane leaves, that's it. We're stuck here for the next 6 months. That way out.
I'm almost thinking of I should get on that.
Once it's gone, and the last sound of it's disappeared, it's like the whole town begins to keep sad. Okay, here we are. You know, you look around at the people and say, okay, you're my friends, you're my family for the next 6 months.
My first season was as a winner, and I do recall watching that last plane thing, thinking, boy, I hope this is what I want to do.
All stations stand by for severe weather condition announcement. Inclement weather is set. Severe weather conditions 2 for the following location. Inclement station, T-site, arrival height. Road to Scott Bay. Pegasus field and road to Pegasus field. All other locations remain condition 3. If there are any questions, please contact Roberto Weather at 625-325.
Some people take the winters here very well, and there's others who come down that just don't do well with it. You know, there's not enough going on for them, there's not enough social life for them. It's actually, I think, a pretty definite line between winter people and non-winter people. I mean, it's usually very obvious.
One of my main jobs during the winter is to maintain communications with the outside world. This means regular trips out across the ice sheet to a satellite station on Lake Island. During the summer, it's only a 10-minute helicopter flight away. But during the winter, it means getting in a vehicle like a piston bully and driving there. Conditions are good. It's about a 6-hour drive, but in recent years, the ice sheet has been having a lot of trouble with surface melt. So sometimes we literally crawling in and out of holes taller than the vehicles and trying to find a way to get there. Now what? Island is one of the windiest places on the planet. So windy and in winds, you never reach it. Just get blown away.
Look at this moo. Look at the moo. Who's the boo? The boo boo. I love that little baby doggy. He's such a good boy. Really? Yeah. He's my baby. What's he doing right now? Let's see. Come up with baby. Really? He's like sleeping. Oh, he's just ready to eat. Eat, let's eat. He's going to sleep. Eat the cuddle.
All the snow you can see in the corner of the road here basically moved its way in through the tiny gaps in the window sills. Wind speeds got up to 232 miles an hour, so this built up in just a matter of a few hours. And there's a complete lounge suite in the corner over there. This fireplace is normally used for keeping the room warm. It's a magical brief couple of weeks. The sun is rising and setting like normal days. You can actually leave the curtains open on your window at night. You're woken up by the sunrise in the morning.
came up, and there was just moments that was so cold, like I could really actually feel the danger in it and feel this crazy like mind thing that happened. It was like it was hard to focus on anything except just getting out of the conditions we were in and trying to just be warm again. It was really hard to still focus on gathering all of the gear and trying to do what needed to be done, rather than just run for whatever vehicle. Or, it was amazing. Your instinct just snaps.
First time where I was just ridiculously cold was actually with you just a few days ago, taking a shift photo up on the hill. The wind was whipping through that place. It was maybe 80s wind chill. And I'm looking over at Chris Kavanaugh, and tears were streaming down his face. He didn't even know it because it was so cold. And it surprised me is when he looked at me the second time, his tears had frozen to his face. So that made an impression on me. Maybe it's time to get inside.
We're about 30 k's away from the nearest seawater here, and it's not quite common to find guys like this. Mummified seal that's lost its way in one liver, and it's amazingly common occurrence.
It's heartbreaking when you see animals in the streets like this, because we're not allowed to interfere. We just have to let nature take its course.
It can be really hard just being away from home and hearing stories. My sister just had a baby boy a week ago, and that day was really bittersweet. It was really cool, and I wanted nothing more than to get the hell out of here just for a day, go home and enjoy that moment with my family, because they were all together, and then I was down here, shooting emails out all day and then on the phone a couple of times, and that was really, really hard. So for me, what sucks is definitely missing family, but more importantly, missing these big moments within my family's lives back home.
Well, I mean, first of all, I had my concerns, and this is what I do always in my life, that if I'm ever feeling low, I have things around just in case. One of the things is I brought a lot of photos of my family, so I have them taped to my fridge. And then I just know there's always people on my side, even if it seems like the walls are closing in down here. Just like any other day, and the phone rang. It was my grandmother. And immediately my heart sunk because I knew there was something wrong. And she told me that my father had passed away. And it was quite a shock. I never expected that. It was really difficult. I mean, when you lose a parent, it's a big thing. And to not be able to be with your family during that time and not be able to go to the funeral, it leaves things unfinished. I wanted to be there for my family. I needed to be there, and I couldn't.
it's probably the most isolated place on the planet, and that's really hard to adjust to. I can see people who one winter would be enough for them. It's really hard for a lot of people.
I thought there was this curve where I just really started missing the sushi eating, going to the and just left the life, and then it became like so much that I just really missed it a lot, and then it just dropped off. And I don't know if it's like a post-traumatic stress disorder response, or I can just like, I want to think about what I missed, or I'll get really stressed or what it is. But there's not a lot that I miss. I've been thinking about avocados lately. An avocado with leaves.
You may want to have a toasted avocado, and then you don't need sugar bar. As simple as black tea with fish oil, or perhaps even vegetable. That's it. Cauliflower. It's like a fresh cauliflower.
In the winter of 2008, I started a 48-hour intact film visit. And finding all the bases on competent to participate. One of the greatest pleasures of watching these films each year is just getting to see the other bases look like. Who else is out there moving over on the ice?
Great to hear your voice. Yes. How are you? I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's good. Yeah. Just having my breakfast, coffee. How you doing?
Another hour. Are we ever going to see the sun again?
One day. I guess you start to get used to living in the world without light. The days get short and the nights get long. Until the nights get real long. Towards the end of the month, there's no more sun. And, that's all she wrote.
Nice feeling the coming darkness for so many months. And I thought, is that going to get to me? Is that going to make me, well, how will that affect me? I was really scared of that and how that might just change me. I would correspond with the drivers when I was off the ice, and you could just see it in my emails. They would change, and I'm like, wow, is that going to change me? I don't know. As it is, the light changes in the sky, but it still seems to me that the sun's just around the corner. And I think that's had a great effect on me because it just reminds me that no, it's not just dark.
National station, stand by for severe weather condition announcement. Declare weather is set. Severe weather condition 1 for the following location.
Check this out. This is the entryway to our dorm. Because we have when you watch television here and you see everything going wrong in the world, that's it's like, thank goodness I'm here. But then you also watch shows where you see extreme palm trees and people laughing and bucolic scenes, and you're not there. You feel it's dark.
I was on space, and suddenly off of observation hill comes rolling these just waves of green, like fairy dust, like a giant curtain of fairy dust just kind of undulating over me that filled the whole sky, just moved in waves across. And I thought, this is either what it looks like if aliens are about to abduct you, because it looks just like that green stuff coming down and almost like feel like you can reach up and touch it. Or if you're a person who believes in heaven, maybe this is what you see when you go to heaven, I'm not sure. But it was really an emotional, life-changing experience for me. I mean, I really found myself not realizing I was in it. When I figured out where my body position was, I was actually on my knees. And I was crying. Like, that's how beautiful it was.
So I'm Jude. Right now, it's View of the Day.
I grew up in a very rural area, so I could see the stars very well in rural Minnesota. And I've been to the mountains in Colorado, and I thought, wow, the sky is beautiful. But I didn't know a star could flash like fluorescent pink, fluorescent green, fluorescent blue, white, like just in that rotation, just look one star. Like it looks like a strobe light to me, and not just one. There's a lot of them that look like a strobe light up there, and you would never know. You'd never know what the sky looks like. It's wonderful. I loved the 24 hours of darkness. Maybe on full moon nights and other nights I would see the mountains, but sometimes I'd forget the mountains were even there. And so my entire world is just little spaces and walking around. It really does change the perception.
Towards the end of summer, the thing I was most looking forward to was seeing darkness again. Like I just wanted to see some time. Now that it's nighttime, I don't really miss the day that much right now.
Dinner's here in Chia. Of course, our son's sitting there at the midwinter as we know that somewhere else is far away. So, I like to charge your glasses into friendships and long-lasting friendships.
It's very cool that there is a unique holiday in Antarctica that people from all over the world celebrate, and we send greetings to each other and goodwill to each other and remember the history that brought us here in the first place and the goals of what we're up to here in the first place. It's wonderful. I really liked the midwinter time.
And then it struck me the absurdity of the conversation because really back then, it's the middle of winter. She's asked me if it's cold outside. And secondly, it was 40 below. I haven't seen the sun for months, and I thought it was a nice day. So it's fascinating the way our perceptions of what we consider normal have shifted.
906 Firehouse. Hey, just checking on the progress. Is Scott-based road open today? In this office type setting under fluorescence, the 6-day work week. I think that ended up being much more of a challenge because I wasn't outside doing anything. Firehouse, Genevieve. Sure, Lindsay. Trying to break out of that rut of just waking, going to work, eating, sleeping, doing it all over again. Firehouse, Genevieve.
A lot of people work the same thing every day and they're not used to repetitive motions in their action. It can be kind of tiring just to do the same thing every day. You have to throw some spice into it.
Francis, your chef at McLauder, we exchange your he brought his made, and I gave him a bottle, this mixed wine bottle, and he said it's a very good drink. Well, tell me, what do you think?
But the winter season sets up and offers more of an introspective outlook where you can take the time to read, work on a craft. There's sometimes you can have fun with people too, but I think it really helps if you can spend that time alone. There's no substitute for just having a good dip in your hand.
Did you wear? Now, it's a very small thing. Yeah.
I admit, it keeps away the feeling of stir craziness in the winter, but I just feel like I might like to turn my hair and run outside screaming.
Towards the end of winter, the extreme cold, the fatigue, constant lack of sunlight, or any new stimulus creates a condition called the T3 syndrome.
Attention station, stand by for severe weather condition announcement. NFS 6 condition 1 4.
It's open every day at 11:30. And almost every day, the person comes in and buys something at like 11:35 or 11:40. We have the same conversation. I don't even have to ask him what he wants anymore. I usually give him a pack of cigarettes. And the other day, at about the same time, he comes in and he goes, "Wow, I didn't know you guys open at this time. You always open at this time." It's like, oh, so you come in every single day. You buy the same thing every single day. And he's just like, "Oh, I'm working at this time." And he just kind of wandered off. A couple days ago, Tally called and said, "Oh, Tally, I'm so glad you called. I was thinking about you. I was just about to page you." She said, did meet you. So I completely forgot my major, and that seems to happen more times than not.
There was a time where I was, had to go outside, and she tossed down a pair of boots. I go ahead and put them on, and I'm walking around, and just they feel really weird. I don't know why. I get to the door of the bay where I'm leaving, and I look down, and they're on the wrong feet. So I walk back, I pull them off, I take the right boot off and set it down. Take the left boot off, set it down, pick up the first one, and put it on the same foot I just had it on, and put on it. So I basically taken them off and put them back on their own feet, and walked outside again.
I've been coming down here since '99, so it's kind of tough to say, but we pretty much it's gone. My memory is gone.
I remember trying to call my dad. Same phone number I grew up with. I couldn't remember.
I caught myself trying to, and it took me over 10 seconds to remember if S came before or after T in the alphabet. And that was like a sign I needed to get up on my desk and get a grip.
I'm starting to say it a lot more than I ever used to, and it's not something I mean to do. It's just something that I used to fill the time where I never did that before. Before I came down here, I would say, but I would never say,
Yeah, just like teaching moments. Sorry, what was your question?
If there's any way to bottle or bring in just the smell of summer, the scent of flowers and of rain and of green grass and rivers,
The smell of crops and corn, and just the smell of dirt. There's no smell of dirt here, it's all volcanic.
Miss the rain, trees, water, family, and nephews. You do miss out on them. You do make some sacrifices for them.
I probably would never repeat being child. The problem is you never know who you'll end up with.
You're almost going to feel like you're stuck in a really small town and there's nothing else out there. Until the sun starts coming out and then you realize where you are again. It's a great feeling of anticipation. Twilight begins to creep thick into the sky in August. It's a bit like being a child again, waiting for Christmas. August is also the coldest time of the year. Nacreous curds will start to form a lot more. Although this is part of the process, it's destroying the ozone layer. When the sun finally does hit them, you can look through it like the entire sky is on fire.
is always still the most amazing experience. I wait for it. I wait for it to come back. And then there'll be that moment where I'll see it, and I never know when that moment's going to be. But when it happens, it's like I just have to stop wherever I am, stop in my tracks, and I just look at it. I just want it to fill the inside of my head. Just let that sun come right through my eyes. Yeah, it's the life-giving thing. It's boiling water, 40 below zero outside. This is what happens when you go boiling hot water, 40 below zero air. Here we go.
The population on base suddenly doubles at Mumbai. For those of us who have winded over, the arrival of a whole new crowd of faces can be a bit bewildering.
It's kind of crazy. I think people either are energized by it or just the opposite. They have energy drawn from them. And I tend to be one of those people who have energy drawn from me. I'm not a big fan of when all the folks come in.
6 months you've seen all the same people every day. There hasn't been anyone new. All of a sudden you've got all these people coming through. Kind of this feeling of glee and happiness mixed with revulsion. Like, oh, it's great. I've even seen winter overs kind of hide, behind corners and kind of look out. We've had a close community over the winter, and there's been, no germs. No one gets sick, but new people come in, new germs.
They all have all this energy, and they're orange. The boys are the orange people because they're tan. You don't really realize how pale we all are from lack of sunshine.
Just walking through the galley, I felt like I was moving at this little pace, and everyone else was, rushing around me.
I was surprised at how much we all I remember being back from the front and coming straight to dinner. And I got my tray with the plate, and I looked up and I saw a lot. I was so livid that I had to wait in line. These new people, they weren't with the program yet, they didn't know what they were doing, the whole team was messed up. I was so livid, I felt like I could have stabbed somebody with a fork. And I didn't understand it, and why am I so angry? Sitting in my room for about 5 minutes contemplating on why I was so angry.
And then I get knocks on my door, and it's the rest of the firehouse. Can we agree with you? Yeah. So we sat down for half an hour, we ate our meals, watching TV, and didn't say a word to each other, and it was beautiful. The first few days, or maybe the first week, is kind of that culture shock. You know, the dynamics change, the noise level rises. But after that, the new people that come here, they have so much energy, and I find that it brings me up, and I actually get more excited about putting stuff down and moving around, and kind of wake me up.
I would love to be able to show the people who I love the most what it looks like down here, what the sky looks like down here. Because they're never going to see it.
It's funny. Right before winter started, we tell these stories about T3 and pale. It's just emotional sometimes. These people would never look at us like we're freaks. Like, why would you ever put yourself through something like that? And then at the end, we look at each other and say, winter's the best. It's the greatest. I try and explain the experience, the Antarctic experience to people back home. And they love hearing about it, hearing our stories and what it's like. But you know that they just will never get it. They'll never fully comprehend what it's like.
So if you would spend another day down there, today to bring it.
Not bring as much stuff.
That's some of the best lot of that is because of the fact that those of us come here always have a kind of a spirit of adventure, and that's something that kind of binds us together.
These might be the gold years in Antarctica. Right now, what is being done is science. Right now, there's a treaty that says you get to be here to cooperate, look for peace, and look for knowledge for mankind. And I just can't think of another place where that's really going on. So I feel really privileged to be a citizen of Antarctica. I really, really do. And someday, somebody's going to find a way to get oil commercially. And someday, the treaty's going to end. And someday, I don't know that we'll always be able to play as nice as we can right now. You come down here with a sense of adventure, but then it gets its hooks into you, and you realize how magic and fragile it all is. And if we're not careful, if we're not conscientious, it could all get ruined.
Imagine you live in a house, and this is just one room in your house. The cold room there nobody lives, but it's still a room in your house. And as such, you have to care about this room, and you have to know about what's going on there. There is a good expression in English language, peace of mind. I really like it. Peace of mind is a very nice thing to have.
The friends you make and the memories that you take from here last a lifetime. I've met guys who were down here 50 years ago who'd like nothing more in the world than the chance to come back again. Just one more time.
I can't really call this place home, but at the same time, there's a familiarity that just builds up. Definitely long for it when I'm away.
Luckily, it's a bit with my time here. It's not going to be on my terms. It change, or I might not pass the physical, or there might not be a job. No one gets to stay here indefinitely. And then the time comes when it's your turn to leave. And you never really do know for sure if you can be back again.
One of the things I recall process of reacting to society was Monday morning. It's probably 8:30 in the morning, and I am stuck in traffic. I remember looking at all the cars around me. Everybody's just they're in their own little, they're on the grind, a little, and I can't help but look at everybody else and think they're cattle. It's just one big herd moving from point A to point B. And I just, at that point, I wanted to be back on the ice again. It's not until you get off the ice that you realize the absence of smell that we have there, the absence of odors. So yeah, that you go to the mechanical barriers from olfactory overload.
I'm going to go to the New World supermarket, and I'm going to stand in the produce section and just smell the air for about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to buy the following things: some really good chewy crusty bread, a hunk of really good blue cheese, avocado, and some red grapes with no seeds. And that's what I'm going to do for like 3 meals.
There comes a point in the winter when at least us, the guys, us in the firehouse, we stop talking about women and we just start talking about food because it's a much more realistic prospect. So I've narrowed it down. I'm going to have steak and lobster. I'm going to splurge.
French vegetables with flavor.
A bean burrito from Taco Bell. That with avocado, cauliflower.
That bowl of cornflakes with real milk and sliced bananas.
Eggs Benedict at the Boulevard in New Zealand.
Anything in Christchurch is always good. It's anything non-institutional.
When I get back to New Zealand, the first thing I long to do, well, first thing is go through the botanic gardens and just touch the grass and smell the flowers. And I try to get to the ocean. See that motion, I guess. Exactly, that's what's so funny. And I'm a mountain girl, so it's never been a draw before. But
Walk barefoot in grass.
I'm going to fly straight home to Washington State. I'm going to fly fish my brains out for about 3 weeks. More for salmon and steelhead. When I puke, I think that's when I'll stop.
I really like going to sleep in my own bed. I really like, rain, just hearing the rain and things, feeling it again. Wonderful.
I hope it rains at least one day. More person just let me wander around in the rain. I love that. I hope I want some rain.
But this is
Ever this one sleep for a few days. Check it out.
Skip that question.
In the great Canadian North, at Nunavut, Resolute Bay is slowly awakening after a long cold night. This Inuit village was the legendary base camp for the conquest of the North Pole, just as it will be for our expedition. The dream of a lifetime is coming true. Here I am with a fully prepared team. Our goal, to explore the hidden site of the glacial Arctic Ocean. We load up in an hour at 4 p.m., and that's it. Don't forget anything. Then we're on our way. 176, that's a lot. I'm Gilan, the one who started this crazy project.
I can take a little.
That's Manu, the only woman on the team. That's Alban, with the red cross on his cap, always cheerful. As for Sam, he's sort of our genius handyman. The other four, Clément, Benoit, Pascal, and Vincent, are all experts. Mountain climber, photographer, emergency medic, cameraman, and last of all, Kayak, our bear detective. You can't tell who's who because we're all dressed the same. For Manu and me, this flight towards the pole is the accomplishment of 2 years' work. In this no man's land, the pilots eventually find a safe landing site. Then we are dropped off on the frozen ocean at 40 nautical miles, roughly 70 kilometers from the geographic North Pole. Valentine is our logistics expert. She's heading for Resolute Bay to take charge of base camp. She'll be in touch with us daily through the satellite phones. The DC-3 leaving without us. How I've dreamt of this.
Not one familiar mark to guide us. Ahead of us, due south, 800 kilometers of ice field to cross before reaching land. Our main objective, to do about 50 dives between the pole and the Canadian coast.
But I suggest that we take it easy. Don't rush. Take all the time you need to get ready. We have to be careful and watch out for frostbite. Rule number 1, as soon as some part of your body feels extremely cold, you say so. Hands, eyebrows, cheeks, whatever. So do whatever's left to be done, and when we're all ready, we start off. Okay, Cab, let's go. He traveled with us all the way from France. Taking our young husky along was no easy matter.
This apparently motionless ocean is an immense ice field that drifts according to winds and sea currents above a depth of 4,000 meters. The first kilometer confirms that all the training in the world will never give you the feel of the real terrain.
From now on, the sun will stop setting. My hands feel terribly cold, and I know this isn't always going to be easy. But it's my responsibility to bring everyone back safe and sound. It's cold. I feel something. Yeah. But you still have to be super careful. How is it? Well, it hurts. Well, that's a good sign. But it's still numb, and I've been at it for 5 minutes already. Give it a good rub with your hands.
Well, yeah, I tried that. It worked pretty well.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Now we have to get our bearings.
See, it just takes a little while.
Well, it served as a good warning. So, it's cold. We're complaining about the cold. In a month and a half, when it gets hot, we'll be all wet. We'll complain about the heat. Let's just concentrate on getting some sleep now.
When we woke up this morning, we all felt groggy, as if we'd been anesthetized by the cold. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius last night inside the tent, but no one really wants to make a big deal of it. We're getting into a daily routine. The University of Alberta asked us to take some measurements. The only way to evaluate the thickness of the field, which the satellites are unable to detect, is to measure it on the spot.
It's March 29th. This morning, it's precisely minus 39 degrees centigrade. So Manu and Albon, get ready. I'm happy to give them the privilege of the first dive under the pool. Fluid flows are set at minimum. I tightened them. They're at minimum and they stay that way. If you open it, it's because you need more air. Are they good and tight? As tight as possible for a minimum amount of air to avoid any frost. Good, because the joint is going to be very cold. Now, I figured out why it took so much effort. It's because they're frozen. Go ahead. Go on.
I can't breathe. You've got to warm it up with the heat gun or it's impossible.
Well, I can't say it's too comfortable.
Let's try it again.
Go for it.
1, 2, 3.
The feet feel okay. All right, I feel great.
The spit freezes right away.
You okay, Manu? I unfroze it a little while ago. No problem.
Making my way into this formidable world is a bit frightening. The water is so clear it makes me dizzy. It feels like I'm floating weightless in space. The lifeline is all that connects me to the surface. I've never held on to it as tight as at this instant. Above, they have no idea of what I'm going through. In this mineral world, we never expected to come across any traces of life so soon, barely out of the polar night. Perhaps the first rays of the sun awakened this school of krill. The ice is bright, the cold biting, the shards are razor sharp. Despite the frost in the mask, I can see blocks of ice crystals appearing. A shrimp trapped inside one seems to be waiting for a ray of sun to release it from its icy abode.
Oh, yes, there are enormous crystals. Colors are extraordinary. Blue, turquoise, white, it's stunning. The visibility and clarity of the water is amazing. We really get an eyeful. So many wonderful things to see that we'll have to come back tomorrow. We always dive 2 or 3 people at a time, just as we do in cave diving, and we double up on vital equipment, regulators, tanks. The teams take turns at each site. Sam has gone to measure the temperature of underwater ice. Seawater in the Arctic generally freezes at about minus 1.8 degrees centigrade, depending on its salt concentration. The temperature of the ice on the surface is much colder, closer to air temperature. Minus 1.6 degrees is water temperature, and minus 1.7 is ice temperature. I'm giving you my jacket. My gel off, my tights. It's okay, I feel good.
I'm okay.
We continue our way south through the whiteness of the day. Compared to regular expeditions, we carry a lot of weight. Tanks, compressors, a generator, fuel, a heat gun to warm up the diving equipment. All the essential technology reduced to an absolute minimum.
We had planned to cover an average of 12 to 15 kilometers a day. Because of the wind, it's drifting at a rate of 0.3, 0.4 kilometers an hour. We're advancing at an average speed of 1 kilometer per hour. We've gone 6.5 kilometers in 6.5 hours. After all that effort. Let's not spend too much time on this damn ice pack. You still have to keep pulling the sleds. Oh my God, wow! That big chunk just turned over. It turned over? Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't know that could happen. If you'd been on it just then.
Bad luck.
Okay, let's go. The first leads appear. To negotiate these channels is exhausting. We rapidly understand it will take an immense team effort to overcome these obstacles and continue on, but no one complains.
Dinner! The simplest gestures accomplished in a temperate zone take considerably more time here. It takes an hour to melt enough snow for our cooking and water consumption.
That's why I always carry energy bars. We're going from minus 35 degrees to minus 20 degrees. It'll cost us. We lost 13 millibars yesterday, and since then we went from 1,038 millibars to 1,002.
Which means if it's less than minus 30 degrees tomorrow, our clothes will be freezing. And it'll be chaos on the ice field.
We're ready for it.
Just a mess.
We lose too much time morning and evening, especially in the morning. This morning we left 1 hour and 15 minutes too late. There are always 2 to 4 people who slip out of the tents after the others, and it makes us late. Our timing is completely off, so no lounging around in the morning. I'm just like you. I don't feel like getting out of my sleeping bag either. I'd like to stay in another 15 minutes or so, too. So, whatever it takes, departure time is 9 a.m.
We'll try to be ready by 9.
We all have to be ready by 9, and that's that. We have to stop losing so much time. We keep losing time, and that's a problem. We just cannot afford to. Could you explain what you're doing with that little bottle?
First, I pee into it. Then I check to make sure it's closed tight. I tip the bottle and make absolutely sure. Then I put it against my feet.
I don't believe it. You keep it on you like that?
Sure. When I feel a cold, it's like a hot water bottle. It warms me up.
We've lost Michelle's. Good night, then. Despite a heavy lateral wind, we still maintain our course southward. 10 years ago, there used to be multi-year ice here that was several meters thick. Today, there's only young ice that's never more than 1.5 meters thick, which is easily deformed by the winds and ocean currents. The old ice has almost entirely disappeared, a sign that the ocean will soon be completely free of ice in the summer. Sometimes I feel a little lonely. I haven't told them, but we lost 5 kilometers yesterday because of the drift.
We've got to get over the ridge and onto some good pack ice. We won't make it before 7. It's better to go back 200 meters and knock off at 6:30.
Or we knock off at 7 and get up at 10. We can sleep an extra hour. It's up to us to get organized and keep moving.
If we didn't have to cross this thing, I wouldn't mind, but it's going to be very difficult, and I think this is a really bad time to do it.
He's right. I don't feel good about it. This way is slowing us down even more. We can't go around the lead. It'll take us too far east. We'll have to go across.
I think we should use the rafts. Don't have much choice.
Yeah. We'll slide them in there, from where it's easier to step in. Then we cross where there's the least ice in the water.
It shouldn't tip forward too much.
No, we'll keep it centered.
Good. It's well balanced like that. Perfect.
Let go, let go. I could use a paddle.
But you have to have sailing skills if you go to the pool.
Hope there's no submarine about the surface.
Bring another raft to help them out.
1, 2, 3.
Easy, easy. What I didn't know was that at that very moment at base camp in Resolute Bay, Valentine was consulting maps and satellite images and starting to worry about our slow progress. Then she discussed it with Wayne Davidson, a prominent polar meteorologist who has lived here for 30 years.
They're too loaded down to make it to the coast. The ice conditions are the worst I've ever seen. With what they're hauling, they should have left much earlier. The ice conditions would be bad for anybody, no matter how light they traveled. Yeah, everything is changing. The temperature will be more comfortable for them, but ice conditions will get worse. The ice is going to start moving more and more, and it will be difficult for them to get very far.
What do you see from up there?
It's a mess. Chaos everywhere. There are several compression crests that look like super diving sites. Right, Sam?
We have to go down and see if the ice isn't too thick to drill a hole.
Exactly. It will take us 4 hours to travel 1 kilometer to the good ice where we camped tonight. It's a little bit chilly, I'd say. But how about my back?
Luckily, we're in good spirits. It's funny, but the brush turns out to be the best polar tool there is. The beauty of a gesture repeated over and over. Morning and night, it can take as much as 2 hours to brush off the icicles formed from our breathing in sweat, as well as the frost in the tents and sleeping bags.
Hi, Valentine, it's Keelan. So we're at 88-19-47 and 48-32-06.
Okay, you've drifted pretty far south.
We walked too, 5.63 kilometers southward. It was quite cold, beautiful, but cold. This morning it was minus 40. It's chaos on the ice field. We're making very slow progress.
Tomorrow, there's a violent blizzard heading your way at an incredible speed. In the afternoon, you can expect winds at 20 to 30 knots. So Wayne suggests you get settled on good pack ice and build walls of snow and ice to protect yourselves. It's going to be extremely violent.
Valentine wasn't kidding. Violent is definitely the word. Rather than keeping warm under the covers, Alban, Sam, Manu, and I get up the nerve and give it a try anyway. It's opening up. And closing too. It's starting to close up. One thing for sure, we can't go too far. Could you get through from where you are?
You okay?
Yeah, but it sure is thick. Whereas the first site was predominantly flat and angular with sharp crystals, here it's like the shock of the titans. The packs and crests seem to tumble over each other as in a ballet of petrified giants. The underwater relief is 8 times what's visible on the surface.
Like frozen cumulonimbus clouds. The word exploring takes on a new meaning for us.
In the Middle Ages, sailors feared the sea more than anything. A sea of darkness, where they risked reaching the edge and falling over.
Here we have clearly fallen into another world, as demonstrated by this giant salt concretion, a new sort of icicle.
We decide to explore even further and penetrate into the heart of the labyrinth. A maze of hollows, one narrower than the other. We stay alert for the slightest shift of the ice packs, listening for the smallest creak. Are those my heartbeats that I'm hearing?
We continue down to 40 meters, like Arctic manta rays sliding through an abyssal void.
Let us see your face. Do it some more. Is it better, Gila? Not too close. Better. It's just like it came out of a swimming pool. That's what happened to me yesterday. Am I very white? A little, but the color's coming back. You really have to rush out of that water. And when you come out into a blizzard that's whipping in your face, yeah, you have to go fast. There, it's getting back to normal. That's all.
We shouldn't be faced with this type of terrain so soon. It isn't really water or really ice. It's too dangerous to venture out on.
Get through.
But all 7 of us won't make it.
No, the idea is that I take a rope and pull you over. I'll trace a way through and you float across. It's ideal. Or go alongside it. That's going too far out of our way. It's much shorter to go this way. Okay, so somebody puts on a wetsuit, breaks through, the others follow with the rafts. The wetsuit will do the trick. The problem is that it's frozen when we get into it. Okay? Yep. I go in this direction? Yes. That wall has to cover 300 meters this way. It's not every day you see a human icebreaker. I should have tied it better. Careful not to lose the rope. Right arm. Don't drop the rope. It's gonna kill him. Meanwhile, get the sleds ready because we're following right behind it. And sometimes, if I insist we push through like this, it's because all this has been slowing us down, along with that damn truth that's working against us. Hi, everybody. Good morning. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Sleep well? Yeah. So did I. Thanks for asking.
By now, we've all adjusted to camp life. We each fill out our daily physiological chart for the study on sleep patterns and physical exertion under extreme conditions.
It's time for your pill.
Another study consists of swallowing a nanotechnological capsule which records our body temperature even during the dives. Okay. Is it rising?
Yeah, 34 degrees.
Is there a microchip in it?
That's right. Check this at the end of the dive to make sure it's working.
Okay.
While Sam once again tends to a defective compressor, others get busy recharging batteries, filling tanks, and opening a window onto the ocean. Sort of an airlock for aquanauts.
A dive under the Arctic is certainly worth a spacewalk.
I think of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin coming out of their lunar module when they first set foot on the moon, discovering totally unknown surroundings, like the upside-down world that's around us. We've walked under the pole. It's like a sea of mercury or liquid nitrogen. While Sam gets ready for his takeoff, Benoit and I celebrate our 40th dive of the month.
Let's continue right side up, with our feet on the ground, as they say. In one of the canyons, life comes towards us. It's like encounters of the third kind. Here's an amphipod. just released from the ice. There's the cryopelagic Arctic cod, Arctogadus glacialis. The world's most boreal fish exists all on its own within the layers of ice. To complete the picture, a Narcomedusa jellyfish, a very rare specimen, observed only at 2,000 meters by robotic submarines until now. When we finally come across the undisputed resident of these waters, Sam looks like a giant next to it. A sea angel. It is the living image of the Arctic in all its beauty and fragility.
It's like a vision of unknown galaxies, or like the creation of the world. A stenophoore, Eroe cucurbis, seems to be attracted by us. Like a cosmic vessel from the abyss, Retensia ovum, with rainbow-colored filaments, illuminates the ocean.
To be honest, I'll do all I can to find an extra heat gun, but it's Easter weekend and I can't even find any Scotch tape. I'll try everything, but don't count on it. No more planes are flying in. It's complicated here.
Thanks for the good work, Val. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Returning to reality, it's the first provisioning drop scheduled. We're overjoyed at the sight of the DC-3 flying overhead. We're back in touch with civilization, but the pilots get to go home.
We are waiting for the rest of the ritualing. Thank you very much. What love this is free? It's perfect for us.
We have 500 kilos to divide up.
There doesn't seem to be any damage due to the drop. So what have you got, money?
Well, this is apparently from Sandy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's for kayak.
That's okay, we'll eat it.
Oh, this looks good.
Roble cheese.
Some fruit salad, I think. I think this is the last of it.
We love you very much. It turned out to be a pretty good day, by the way. We've drifted southeast 581 meters. Southeast. We're headed home. Hold on tight. When we start off 4 days later, our load is still very heavy. The leads are more and more frequent. The cracks are getting wider. We should have gone more than 300 kilometers by now, but we've only managed half of that. We're not moving forward anymore. That day, I decided to talk to the team. It's important to do as many dives as possible to lighten the weight we're hauling. That way, we'll be using up a lot of the naphthalene, a fuel that doesn't freeze. Other than progressing south, our main goal is still to explore the hidden side of this ocean. Got anything you want to try? I think you had something. So I spoke to Valentine tonight and got the latest report. As you can see, the ice field is in bad shape. We're not advancing as fast as we'd hoped. At the rate we're going and figuring our distance from the coast, it's highly unlikely we'll reach the coast. So we're going to reorient the expedition. And we'll probably be evacuated off the ice field by plane in 10 to 15 days from now, if the weather and the ice conditions allow.
So much for the conditions. They're not getting any better.
It's breaking up.
Be quiet and listen. It's incredible. The pack ahead of us is starting to rise. There where you see the cracks.
The ice is softening, melting, disintegrating. The sharp rectilinear forms have disappeared. For the first time, the melt is being observed from underneath the ocean. It's daunting to think that we're living on top of it, and that a plane has to land on this to get us out. The salt concretions explode and dissolve into the ocean. We hear the ice packs overturn and collide. It sounds like the world is coming to an end. The algae appear everywhere now. Life returns. Microorganisms colonize every square centimeter of the ice field. It's the beginning of the end, and all too soon.
The temperature of the underwater ice is increasing dangerously, minus 1.4 degrees. It's the sign that our expedition is over.
That looks like it might be okay. Look over there, it's breaking up.
There's a solid pack that leads over there.
Yes.
Yeah, look, there's a solid pack that leads over there.
It goes to the other side of the lead.
Yeah, but we have to keep an eye on it.
Yes, because the wind is picking up.
Tell them we can hear the cracking at night.
We can feel the jolts through our mattresses and sleeping bags.
It's like an earthquake. There's a very loud cracking sound, as if it's breaking up. As if all the tension is being released all of a sudden. It's astonishing. It cracked open, shifted, then formed again to the left around the camp. So now there are big ridges and many leads that are getting wider.
Okay.
Big hugs, talk to you tomorrow.
We're too far from the coast. The water is increasing. From Resolute, Valentine and Wayne confirm that conditions are getting very risky for a plane to land on the ice field.
All 6, we know exactly where they are. Right there. 46.
So, Gorky, what's that all around them?
To the right, there are 2 leads. One of them may be opening. So we need confirmation. There's a lot of water out there, all right? And a lot of movement going on.
Yes. That's what they said. And also that yesterday they felt an enormous jolt.
That doesn't surprise me at all. They must be hard to take with all that going on, but it doesn't mean they have to evacuate immediately.
Isn't it dangerous?
Not too dangerous if it's only the first day.
But it's been going on for 2 days already.
And that's 2 days too many. Look, that's where we were a little while ago.
It's clear that the ice has been breaking up rapidly over the last 2 days, and we both agree that you're running a great risk.
So they're waiting for our decision. When do they want an answer?
Tomorrow morning at the latest.
So the pilot and the others have been in conference all afternoon, and the situation has changed since today's news bulletin. We have to give them an answer by tomorrow.
When would we fly out?
They're aiming for Saturday. That all depends on the weather. Well, as soon as possible. So, it's all going to be over, no doubt about it. It's over already.
It's heartbreaking to have to leave so soon. If only we could have stayed a few weeks longer. In the end, we only covered 170 of the 800 kilometers we planned. But it was worth it.
I remember when we arrived at the pool a month and a half ago, in the bitter cold, I said to myself, it's going to be hell, but it's too late. There's no turning back. Now that we've learned to live on the surface of this ocean, I realize it's been heaven, and returning won't be easy. I also realize that we've been witness to a world that's coming to an end.
I share my life with Rabbi. We call specialists and dining room. Our passion for continuing we explore the hidden face of the madness like never before. Now we've decided to go much deeper into a world where man has never ventured.
Diving in the depths of Greenland's icy waters. This kind of craziness is why I left here. We sold our house and our car to buy a sailing boat, the Why. When our son Robin was born, we could have taken a step back. But seeing him grow up amidst the whales is better than a dream. For an adventure such as this, the three of us couldn't just go with our dog Kayak. We had to extend our family. For 15 years, Martin has been an accomplice on Gillen's maddest dives. Julien and Romain are scientists, a physiologist monitoring the extreme dives, and a marine biologist. Priscilla, who's a chemist, works with them. Her partner, Luca, manages logistics. Anthony is the skipper, whilst first mate Daniel is an old-handed sailing between the icebergs. And there's me, Manny. I've been sailing around these Arctic seas for 10 years, and I make sure the expedition goes smoothly.
We're going to explore 2,500 kilometers of Greenland to document this phenomenon. Added to this is my journey, my personal quest to carry out the first dive to a depth of 100 meters in these icy waters.
From the first few miles to the south of Greenland, the ton of diving equipment that we hauled aboard is disappearing under the freezing spray. Ice begins to swallow the Y and it's rigging. We wait for the calm that comes with the first icebergs. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius. Time for Gillen to dive into the unknown.
This whole part of what we're doing here, breaking new ground where not in control. That's the essence of exploring. So you don't really know what to expect. You don't know exactly where your adventure is. Everything is there being painted. This frozen water that is scuba diving will never leave for each other. The gas hose we have on our back weighs more than 70 kilograms. 6 bottles, 3 different gases, which feed an endless cycle governed by 2 computers. I want to pick up the fish, but we look more like astronauts. Beyond diver baking potatoes at 100 meters of temperature, nobody's ever died with water -1 Celsius. I might think that these temperatures are hardly conducive to life. And yet it's here, underwater, like a flora and fauna of the most abundant, the most brightly colored. A world in stark contrast to the monochromatic landscape on the surface. A fragile world where a change of just a few degrees can wipe out everything. I never died without my camera. My pictures are an inventory of these ecosystems living on borrowed time. But for us, today, our door to the depths is closed at 50 meters. We're not ready to go any further. We emerge virtually hypothermic. We spent barely an hour in the water. It was torture. To reach 100 meters will take 2 hours. This adventure is also a unique chance to study human physiology. There's hardly any data on deep dives in extremely cold water. We cover our bodies and senses. We swallow miniature transmitters that divulge all our secrets. Julian is also studying the bubbles of air that form in our blood. We come back down from the depths. These bubbles are the diver's enemy. The more there are, the greater risk of them getting stuck in a vein or a joint and triggering the decompression incident. With each time, at each new depth, we watch and measure our body's reactions. We're actually writing dive protocols as no one else has, in the hope that it can take us to the limit we set ourselves.
Hot-wise, there's nothing much of an happen.
We'll see.
But for now, the Y continues on its way up the western coastline of Greenland. I take the helm. I love the purity of these hostile landscapes, where sea merges with sky, where there's not even a wrinkle, where icebergs as far as the eye can see are like mirages on the horizon. Before we came and diving together under the North Pole, I was a sailor. A So I've become an explorer. This time I won't dive with him, but this expedition will allow me to return to my world along with my family. Robin is 2 years old. I hope these animals will jump out of the book and come to meet him. I wish his life to start with this kind of encounter. Is he there? Didn't we see one like that?
You see the sea on the ice? Yes, there's a sea. A little iceberg.
Yes, he's taking a nap. Hello, little seal. Isn't he pretty? Can you see his claws? I've often been asked if it was a good idea to bring Robin out of the world for so long. But when I see us all here, I know this is building our family's happiness. Should we say goodbye for now? You want to go back to the boat now? Should we look in your book?
These sharing moments are part of our expedition. There's no time for daydreaming. Dr. Moore has been walking in the surface group before our first dive to 60 meters. It's between 30 and 40 minutes above 50, an essential step to the great depths. Isolated and far from any help, you must be capable of handling any situation. If the inflatable sausage surfaces, you just have to complete lines, means we really do have a problem.
Julia is studying their physiological data. I know Gina and Martin are relying on me to cool their enthusiasm. But how can I do that if I'm not in contact with them during the dive?
Martin and I have a similar token. We both like to push the envelope. It's like that. She has a view from the outside, which is interesting.
When I dive, I think I'm a lot more cautious than Gillian and Martin. I take fewer risks in general. And anyway, whatever you do in the heat of the action, you don't worry. It's a lot harder to remain one step removed. There's nothing trivial about sending two guys onto a big iceberg. We can see very well that little bits fall off. It might look stable, but
to dive down to 60 meters, we've chosen this huge iceberg with 56 slopes. The descent is like a fall. I like it to be long, as long as possible. It is slow, sometimes painfully so, because of the cold these waters at -1 degree, and the pressure that's crushing the eardrums and sinuses. At 50 meters, I'm sinking. I'm passing through the blue line. At 60 meters, I'm right at the bottom. This 1,000-year-old iceberg. The time seems to stand still. But suddenly stress is added to the core. Detonation. Another. I look for more. I look around and try to understand. My heartbeat speeds up.
The iceberg's cracking. These noises and the pressure that could collapse put my blood to ice. Panic is production. A glance at my computer tells me everything. There are 41 minutes left of this stop. We're stuck. The seconds become minutes. Minutes become hours. We can't escape from the depths.
I heard 3 cracks, really loud. Yes, that was frightening. Not reassuring. It was. Martin and I looked at each other. I think we were thinking the same thing. We didn't discuss it for long. Did you hear that? What? It's just starting up.
It's cracking. That was a crack.
A hot day like this, the snow and ice is changing too. It can get a little dicey. We had to stop to do so. We were a bit stuck. Extra. You tell yourself, you better not split on my side.
The further we go, the more icebergs there are. Now we're entering the territory where they're born, Disco Bay, where some of the last survivors of the polar fauna still live. Here, they're there. They're just there. Got me a move with right wings and narwhals ahead. A big part of my motivation for this expedition was being able to see some narwhals and right whales. The right whale. Second biggest whale after the blue whale. It can live 200 years, and we almost exterminated it in less than a century. It's a privilege to watch it feeding peacefully on the surface. A rare meeting that I'm happy to share with Rabbi. Bye-bye. She's the prettiest. To explore most of the west coast of Greenland before it freezes again at the end of autumn, we're closely following the retreating ice. There's a reason we'll get stuck.
There's a compression ridge. It's really dense. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pass.
Workstation. We are stuck in the ice. We request assistance to help us to try to get out of the ice.
I added a polite phrase saying, "Don't worry, we're all right, but if you could help, that'd be cool." And now there's radio silence. What a professional. After a first night stuck in the ice, I heard it blow, water and snap into motion. We absolutely must do more dives to gain confidence and experience. For 7 years. Lions made jellyfish. Saying me and Capella. Listen. Our descent is punctuated by close encounters with things from the world. It takes us 10 minutes to reach a depth of 70 meters. We stay there for 25 minutes. We're numb. Then things descend, and it stops. The eternal stops. Almost 2 hours before we go out. Time for our bodies to eliminate the gas that we were breathing under pressure lower down.
Where's Gina?
That was a great day. Hey, honey. It's funny to think of all the polar expeditions in the late 19th and early 20th century. More than the ice floe, walking out on the pack ice, living in a dream. This is our time to ourselves. Let's dive.
Go, Antonio, I'm pumped.
Antonio, there's a Greenlander fishing boat coming towards us. That's the radio, I'll try to call them. If it comes, that's brilliant. He's not answering the radio. The easy when he comes through the ice is amazing. He's not scared. You see the steady of his hull? So cool.
Hi! Yes, please! Thank you very much! It's too big for us!
I'm trying to back off to give him some room, but it's hard. You can follow the trail.
Why? It's a sim boat equipped for diving in the Arctic, but it's not an icebreaker. The fishermen open the way for us. In these isolated, hostile regions, helping each other is a way of life.
Up to 5 dives per week. We're feeling more and more at ease. We're also accumulating pictures of Arctic underwater life. Human divers are so rare in this part of the world. And each time the camera rolls, I get the satisfaction of covering it's not more years. I'm a marine biologist who
often drives with us. Whenever he can, he goes off sampling sediments and seashells that he then sends to labs. These shells are fascinating. They're like sensors, environmental black boxes. They record any changes in their environment for periods stretching over dozens, even hundreds of years. And sometimes there are encounters that are a little more exciting for us. Today, it's a beautiful. I'm captivated by this animal. This guy is black, the most enthusiastic in this woman. You pleased now? Are you happy? Yeah. You're too happy. When you think that the water's -1, we're playing like this Mediterranean. Roman, is there enough to eat or is it all for science? For now, it's all for science. Underwater, they're really beautiful. There are samples taken from the Natural History Museum. I hadn't seen any before, and there were entire fields of crinoids. Before we set off, he said, if you find any at all, that's great. These guys were on the way up and they moaned at me.
They told you to grab some?
I went back down 2 meters to get some before we left.
The Natural History Museum is studying the evolution of this animal, which has adapted to almost all the seas in the world over thousands of years. They've even found crinoid fossils that date back to the days of the dinosaurs. But for Roman, the exception slips into the routine of his samples. On top of his bivalves, he's painting a chemical portrait of the Greenland waters. He's doing an environmental inventory of 2,500 kilometers of coastline.
It's like taking a photo of a landscape, a snap, and you freeze an instant of life. Nap time?
A photograph of Greenland just as Robin is beginning his life. Good night, see you later. See, they're doing scientific sampling. See you later, love. Kiss. Kiss. Have a lovely nap, darling.
The storm is rising. The sea is becoming white. We're not thinking about diving now. Just somewhere to shelter.
To try and forget the rumble of the storm outside, I show the team Kira and Martin's images. No one's seen them yet. They're the only ones who've explored the depths.
It's like we're in outer space.
I was a bit more stressed. What I don't understand is why did you go and shake him? It's raining.
No applause for the security aspect. But it is nice. Suddenly in the night, the alarm makes us jump from our quilts.
What's the warning light? The anchor's dropping. We're drifting. Daniel check.
The anchor is slipping. The Y is threatening to crash against the rocks.
Can you see the bank? We can see the edge behind it. Shall I put it in gear? It's not in gear.
Come on.
It looks like a hole. Your chin is really tight now. You look good. What you see the ring depth, it's gone back down to 50 knots. That's good. Unfortunately, it's off when you don't expect it when it falls.
What is the maximum we had already?
It's 75.
I thought we were hitting the rocks. If we can't hold our mooring, we're in danger of finding ourselves really in the shit. I thought of 10,000 things at the same time.
The joys of vacationing at sea.
Every time the return to calm is the devil.
We've launched upward 100 times. We've gone beyond 7 meters. Our movement seems ready for the next stage. But what about our bodies? Our body temperature went down to 34 degrees Celsius at the end of the dive. That's just 2 degrees from serious hypothermia. Our hands are more than 13 degrees, but what worries Julian the most, hey, take the next 10 minutes, are air bubbles forming in our blood. The gases under high pressure that we breathe underwater don't seem to be completely dissolved, despite the compression stops. That's the noise. Pulmonary artery, which is small, the hissing noises. This danger could get worse on deeper dives. I don't like the areas concerned. Grade 1, you hear a bubble every now and again. Grade 4, in fact, you don't hear your heart. That is, you don't hear the crack anymore, you just hear a big gurgle of bubbles that masks the noise of your heart. Seeing it also means exposing our bodies to it. How can we stand it? At 80 meters, I feel 9 times atmospheric pressure. I can go that far because that means the risk of hydrogen necrosis. It's been there so many hours and I've been like darkness. I could easily let my house slip into dreams, which would really turn into a nightmare. Never forget. Control. Control. Always control everything. What wakes me up is the biting cold. Suddenly, I'm nothing more than base hands and feet suffering like mad when the compression stopped.
Robin, are you worried when Daddy's underwater? Does it scare you? Don't worry. You mustn't be. Daddy's very careful when he goes underwater.
Call the white, Victor. Please. Drop the camera.
White is Zodiac. White is Zodiac. We've got an inflatable with distress ribbons, so we're launching the emergency procedure and sending the decompression line.
Are they answering?
Oh, no, that's not right.
While I'm here, was that Lucas you called?
No, it's Roman. We have an inflatable with a pin in, so we set the safety line. Don't worry anymore. Just keeping you informed.
Okay, that's okay.
It wasn't planned. You set the decompression line.
Wasn't there a dive over 70?
Go back to it.
White here. Obviously,
Try to stay there.
when you know any more, take time out to give us details.
You get like, that's it.
What happened?
This time, Gina really scared me. Over nothing.
My appended mistake obviously created some stress at the surface. Communication between the two worlds isn't always easy. I think I forgot the small one.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, fish.
Daddy's gonna change and be right back. Okay, love?
Do it with the mask. The mask and the noise. While Robin sets off on his own underwater exploration, Gina gets ready to dive for the scientific team which is studying one of the biggest mysteries of Greenland's waters. Roma has organized this meeting off the coast of Keketaswa. These scientists are relying on us to film the mysterious Greenland shark, as it's never been filmed before. John Stephenson is a Greenland shark specialist and has studied it for several years on international projects. John crisscrosses the sea to capture and study them. The way they swim, along with their behavior, remains mysterious. Our images from the depths may bring some answers.
Sharks, we found 3 years ago, setbacks with depth sensors. They played numbers, and they went down to 1,700 meters.
Okay. They stay at 200 or 300 meters for a long time, and then they find. So we don't know where they are.
We really like you guys to film the Greenland shark in its natural habitat, and when it's swimming, natural swimming behavior, because there are hardly any images at all from the field images. And then we would also like to know more about how is it maneuvering. If it has this very poor vision, can it actually see, or how is it behaving?
But to film this famous shark, we first have to find one. In the meantime, we decide to stay here for a few days, to wait patiently for one of these enigmatic predators to appear. So this is the Greenland shark, which can measure up to 7 meters long.
Much more excited than I did yesterday when we weren't catching anything.
So there's the parasite.
This shark, of which we know so little, can supposedly weigh 1.5 tons, live 200 years, and is virtually blind. You see, we can see its mouth, it's open. And they'll take out the hook, and it'll swim away. And Daddy will go into the water to film it as it swims away. Be impressed.
I set off. I strap on the camera with this sort of location. Very little is known about the behavior of this formidable predator, apart from the fact that it can bite through fish 3 meters long. Taking pictures is going to be a problem.
Spring, time for that bank of the safest waters. I can barely make out the shark swimming away. This time, I won't bring back the shark's John Reed never.
The disappointment is quickly forgotten, and the Y resumes its course northwards. Each expedition has its quota of the unexpected. Planned events that don't happen, unforeseen encounters, but the next will boost our morale.
Just learning all that stuff.
150 kilometers from the first village, a family of Inuit hunters comes alongside our boat.
Did you see any narwhals?
Yes. Over there.
Do you want to visit the boat? This encounter is incredibly fortunate. Welcoming them, interacting.
Now, where is it? Yes. No.
Narwhals have always fascinated me. I've dreamed about them since I was small. Timotheus understood this. He offers to help us find some. We follow Timotheus' lead. Meetings with narwhals are very rare and always fleeting. But in this unreal atmosphere, nothing seems impossible. Do you believe this? I'm in the middle of narwhals, and my heart is pounding in my chest. It's one of the wildest things I've seen in my life. Gina and I think the dream should come true. Today, those narwhals were one of my most beautiful childhood dreams. But Gina still has some way to go for his. Julia has suddenly interrupted the dive program. Results of his research into decompression are worrying him.
But in general, Martin produces fewer bubbles than you, but Mark also. And you had an outgassing incident. You have a high grade of bubbles circulating, which shows that for you, decompression is stressful. You had a 10 times greater risk than if you didn't produce bubbles. Risk of what? Of having an accident. You have 10 times more chance of having an articular or neurological accident. There's always a chance. My job, even though it's outside my brief, is to keep you informed over time. Diving is risky.
Whilst you're talking about my life, I'd like to see if this is confirmed.
Well, si ça se confirme, actually.
At the same time, you don't have to be a guinea pig. If those dives present a real risk, then it's as well to know how to lessen the risk before it grows.
Yeah, but
You agree with that?
obviously I'm not talking about a 3-meter dive.
I'm asking Julian if he agrees.
Loads of guys have done 1,000 dives without knowing anything about it. How'd they go? All these guys were sure of themselves. Thought they were giants. When it strikes you, you don't know what to do.
On this kind of project, we don't normally have this. We never wondered about problems of decompression. We would have said, well, we'll close our eyes like everyone else. Because there is a risk, but no one acknowledges it. No one measures it. We're lucky to have someone who can measure it and who can quantify it.
Is the risk big enough for us to stop playing guinea pigs and add stops?
It's cumulative. Repeated dives, fatigue, lack of hydration. And we can't evacuate as we could do back home. But if I don't speak up, then there's no point in doing this job.
We're trying a new protocol in igers by extending the decompression stops. Having that dive is down with it. My heart beats for this underwater life. But today, it's beating bubbles. All I see is bubbles. Bubbles in my dreams, bubbles in my blood. My whole life is going up in bubbles. Zero.
How many did you get?
Zero.
Where?
Zero, including one in squats.
Right.
Just sounds.
These make no bubbles.
I got zeros all around.
Cumulative rest.
Oh, zeros is a great score.
I love zeros.
Yeah, I heard that. That's the flying zeros. All zeros. I relaxed the last moment and it worked. I was losing and now
Stop with it.
all I got is zeros. 4 zeros, right?
Let's put the smile back on his face.
Adding 20 minutes of the last shot was enough for my body to rid itself of these fiendish bubbles.
Around me, the kids are playing football, having fun. Now I need to decompress out of this bubble business. I need to breathe, to get away. I need to dive. It's running down my leg. It's really pleasant.
Manually survived all the divers on board who are our first one in Canada Bay.
She has hardly begun when suddenly he's there, the green-eyed shark. I can't believe my eyes. What's he doing here? He should be in a far greater depth. The shark bumps into a wall without even seeing it. Another appears, unconsumed by our flashes. He was blind. Even though he may look relatively mild, he must definitely have an extraordinary sense of smell and capacity for acceleration. My heart is thumping loud. Times like this are amazing. These pictures are amazing. Sharks have never been filled with a natural habitat like this. This is exactly what John and his team are dreaming of. One in the morning, I'll urge you to follow me. The others are stuck at 30 meters. You follow his slow walks, as if all that we had learned with our 150 guys suddenly made sense. Beyond 80 meters, we let him go on his way. We haven't gone further than that yet.
You swam with sharks?
Yes, 2 of them.
No shit.
No, really. I've got the videos. It's absolutely gorgeous at the bottom. It's the best animal encounter of the expedition. The rarest, the most original. I'm really happy.
Look until you and I began to come back up. We were taking photos. Suddenly, Martin bounced shut, all overexcited.
It was like he wanted us to watch. He put on a show for us.
I think that's one of the best dives of my life.
He was above us in the angle of the sun. It was wild, like in the films where you see the shark's shadow. It was crazy.
It's impossible not to share this with Rabbi. As he grows, he'll find his own way. But I already know that there's a dream within him that was born here. The shark which took him out to the depths didn't just give him pictures. It brought him calmness and clarity.
Stop dreaming about it and embrace this dive to 100 meters. Unlock the secrets of these icy waters. Continue our own way, the work of explorers in centuries past. After 6 months spent diving down ever deeper, it is time to acknowledge the end of our journey. Despite being a habit, these long minutes of descent in the dark are always a disturbing moment. Anxiety mingles with the excitement of discovery. 70 meters. 80. 90. One new door opens. The last on this expedition. Here we are, 100 meters. Martin and I might feel invisible for a second, but the first grouping that comes to welcome us is gazed to death to us, looking forbidden. We stay at this depth for 10 minutes. The culmination of months of diving to develop new core exploration techniques. Then, as we come back up, we come across this explosion of life and color. These organisms have created a world at -1 degree. There they flourish unfettered. I'm glad to have risen to this challenge with Martin. Our samples and our images will enable us to write a new page in our own these icy worlds. Another note?
Yes.
What do you say?
So 102.2. Other heart.
Throughout the months, and throughout our 200 dives, we've opened a door to the icy depths. The first encounters were marvelous. But tomorrow, there remains a whole unknown world to discover.
December 2014, we're at Point in Quebec Bay. Ice storm in polar night in Greenland. The Y, our expedition schooner, is stuck. Risking a collision which will put an end to our entire expedition in an instant. We have been braving the elements of the far north for 8 months to uncover the secrets of these frozen waters. My name is Dylan, and with Emmanuel, my wife, we are passionate about this unique territory of water and ice. This is the second mission we have undertaken above the Arctic Circle, the longest as well. We are explorers seeking new worlds. Our speciality, polar diving. We've just made 150 dives, where no human has ever been before, with record-making dives more than 100 meters deep. We have encountered people living far from our rapidly changing world, and we're even able to observe the mysterious Greenland shark.
It's one of the wildest things I've ever seen.
But it is now that our expedition comes into its own, during the overwintering, when the ice traps this unknown world. Our goal is to study the life of the ice floe through its entire cycle, day after day, from the freeze up to the break up, both on the surface and underwater. It is a rare scientific opportunity, achieved through extreme and unprecedented dives in water at minus temperatures.
A long immersion that lets us get close to the local population to benefit from their experience and share our observations. To accomplish this extraordinary adventure, Emmanuel and I have put together a solid crew skilled in extreme conditions. Luca and Marta are divers. Miroslav, a researcher in human physiology in glacial environments. Suva is the engineer on board. Veronique, a doctor, and Priscilla, a chemist, will help Ivy Sorensen, who is supervising this ice flow study from her laboratory in Copenhagen. A genuine family, with the addition of an unusual passenger, Robin, our son. A unique Christmas for my little 2-year-old boy.
It's time. Can we open the presents now?
What is it?
I don't know.
Oh, Papa's gonna love that. Such extensive fireworks in one city. I've never seen that. And this is Greenland. Incredible. It's time to get back to work. Black Bay is finally starting to freeze over.
Back up. There's a large ice block slowly coming towards.
Can I go ahead or do I hit the block?
Move on to the starboard a bit because the ice chute is on port side. Go forward port side.
You're free of it. To make sure we don't get stuck, I decide to flee this fishing village and head towards our overwintering spot to start our research.
We've still got the same ice conditions. 20 meters ahead of you, we've got the big thing. Maybe it isn't, we just don't get a lot of ice chunks.
A single centimeter of fairly soft ice that rolls through the waves. The boat breaks through it very easily, but it starts like this, and in a few days, we'll have it all around the boat. There won't be any wind, no swells, nothing. Bang, it will thicken underneath and form a huge sheet of ice we can walk over.
The Y acts as an icebreaker in this shifting sea, but the goal is actually to get frozen in by the ice flow until summer, for 5 months. Okay, it's perfect. Let's set up for the winter. There's nothing left to do. Just be patient. And wait until the liquid gets solid. Until the sea turns into an ice floe. Every day during these rare moments of clarity, we can observe the progress of getting iced in, impatient at the idea of walking on water.
There's ice everywhere. What a sight. It's really fantastic.
Are you cold?
Yes.
Of course, that's normal.
Soon there'll be solid ice all around the boat and we'll be able to walk around everywhere.
Look, see the ice? We're going to be able to walk on the ocean. I think we'll stay on board for a few days, and then when the ice floe comes, we'll go on the snow, okay? Meantime, we stay here, on the boat. Yes, hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hey. Hi, nice to see you.
How are you guys?
It feels like time is dragging in Copenhagen too. Heidi, a marine microbiologist, has high expectations for the observations and samples that the Y crew will conduct. She studies plankton and its implications for carbon capture. The ice flow is a rich life support system. It is crucial that we as a species better understand how it works and how it's changing.
I don't know if I ever told you guys, but this is actually the first time that someone is gonna take measurements throughout all the seasons, because normally you don't have that much time, again, because it's just logistical, really difficult to have staying there. So it's gonna be really interesting.
As soon as we can hold, I will call you and show you the first images and the first samples of drilling in the iceberg.
That would be awesome. And please send pictures from underneath the ice, so once we can really see what's going on, that would be awesome.
Keep in touch.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
There are 12 of us on board, all trapped in the ice. Winter seems to be eternal in this land of the Aurora Borealis. And then, after waiting for 3 weeks, we're finally released. Here we go!
I dreamed of this, but you can't really imagine yourself here, having this kind of immense, all-white playground around us. We spent many long weeks stuck on board. This is going to be good for all of us here. Having all this space. Should we keep going? We have to ask Kayak. Okay, here we go.
We've been waiting for this moment for months. We're eager to start diving, to explore the hidden side of the ice floe, to go see what we'll find deep within it. But before we start, we want to introduce ourselves. There's an isolated Inuit village on the opposite side of the burn. I'm sure that from over there we must spark a great deal of curiosity. Ikerasak is the name of this village, barely 200 residents and twice as many dogs.
What a sweetheart.
He wonders where we are after that long ride.
There they are. It's a dog's den.
Hello.
Hello.
Initial hesitant contact. We meet Jorgen, who has just caught a seal. I don't yet know it, but Jorgen will be important to our adventure and become our friend. Kimek for dog, Poesie for seal. Emmanuel is initiated into this technique that uses a white screen for concealment so that hunters can get close to the seals. But for us, it's the opposite. Time to come out in the open. Jorgen points out the road to the school. The Ikerasak community is waiting for us.
We come from France. The right is
It's great because it's the first exchange with the population of Ikerasak, and we're able to tell them a bit about who we are, what we're doing, where we come from, and then, well, we obviously have a lot to learn from them. We all want to. impossible for us to access the ice floe along with their fishing and hunting territory. There's no more time to waste. The very next morning, the entire crew is ready for a first reconnaissance dive. We have to sharpen up our reflexes, both above and below water. Our lives depend on it. So we're going to see a lot of dives, a lot of divers. The idea is just that we all go over everything concerning preparations for the under ice dive, which can be extremely dangerous. If you get lost, for example, if the hole is here and you're turned away from it or in the dark underwater, you can be 3 meters from the hole without seeing it. You can get disoriented very quickly because there are no visual references under the ice, and that's why people die diving under ice. This yellow rope is our lifeline, which makes sure we find the way out. It links the divers to the assistants on the surface, on the ice floe. As soon as visibility drops, and whenever we are worried that poor visibility may occur, it's best to tie up and the polar night only leaves us with a few brief moments of light. So, as a symbol of this overwintering, we launch our dive program at night. It's minus 25 degrees. I haven't even put a fin in the water and I'm already frozen. The ice has made its way into everything, into the regulators, the purges, even the masks. The thermos bottles with hot water have become our best tools for de-icing the equipment. In fact, everything takes more time in the cold. Not only getting ready, storing gear, and everything around it. It's not just the dive. Everything takes time in the cold. And generally speaking, when you plan to do something, it takes nearly 10 times longer than it would in temperate climates. Given the level of salinity, the water temperature can be lower than 0 degrees, even minus 1.8. And as opposed to open water dives, I won't have any other emergency exit than this hole. This lifeline is the only link that will keep me alive. It is the passion for discovery that gives us the energy we need. I have rarely made such extreme dives. Let's go. It's time to step into the unknown. There's something unreal about this first nocturnal contact with the underwater Arctic world. The underwater world seems asleep during the polar night. The brand new ice floe has blocked icebergs as they drift slowly. For us, they are an ideal playground for conducting our mission and recording all the forms of life that they contain. During our first dive, this shrimp emerges from its ice cave to meet us. The water is at its clearest during these months of winter. Meanwhile, I float as weightless as an astronaut, discovering this new blue and white planet. It is intense, but after a 1-hour dive in this glacial water, I can no longer feel my fingers, the first sign of hypothermia. it's time to resurface. The temperature of our hands and feet is sometimes close to 0 degrees. That was great.
Up you come. Okay, we got you. Beautiful.
I need the warmer. It's over there. I'm freezing. I want to get back to the boat.
Want some help with that?
My hands hurt. They're starting to tingle. It's a bit painful. I can't even feel it in the glove. It's still alive. Okay, see you later. Isabel! The boat's moving. The ice is breaking up. There's no rest on the wire. There's a massive storm which reminds us of the danger of this extreme territory. The strong winds have broken up the ice, which is still fragile, dangerously destabilizing our boat, our only refuge here in the middle of nowhere. The large hole has appeared to starboard, and it has crushed the ice floe to port. We picked up the equipment lying around, so if it gets worse, we'll have less work. It's a bit cold this morning. Let's take a look. Yeah, we made it.
Since I got here, basically in December, there's been ice. But in the last few days, it turned into an ice palace. -3, something like that. The metal conducts cold more than other materials, so the ice gathers there. And all these small spots, those must be screws. So I pulled out the big red sleeping bag that's usually for outside, made for surviving the North Pole, and it'll help me survive inside. The ice usually melts a bit when I sleep. My breath melts a little bit above me, and in the morning, there's less ice than when I went to bed. But today, it's so cold this morning that there's more ice than yesterday.
The water tap is frozen, and if we don't get it working quickly, the drains will freeze for sure. So we have to hurry.
It's complicated enough already to use the toilets. You have to get a bucket to pee in, with the water to cook. I didn't even know it was possible before seeing that it was frozen. And then here inside, the glasses are trapped in the ice. It's a shame because we can't use them anymore. It's going to be slightly more complicated.
There are waffles.
But there are waffles.
Before starting our plans for dives, writing, reading, it's crazy the time we spend just so that we can function every day. So we wanted to overwinter. We're overwintering. This is what it's like. We created a daily observation schedule for ourselves, which is as comprehensive as possible, even if Robin is not always happy to see me disappear under the ice.
When are we going to go sledding? Well, we have to ask Papa.
Do you want to go sledding on the iceberg? We do it once, okay?
You could start from right here. No, Mila, don't do that.
Don't worry, it's not dangerous. We did it! Playtime is over. We have to dive again and again. Despite the cold that we'll never get used to. Getting ready takes 2 hours, an eternity. The equipment also takes a beating. The regulator doesn't work, I don't know why.
Oh yeah, got some ice there.
There's no air.
Is it working?
Today it's a dive under an iceberg. About 15 meters down with big iceberg, which could easily be 7 meters high and go down at least 40 to 60.
Look at Papa, he's going underwater. Come look.
Can I have hot water in my mask?
Okay.
You'll have to put it back on. Put it on fast before it freezes.
Let's get this on tight.
Great. Thanks. Everything is so complicated so that when we dive, we photograph and film everything. I feel personally responsible for documenting this environment that is so unknown to provide Heidi with the observation she needs for her study of the ice flow. I am her eyes, searching for any trace of polar life. Eyes that are awestruck every single time by the underwater landscape, a place no one has been to before. I never get tired of these enormous icebergs. This one must weigh about 200,000 tons. Time has carved multiple galleries in this giant. They can crack and break off at any time. But winter is the best time to get a closer look. Our senses alert, we decide to explore further, deep inside the monster. It's a kind of underwater speleology, with an impenetrable ice ceiling over our heads. It would be easy to get lost in this labyrinth. I hold the rope tighter than ever. This lifeline is our only guide to finding the way back, and to the hole that leads to open air. Life gradually returns in these glacial waters. As we swim up to the surface, we come across a school of Arctic cod, the northernmost fish, which survives because it is able to produce a natural antifreeze. Here, under the ice, as on the surface, life is only possible for those who manage to adapt.
Did you hear crack up here or not? Are you kidding? We were right under the iceberg. It made a massive noise. Can I take something? Yeah. And my regulator stopped working.
I spot Morgan when we come out. For several days, he has come out to visit us on our dive sites. Waterman? Up. Okay, up. Morgan seems curious to know what we see on the ice, the world that he feels, that remains mysterious to him. Listen.
He said it was a good hole for cod. I agree with him because we catch a few big ones every day. And he thinks that it's a very, very good spot for fishing. So he's happy that we've opened up such a large hole.
Big potato. Big potato. Oh, yeah, good. Misha.
That means a very large hole.
Morgan wants to thank us and insists on taking me back with his dogs. And the rare privilege of even letting me drive his sled. I'm in a repost mode. That's pretty cool. But you have to know how to use it. That's the problem. I cracked it once and the dogs took off in the wrong direction. You learn. You can't know everything. I will never forget crossing this ice floe after one of my most memorable dives. And to end it with this gift from Jorgen. That day, Jorgen became my friend.
It's been too long. When was the last time we saw it? It was early November. It's 2.5 months. We haven't seen it at all.
Go ahead, soak it up as much as you can.
Sunlight on our faces. Vitamin D, fine. We are emerging from the polar night. It boosts the energy of the entire crew. The scientific program has become more intense. Now that the sun is back, life has returned to the ice floe on the surface and underwater. Microorganisms are growing, capturing carbon from the atmosphere, but how much? That's what Priscilla and Veronique are trying to find out for Heidi Sorensen.
You see, we need this saw, the ruler. I take ice cores. But first we're going to take temperature measurements. We're going to spend a lot of time filtering and conducting manipulations to see how this life evolves, how it changes throughout the entire season.
What we're studying are the living elements within the ice or under the ice, particularly the algae that will consume carbon dioxide.
Alongside these samples taken from the surface, the underwater exploration continues every day to follow changes in the ice floe. We select our diving spots according to the condition of the ice. Underwater, the relief of the ice floe is an amplified mirror of what we see on the surface. We gather as much information as we can during the hour we spend underwater each dive. I am fascinated by these underwater ice stalactites called brinicles. They form when a flow of extremely cold, highly saline water flows downward. When it hits less saline water, it starts to freeze. We capture and record all of this little known ecosystem. The iridescent zooplankton is hypnotic. Despite the cold, I relish the privilege of living my dream of exploration. It's like my very own conquest of the poles. This scorpionfish, watching over its young, is also an exceptional scene of life at this latitude. An entire unsuspected world has managed to create this harmony in glacial waters at -1 degree. But with the return of the sun, what surprises us is the sudden development of the phytoplankton and this algae attached to the ice. This proliferation will certainly be fascinating for Heidi.
Yeah. I see you now. We were diving in those days. We were really seeing this kind of algae forest everywhere. We can send you some pictures.
Started at the beginning of March. For 2-3 weeks, it was extremely intense.
There's life, and it's not just surviving; it's thriving. Like it's adapted to this environment. It's amazing. We can also use the DNA sequencer to identify which species we're in and see if they're changing over the year.
It was very good to see you and to have an exchange with my dad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Bye.
The more weeks we spend here, the more we fit into everyday life and are part of the small inland community of Ikerasak.
Come on, honey.
Take a look at this. I'm walking along the ice floe and pulling up halibut. The Inuit's knowledge of the polar environment is valuable for our research. The climate change that we talk about so much in the West, they feel it on an everyday level, though without worrying about it overly much. They adapt. In short, they hunt less, fish more, and have modified their techniques. Just 20 years ago, the ice floe lasted 3 months longer.
There are fewer and fewer hunters and more fishermen. The price of sealskin is far too low. If you go hunting and come back with lots of seals, you're not going to make much money. Some people say it's because of the ice. Because it freezes too late in the year and winters are too short. I learned how to drive a dog sled when I was little. I often went fishing with my father. Today it's similar, except that the amount of snow is different. It's strange this year because there's not a lot of snow. It's happened before, but never for such a long period. So the ice is slippery, and the dogs are always thirsty. When the ice is like this, I don't like to go too far out onto the ice floe.
When you take off, it's a good idea to be on your toes. You never know if it's the musher's fault or the dogs. We immediately realized that something was wrong. One of the dogs has tangled his feet in the ropes of the sled. Now that the team is running, it's virtually impossible to stop him. Even at full speed, we have to try to free the dog, otherwise he could be badly hurt. The first attempt doesn't work. We have to try something else. Last-ditch solution. Steer the dogs towards the hill so that they stop their mad dash. More shaken up than injured. When there are so many ropes linking the sled and the dogs, it's safer to have them run side by side rather than in line. the weight is distributed better, and if the ice floe breaks, they won't all fall in the ice-cold water. After this incident, we continue on towards igers. Our dives intrigued and fascinated. We decide to organise an unusual outing for the entire village, an initiation to diving under the ice. A unique opportunity for the bravest among them to see the hidden side of the territory for the first time. You did it on yourself?
There's no what? I got a little panic and it was difficult to breathe. It was fun. I think it was beautiful longer because emptiness we've never seen the bottom of the water. I want to try again longer next time.
A passion for exploring may have been born today. We have been here nearly 5 months. Our overwintering will soon be finished. But it has helped us appreciate the value of time. Time to see and to understand. Time to get to know and enjoy one another. This is the time explorers used to take as they discovered new worlds. A way of life in itself that I hope to perpetuate. before the ice breaks up and melts, we still have one last goal. Last summer, we made the first polar dives at depths greater than 100 meters. Now, we want to do it again, but this time under the ice floe.
The standard goals are going to measure the temperature inside your body, which might be influenced by diving in this extreme cold water. It's going to activate. So now we can take it.
For these deep dives, we have become amphibious guinea pigs for a physiological study, and we are willing participants.
I'm getting all of you at the same time. You want to start it to be on diet where you increase the amount of all the fibers you be able to use as long as possible inside your body.
You can't eat any fruit. No fruit and syrup, no alcohol, no cheese.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
For 10 days, we're going to repeat the tests at a depth of 50 meters, taking with us these bottles filled with helium, nitrogen, and oxygen.
We'll give the hoses a shot.
With each dive, we improve our safety protocols and the mixes that we breathe, depending on the depth. We also perform cognitive tests.
These data from such extreme dives are very important for us to understand where are the limits, because I am not sure whether there are any other so-called conditions where you can dive on Earth. So therefore, when we know where is the upper limit, then we can also know what can happen if you are below this limit. The main risk for divers is the compression sickness.
All the tests are positive. All signals are go. With Martin, my best friend, in the abyss of the ocean, we are going to start this climb in reverse, which should take us to depths greater than 100 meters under the ice floe. At the bottom, during the climb, we're not going to go far. I'm going to be doing macro. What we're doing is relatively risky, no doubt about it. They are deep dives in cold water, so there is always some risk of a problem happening. These are fairly technical, fairly difficult dives. In the minutes before we go in, we're extremely concentrated and feeling the pressure. And then there's a moment, Martin is ready, so am I, the surface crew too, and then Martin and I look at each other and decide to go. Like soldiers of discovery, we are on the front lines, prepared, trained to breach this frontier of the unknown. We follow the relief and the slope to go down. 40, 50, 70 meters. At 90 meters, our dive computer starts warning us of overly high oxygen levels. It will be dangerous to continue. It's time to resurface.
No, we pushed it a bit too far there, because we stayed on our dive-on, which was okay up to 70, 80 meters. But at 90 meters, there's too much oxygen, which isn't good. You couldn't decrease it. You get too much oxygen, and you'll end up frizzling your brain, or what's left of it.
adjust our mixtures, and the following day we head out again for depths. We are constantly pushing our limits a bit farther, and we manage to cross the 100-meter limit, opening the way to an exploration of this world that remains polar, summer and winter. But now, the polar spring has begun. The thermometer reads 5 degrees. The ice flow is shifting. It's the breakup. The Y is gradually getting free of the ice.
Breakup of the ice kind of means the end of the expedition. So this is a special moment, and then for me, it's something I've never seen at all. It's truly magnificent.
Look, now we're moving. Oh, but here come Jorgen and Jona. That's it. We've weighed anchor.
We're leaving lots of people we love. We're leaving a big part of ourselves here.
The human warmth of a glacial adventure. The achievement of an underwater conquest previously inaccessible. Our pride in having broken ground for new knowledge. It's hard to fully assess it. But after 18 months spent above the Arctic Circle, a single word sums up our experience under the pole, and I am thrilled that it still has meaning. Exploration.
For many years, this legendary pilgrimage has been unraveled. It has witnessed some of the most dramatic maritime dramas and adventures ever seen in the history of exploration. But the Northwest Passage is now slowly opening up under the effects of global warming. Kira and Edwin Barton decided to navigate it along with their 2 children, Tom and Robin, and their crew aboard their yacht, the Y. They are aiming to follow in the footsteps of the world's greatest explorers and to satisfy their own taste for polar navigation.
The Northwest Passage is really something. It deserves to be travelled, and we'll also be making our own small mark in history.
For the past 10 years, Emmanuel and Guillaume Baudu have been exploring Arctic waters. They revealed the underside of the North Pole and the underwater life of the Greenland coast. They are some of the world's best divers in this environment.
And nobody has ever dived here. It's about experiencing excellence. It's dream diving.
And as they navigate the Northwest Passage, they will also go in search of fluorescent organisms. Fluorescence has revolutionized life sciences, but has never before been observed in this Arctic world. The Baudus are heading off on a light-filled journey, where history meets science, with some unique dives, and some legendary sailing. Karasek is a village of 240 inhabitants located in a fjord in the western part of Greenland. Emmanuel and Guillaume's adventures start here. 2 years ago, spent a winter aboard their ice-bound boat, a few miles from the village. Now, they're going to visit some friends they have not seen since. York and Joanna have just returned from the hunt after several weeks in isolation.
That's the whale we hunted. We don't sell whales. They're for the whole village. Everybody takes a piece. You come and take a piece? Yes, it's for the village.
Emmanuel and I have always been fascinated by this route. Much like we dreamed of wintering in the ice, we've also dreamed a lot about sailing the Northwest Passage. I think it's one of the most beautiful sea lanes in the world. We will really be immersing ourselves in history. A few decades ago, some explorers went there, but not many people have been there since. The 8,000-kilometer journey will take them from igers to Greenland to Kodiak in Alaska, via the Northwest Passage, a legendary route that people searched for more than 400 years. The route is not a direct one. One has to keep heading south where the pack ice is less dense, and find one's way through the hundreds of islands in the very northernmost part of the Canadian territory. This route is littered with tragedies, such as Franklin's Lost Expedition, one of the most famous British expeditions of the 19th century. In 1906, Roald Amundsen was the first to cross this passage. It took him 3 years. Since then, only 257 boats have traveled from one ocean to the other via this route. The passage is navigable for only 1 month.
Before, the boat stopped for the winter in the passage and sailed again after, because they could not make the transition in one summer. Now I think it's possible since a few years because of climate change.
Before, when I made a hole in the ice, after 48 hours, I had to dig it again because it was frozen back over. Now, when I make a hole in the ice, it grows by itself.
Emmanuel and Guillaume are saying goodbye to York and Joanna, but they are not leaving Greenland. For a fortnight, they use the island as a base before heading into the passage. They must wait for the right weather window when preparing for their dives. Marcel Kukin has joined them aboard the Y. He is a biologist and a specialist in natural fluorescence. This phenomenon is hard to see. It requires special lamps and some juggling with lightweight lights and filters to reveal it. It does actually appear. It has never been observed at either pole. What is interesting is that in the polar regions, which are gigantic regions on a global scale, everything is yet to be discovered. And today, while we spend lots of time exploring other oceans around the world, the polar regions, the Arctic and the Antarctic, are only just starting to be explored. But can fluorescence, which is found in all the other seas around the world, be found here? What's it like here? Will it be different? Is there much of it? These are some of the questions we have.
I love that little doggy so very much. What a month. It's just a baby.
Just before we get to the water, we're going to try and rake over the whole area. And afterwards, I'll follow you. And we'll do it area by area. And each time we establish an area to work over, we'll do it thoroughly. You be in blue. Okay, is that good for you?
Yes.
Getting ready to dive in the Arctic takes a lot of preparation. Between 2 and 4 hours to put on at least 80 kilos of equipment to survive in water at 0 degrees Celsius.
Yo, look at your baby.
It takes a good 10 dives to set all the parameters correctly. Gila and Marcel dive together. One of them is rediscovering the sensations of diving in polar waters. The other is discovering them for the first time. They are only a few meters down. Gila is familiarizing himself with these new tools, getting used to seeing through the yellow filter in front of his mask. All the blue of the ocean is absent, absorbed by the filter. This way, he can better observe any fluorescence, which is a transformation of light into another color. Only the algae react to the beam from his lamp. In the blue beam, they display red fluorescence. But fluorescent algae are nothing new. Gila and Marcel cooking are looking for fluorescent creatures. For now, they're just reflecting back the light. But on a vertical area, where life is developed more densely than elsewhere, something seems to be reacting.
At what depth did you harvest the bryozoan?
40, 45.
Okay, that's good.
Have you found anything emitting fluorescence?
Yeah, we got several things. And there's one that looks really good. There were lots of them.
Yeah, but they weren't all fluorescent.
That's the same as the one you brought up, isn't it?
That's the one we brought up. It's the same.
When I do dives like this, I realize that this is where everything we do makes sense.
In the mess room on board the Y, Marcel sets up a tent to block out the daylight that permanently floods the boat.
This one was emitting fluorescence quite well underwater. We've seen them several times.
Gila harvested some bryozoans, microscopic creatures that live in colonies attached to a surface. Some traces of fluorescence appear.
What we see underwater is that the whole body emits red fluorescence, and the tips of each branch emit white fluorescence.
Yes.
But here we can see all these little dots, which we can't see underwater.
Little dots, yes. We can see each individual, and I think that every little fluorescent dot could be an individual's mouth. What fascinates me in these fluorescent signals is that the organisms have patterns on their bodies that look like that. But they see them like that. They see all these colors that we don't see.
Who's the most?
They use them to communicate. They serve to tell their friends where they are or to warn predators not to eat them because they're poisonous. And for now, there are 4 or 5 instances where we understand these signals
And there are thousands and thousands of organisms that are fluorescent. So the goal is to understand the behavior of these organisms and to understand why they have these signals.
What's Marcel doing, Robin? What's that? Wow.
What's that?
It's like the animals you see at night. Huh? The light's gone, so you can't see the fluorescence anymore. For 2 weeks, ship's Captain Emmanuel analyzes wave files and ice charts to decide when they should leave the Northwest Passage.
Even if we went around, even by the north coast, we would have to open up a little more.
I think it's melting. And with a little luck, it will have cleared by the time we arrive in 3 or 4 days' time.
This year has been very cold, and it won't necessarily be the easiest year to go through the passage. We'll see. Is everyone here? Yes, so we've checked the weather and the latest ice maps. The conditions are excellent, so we're going to set off.
The Y sets sail. It's not the sailor who decides when to take the Northwest Passage. It's the passage that decides for the sailor. Emmanuel thinks it will take them 3 days to get there, by which time the ice will have melted a little and will be less compact at the entrance to the passage. The crew is leaving Greenland for Canada. They cross the Atlantic to Pond Inlet in Albert Harbor, the symbolic gateway marking the start of the Northwest Passage.
All the colours here indicate a concentration of ice. And you can see just behind Pond Inlet, it's red, so it's totally impassable. Where it's yellow, there's still a lot of ice. Green means that usually, when the weather is calm, we can get through, and we can make our way through then. We should start hitting the ice around midnight, when the wind should start to drop. We'll take stock then.
For the Y to sail into the ice, clement conditions are required.
Yeah, this is not what the forecast said.
In these remote areas, well north of the Arctic Circle, the weather forecasts are not always reliable and often underestimate the reality of the situation. For everyone, their arrival in Canada is underscored with tension. They keep watch around the clock. Ice floes are starting to appear around them. They must avoid growlers, which are like baby icebergs. They are hard to spot.
There, port. Hard to port. There's one straight ahead, right in front. Hard port.
The growlers can damage the hull. Their ices are often hard and sharp. The wind has dropped. The ice is becoming scarcer. Why is now entering the first inlets marking the entrance to the Northwest Passage. The austerity and isolation here make it feel like a virgin land. But they need strength to appreciate it.
I didn't sleep much last night. I'm tired.
Masturbating?
Tomorrow we have to dive. It's midnight. The weather's crappy. We don't know the area. And our anchorage is terrible.
But from their mooring in Albert Harbor, the first dive into the passage is wonderful. It's very steep, with vertiginous overhangs. Moreover, there's an explosion of life here unlike anything Gilad has ever seen in the Arctic seas. Rich, abundant life. At different depths, the divers hold up a 50-centimeter frame and take a picture to count the species later. They take samples of some of them. It is only by diving like this that they can explore these otherwise inaccessible areas. But for those waiting on the surface, the dive is taking a disturbing turn.
Shida, former one, do you receive me? Air 1, Shida, I hear you.
Veronique, a doctor on board, is on the alert.
A parachute came up with the alarm signal, like the flag of a tag that was still attached, which is a signal that there is a problem underwater. Maybe it's just an oversight, but when in doubt, we have to do whatever it takes. They just let us know that everything is fine. They're both there and everything is fine.
Message received.
False alarm. Encumbered by his wetsuit, one of the divers triggered the wrong signal. But that was the only negative during this first dive in the Northwest Passage.
I think that was one of the most beautiful dives I've ever done in the Arctic.
Yes,
That was crazy, huh?
magnificent to die for.
Nobody has ever dived here before. And probably nobody else ever will. Nobody dives here. And we just went on the most amazing voyage down there.
The site is exceptional, and they need to explore it for traces of fluorescence. A lumpfish swims into the beam of the lamp. Any traces of fluorescence are very slight. The red fluorescence of algae lights up the rock.
There is something magical about this vision. Then, two small fluorescent spheres appear. That's beautiful. A fluorescent shrimp. Its eyes glow under the microscope.
It's really the most captivating species. It's particularly remarkable, the way its eyes are staring at us. And here, what are you interested in?
In this instance, the type of fluorescence.
The type of fluorescence?
Yes. The goal is always to find new types of fluorescence that can be used in medicine, or in biology, or in industry, by the police. There are plenty of applications. One of the aims of their research in the Arctic is to identify new fluorescent molecules. The first one was observed in jellyfish, and for the past 20 years, they've been searching for them in all organisms. These molecules have revolutionized the biomedical field. For example, they make it possible to color a cell and monitor how it changes. The potential is immense for these molecules that render the invisible visible.
As we move forward, the landscape becomes austere under an increasingly grey sky. We are in Lancaster Sound, but now I have a better understanding of what Amundsen said when he first arrived here. He said, "The north of Devon Island we are passing has none of the beautiful lines of Greenland. Huge, bare and desolate plateaus with large humps and gibbosities here and there. This country is not an engaging one."
This country is not an engaging one. These few words, uttered by the Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen, the first man to cross the Northwest Passage, and the first to reach the South Pole, quite accurately reflect the harshness of this place. Lancaster Sound is home to Beachy Island, a symbol of loss, suffering, and tragedy that contributed to the legend of the Northwest Passage.
This quest for the Northwest Passage starts here. It starts at Beachy Island, which is the start of the Northwest Passage, and was the start of a tragedy, that of Franklin's Lost Expedition. Franklin's Lost Expedition was crazy. It symbolizes those great patriotic expeditions. But it resulted in a huge death toll. It was a terrible tragedy, probably one of the greatest tragedies in the history of polar exploration, even in the history of all exploration. It began as one of the most important and prestigious expeditions ever, but in the end, all hands were lost.
There are several graves on this island. 3 are for members of Franklin's Lost Expedition, and 1 is that of a member of an expedition that came looking for them.
It transports you right back into history. Even if it's difficult on a bright sunny day like today to imagine what it was like for those 2 boats over winter, in the night. And then those terrible losses. All those young people who perished like that. This was right at the start of the expedition. It wasn't until later on that it became about survival.
The Franklin expedition had set off on 2 boats, the Erebus and the Terror, to find a gateway to the Northwest Passage. They had planned to be self-sustaining for 3 years, but all 129 men died of hunger and cold. From 1848 onwards, several expeditions were organized to find them. On Beachy Island, the discovery of the graves was key, but nobody ever fully established what happened to the Erebus, the Terror, and their crews. These expeditions led to a more extensive mapping of the region, demonstrating that a passage was possible, and many stories were told about what happened.
The difference in the ice that they talked about and what we see is amazing. Really.
Absolutely. In the stories, they talk about an ice shelf 3 or 4 meters thick. 3 or 4 meters is really big. That's what we have today in the south, on the Canadian coast of the Arctic Ocean. But there's not much sea left that's 3 or 4 meters thick anymore.
The ice shelf is not like it was during that heroic time. The Northwest Passage has opened out over the years, encouraging ship owners to dream about this route that slashes by 1/3 of the distance between Europe and Asia. But navigating it is still unpredictable. Conditions vary from year to year, sometimes almost blocking it completely. Historically, the trickiest parts of the passage are on the way to Joahaven, in a corridor of water called Peel Sound. This has always been the case.
We know that now our problems will begin. The ice is there. We decided to leave while it was still there. But you can't just keep waiting until it's completely clear. So we decided to leave for Goa, while Peel Sound was still very icy. But we're hoping the wind will push the ice somewhat to let us through. We'll see.
You can go 10 degrees to port. Well, that's the best I can do. There's a big sheet on the port side.
Okay, understood.
About 10 nights. And it's very dense until we reach the point. You'll be able to see if we start heading into the compact stuff.
Okay, let's go then.
Let's go. Okay, we're going to start pushing ice cubes now.
Can you tell me whether to go fully to starboard and then back to port?
Yeah, for now, maybe a little turn to port. Okay, you're touching, you can push.
It's impressive. You have the feeling of heading straight for a wall of ice. It often feels like it's impossible, and then...
Another 10 meters and then it's really blocked.
Well, I was going to say that often we make our way as best we can, and we manage to find channels that are free, but... maybe not. We'll see.
Okay, my dear, go for ship's length, and then there's an ice cube to push.
The Y stops, stuck in the ice and peel sound. Now they have to wait for the shifting ice to clear a lane. It could take days, or it might not happen. They will have to overwinter, stuck for the whole season in the ice. The hours go slowly by, punctuated by the creepy sound of the pressure of the ice. Diving is suspended, and the crew suffers along with the boat.
Two o'clock. 2 hours, 300 meters.
For now, we can't see anything.
2 hours, 300 meters.
But now it's action stations. Everyone has got up to look for the bear.
On the ice shelf, there's a thick spur. It's after the water hole.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Look like
Fabulous. So it is. Watching the bears makes us forget for a while how we're stuck in the ice. We don't know when we'll get out. It's a worrying time. It also reminds us that there are many bears in this area, and that if we are to spend a lot of time here, we'll have to take that into account. I don't know if it's because the ice is relatively thick, but they're really lovely, big and healthy. I think it must be the cub's second year, because they're already very big and fat. I think they'll soon be leaving their mother to live their lives on their own.
The size of the ice shelf makes Peel Sound prime polar bear territory. In summer, when food is scarcer, they also venture onto the cliffs to look for bird eggs. After 72 hours of waiting and monitoring, it looks like a passage will soon open up.
It's been waiting for a few hours now, and that's good for melting the ice. And we can see it melting from hour to hour. It's breaking up. It's the ice that melts in August and that reforms as early as September. It's a very small window for passing through. That's the Northwest Passage for you, but it remains very thick. The ice floes surrounding us are mostly between 1 to 1.5 meters thick, and some are much thicker. So it makes the crossing difficult.
The ice melts, the sheets move, and channels open. As the Y starts to move for the first time in several days, it feels like deliverance.
The crazy thing is that although we've been sailing in the ice for years, I realise that there's no rule book. Each different kind of ice and each geographical location has its own particularities. And it's really different from one year to the next, and from one place to another, from one type of ice to another. This is no doubt why the Greenlanders have 100 words for ice. It's right there in front of that slab of ice. Look.
Do you see that lump of ice there?
No, Robbie. It's right in front of him. Can you see it?
Yes. I'm cold.
Do you think he's cold in the water, Robin?
No, it's me who's cold.
A last bear accompanies the Y as it finally leaves Peel Sound. Emmanuel, Guillaume, and the crew just crossed the most problematic area, the trickiest section of the Northwest Passage. The nascent nighttime starts to intrude into the constant day as the village of Joa Haven appears. Joa Haven, a legendary place in the Northwest Passage.
It's a small victory to be here after such a complicated trip. This is where Amundsen wintered and lived for 2 years as he attempted to cross the Northwest Passage. And it was also here that recently Inuit oral tradition helped identify and reconstruct part of the history of Franklin's lost expedition.
Joa Haven takes its name from the Joa, Roald Amundsen's boat. It was from this sheltered bay that he embarked upon the first crossing of the Northwest Passage. It took him 3 years and 2 winters here to finally connect the Atlantic to the Pacific in 1906. In Joa Haven, Emmanuel and Guillaume were very keen to obtain authorization for a dive to explore the wrecks of the Franklin expedition. In the community center, they are greeted by Bob Cheatham. He is in charge of local development and works with Canadian archaeologists.
Still pretty much to get in there. It's one of those really interesting.
What's the road? Is it just
It looks like sand to me. 10 kilometers, about 10 kilometers. Where the bus is in and you have a lot
Emmanuel and Guillaume's dreams have been dashed. The discovery of the Igers in 2014 and the Terror in 2016 have had a considerable impact on the English-speaking world. For underwater archaeologists, this discovery is one of the most important of the last 50 years. Searching of the wrecks has only just begun. Between Franklin and Amundsen, Joa Haven is now home to the 2 most symbolic stories of the Northwest Passage exploration.
There's a historical basement and such an opportunity for people.
It's the foundation of history and having both of them, as you mentioned. Such a change from one to the other. One where people didn't survive, and that's very tragic. Another where Amundsen was dear and Joe and called the community after him. And we learn from the people by living with the Inuit how to survive. These people have been living in this Arctic area for over 4,000 years, and they've survived all those years, so there was a lot to learn.
The wise set sail again. They need to make up for time lost in King Sound. Emmanuel and Gila have one goal now: to avoid at all costs the great storms that can hit from mid-September onwards in the Bering Sea at the exit of the Northwest Passage. The Y leaves the protection offered by the Canadian Islands and starts a long voyage open to the winds, where finding shelter is problematic. More than 4,000 kilometers to the Bering Strait, and the need to make progress becomes more important than diving. They see fewer animals now. The landscape is monotonous. The sea monotonous. The dives, becoming more and more scarce in this race against the clock, are monotonous. There is no seabed, just muddy flats for thousands of kilometers. During these trying weeks, the permanent day is no more. Night is falling more and more. And with the night come moments of grace along the way.
Oh my! Nadir, look!
Their progress is marked by breaks in the weather. Strong winds are expected. So, the Y seek shelter in a flat archipelago of sand. This feels like the middle of nowhere. But two Inuit hunters come to greet them.
Oh, hi! Nice boat. There is an old rock somewhere over here. You can see it right there. It is just part of the boat.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, they tried to come over here from that island there. It was in 19-something. 19-something. I forgot the year. I don't remember. I was
Do you
young.
know what age the boat
I
is
think we're
shaking?
going to dive in to see.
What?
There are walrus all over this land. Have you ever had a big one?
By chance, the Y has dropped anchor beside a wreck. It has neither the prestige nor the dramatic history of the animals in the
That
tale.
should be a show of like people going to all kinds of crazy places in the world and giving people Big Macs and like chicken nuggets. But do you know what a chicken nugget is? Like, huh? Try it, man. It's fucking amazing. Chicken
It is
McNugget,
about
dog.
50 meters long
Oh,
and beautifully preserved. Gila is cautious. A wooden ship trapped in the ice in the 1950s. Crew abandoned her, rescued by the hunters. The ship eventually gave way to the pressure of the ice. Then she sank. They forgot her name, if they ever even knew it. Nature always flourishes where there are wrecks. They act as an artificial reef. Life seeks refuge there. developing and thriving. This is all the more the case here in the great north of the Americas, where the seabed has so little to offer. Fluorescent mold appears in the beams of their lamps. Other organisms are also glowing, like some sea urchins. Sheila takes a sample, and he studies some places he finds next to the wreck.
I was waiting for you to come up. I was a little worried when you were down there because it was really stirred up.
How long have you been out?
Hey, it's been half an hour, I think. So this will be our wreck. Given that we couldn't have the Terror or the Erebus. But I'd like to know its history. It's a bit mysterious.
I tried to look at the bow on both port and starboard to see if there was a name. I looked at the plates, I looked everywhere, but there were some clues. The plates came from England, and there were a lot of pumps that came from New York.
What did you find?
He found a sea urchin which seems to produce fluorescence. He didn't say where or how. We'll take a look with a magnifying glass.
Great. Let's do it.
There. So there's a small...
It's producing a lot of fluorescence.
It's lovely.
Were you expecting that, Marcel?
Yeah. Well, I've never seen a sea urchin do that.
Really?
Why would a sea urchin transform light? Of all the species collected in the Northwest Passage, Marcel Cook had identified this property in about 20 of them. In the Arctic, fluorescence would seem to be a rare phenomenon. Among these 20 species, this sea urchin is the only creature in which fluorescence has been observed for the first time. This leads them to hope that it is being produced by an as yet unknown protein. The Y swallows up the miles as it continues on its way along the northern coast of Alaska, passing the northernmost point in America.
Do we continue following the coast?
This is the last stage. The conditions are sometimes difficult and uncomfortable.
Can you ever in a million years picture your parents putting you on a boat? Nope. My mother would be like, is there a Martin's? I'd be like, no. She'd be like, well, in the Northern Patch, it's going to have to wait for your old mom. Okay.
There's absolutely no shelter.
She wouldn't say old mom. She said for you.
We hoped it would be a little
Your dear
calmer
mom.
when we arrived, but the sea is rougher than we'd imagined.
She'd be like, but mom, you get to be in a boat. She'd be like, Martin's. I'd be like, well, it's not that far from Gucci Martin. She'd be like, how far? It's like
very varied.
3,000. She'd be like, you have to go to Michigan.
Now we're ending with weather that's truly worthy of the Bering Strait.
Sort of. She'd be like, Like, they're not Martin's.
You often hear people say that the Northwest Passage is open, that it's almost easy to cross.
They do have Martin's in Michigan.
But our trip this year has shown that that's far from being the case. It remains a long and difficult voyage, requiring real commitment.
Mom would be like, well, we're not sure that they have martins in Michigan. I've never been up there to see it myself. So this whole Bering Strait deal, that's going to be for you and your father.
It's nonetheless a legendary
I feel like,
voyage.
well,
It's
Dad,
legendary
huh?
because it's so tough.
Like that, huh?
And our
Like that,
trip confirmed
huh?
that.
Like that, huh? Like that,
I
huh?
wouldn't say it's
Like
a rite
that,
of
huh?
passage. Maybe that's a little too cliche.
Do you know that the Bering Strait is? He'd be like, what?
But there's
Like,
something
you know what
that
Russia is? He'd be like, huh?
makes you older and
Mom,
wiser.
I talked to Dad about the Bering Strait thing, and she'd be like, okay, what did he say? Well, if I said, he said maybe if it's okay with you, it'd be okay with him. She'd be like, does he know about the Martins situation? So like, no. She'd be like, well, obviously he knows I'm not going to go up there because they're not Martins. Really? Oh, of course not. Why? Huh? Are you serious?
Look! Whales, Robin! Over there! Over there, beside us! There!
Look at that.
They're going to come out in front of the boat, Robin. Look!
And Emmanuel and Guido, their children and the crew, finished their journey to Kodiak among the whales.
And be like, Mom, they have polar bears there. She'd say, Martin.
They have traveled 8,000
I'd be like,
kilometers
but they have
in a
polar bears.
landscape
She'd be like,
that's constantly changing, carried out dozens of dives that nobody has ever done before. They discovered some evidence of polar fluorescence, which may offer a source of hope in the scientific community. But above all, each of them emerged from this exceptional adventure as a slightly different person.
under the pole. Yes. Really appreciate it. It's Cobb's birthday. You gotta wish him a happy birthday on Twitter.
Emerging in the middle of the South Pacific, like an oasis at the heart of a maritime desert, the islands, atolls of French Polynesia are reserves of life and a paradise for diving. This is the perfect destination for the underwater explorers Emmanuel and Guillain Barre. After a decade diving in the waters of the Arctic, they're headed for the South Pacific with their children, Robin and Tom, and their collective Under the Pole. In Polynesia, they plan to explore one of the most mysterious ecosystems on our planet. Deep corals.
Moi, j'ai complètement totally flipped out when I saw that. It's insane.
Little known and rarely observed, these marine vertebrates live at depths of between 30 and 150 meters.
No, Jimmy, I never thought we'd find these corals at such depths when we started. It's incredible.
I'd be like, Mom, you know, we can go scuba diving. She'd say, I don't want to have to get in a bit of bathing suit. That's why. She'd like, it's cold. Like, well, we'll get you a scuba suit, she'd say. Do they sell it at Talbot's? I'd be like, I don't think so. She's like, well, they don't sell it at Talbot's. Why do I want to go there? Why do I want to wear it?
12 months of full-on adventure in the unknown depths of French Polynesia. 12 months of exceptional diving. 12 months of joys.
No.
of doubts, of
I have to make dinner,
and of records to observe
and then Daddy and I are gonna go to the dollar tree. And like, come on, we're gonna fucking sail the Bering Straits our one time to do something big as a family. She'd say, "Where the dog's gonna go back? The dog or whatever." I'd be like, "Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out." And it's like the over bush. Honey, where am I gonna go to the vet? I'm like, "Oh, there's a toilet on bush. Never gonna see my butt." Come on, you gotta understand. It's like it only took rolled almonds 3 years. She's gonna be like, no. I'd be like, rolled almonds is the first guy to like go to the North Pole and the South Pole and go through the Northwest Passage. She'd be like, oh, that's great. You go with him. Go with Roald Amundsen. Why don't you go with Roald Amundsen? Huh? He knows where Martin's is apparently. You go with Roald Amundsen and, send us a postcard or call us or, We have phones.
But the duration of the depot program and the number of dives at 120 meters make the mission both ambitious and demanding.
The risk of this kind of dive is that a small problem can soon become a major problem. And you can quickly accumulate others, and that's where training and experience are absolutely fundamental. We can make extraordinary descents thanks to the rebreather and the propulsion scooter. Magical dives. That demands a great deal of rigor.
Over 12 months, the crew will undertake hundreds of challenging dives at the 5 archipelagos of French Polynesia, namely the Society Islands, the 2 at Moxie Archipelago, Marquesas, the Gombe Islands, and Austral Islands. The crepuscular corals have never been studied in Polynesia, so the depot mission is about to explore unknown territory. But to begin with, they're going to start out in shallow ponds.
We're going to do a little dive in the appropriately named aquarium and show the corals and fish to Robin.
Let's go.
Non, je veux que cet environnement perdure.
We want this environment to last. So this abundant life we observe here still exists decades from now. So our children can dive here too.
The coral reefs are precious, along with the rainforests. They are the planet's richest ecosystems. But they are in danger. Under pressure from climate change and pollution. The corals form the basis of the reef. These creatures are astonishing in the diversity of their forms and distribution. Their structure provides refuge for a multitude of species. They are very well documented down to a depth of 30 meters. Beyond that, in the twilight zones that scientists call the mesophotic zone, little is known. The Atlantic sailed to the Trio at the end of Open Bay. The Creole is a research center for coral ecosystems.
This is the whole aquarology zone where we can keep the corals alive. There's some here and behind. It's a new platform. Then we've got some small containers. We can modify the environmental conditions like the pH and temperature.
When she arrived in Florida in 2010, the reefs were in a terrible state. There were practically no corals left. But just 8 years later, they've made a major comeback. Letitia wonders if the robustic corals were behind this recovery. The Deep Hope program, based on the theory of refuge, came into being.
What we found so inspiring about the project is the refuge theory, and the solutions which this could bring to the coral reef.
The refuge theory is the idea that the deep corals could generate larvae which come up to recolonize the surface. And if that's the case, it's extremely important for their protection, where the depth is really a critical dimension, which should be incorporated in studies, in management, in preservation. But we here in French Polynesia, we don't know because we don't have access to that zone.
It's amazing to think that for the first time in French Polynesia, we're going to observe and take samples on a vast scale of species and individuals that we don't yet know. We're going to try and understand how they live and how they interact. It's going to be like our own acoustic dream.
This collaboration is a golden opportunity. At the start of the expedition, Letitia guides them into the coral world. Michel Bichon, global specialist in coral identification, accompanies them. Today's agenda, a dive to 120 meters on the site at Maria that the Creole has been studying.
We're quite familiar with the zone from 0 to 30 meters, since that's a zone we study. Beyond that, it's true it becomes a bit more vague. But Michel has made this little sheet on which he's noted the main species we expect to find out there. What's the maximum dive time at 90 and 120 meters?
So on 120 meters, that gives us 3 hours diving, 3.5 hours. We'll be in that ballpark.
20 or 25 minutes, that's not quite the same dive time. At 120 meters, each minute will significantly increase the decompression time.
And that includes the descent too.
If there's any snags when you're down there, 3 minutes more is 45 minutes extra decompression. It starts to add up. 1 hour's decompression for 4 minutes.
Every minute spent at depth has a cost in terms of decompression time. The divers then have to spend several hours underwater. Marine biologist Julie is Ken's diving partner. Together, they share the same risks. For this initial dive, Guillaume's hook up to Letitia Edouard and Michel Bichon via a camera. They want to see the coral species living in this crepuscular world and see how abundant they are. They each have 80 kilos of equipment, a rebreather, 4 bottles on their backs, 2 big ones on the side, lighting, tubers, the propulsion scooter. Going down 120 meters is an exercise in itself.
Height 164, 200 bars in check. 190 bars in check. Intermediary 2040, 250 bars, closed under pressure. 270 bars, regulator working, open under pressure.
I can try to descend as quickly as possible.
On arrive à 40 to 40 meters. There are a lot of fish. Tonight is a genuine underwater city living in and around the corals. In a few minutes, we'll change universe. It's an extraordinary sensation. Extraordinaire. The light dims, the gloom grows. All my senses are on alert. Une partie de moi-même, there's a part of me based on the automatic reflexes of diving and survival in the deep. Equilibrium, breathing. I always keep one eye over my shoulder to check there are no sharks around. I always keep an eye on Julien, and I know he's keeping an eye on me. The clock is ticking. We have a few minutes to make this trip and bring back these corals from the depths. They are present. Coral covering is even quite significant at this depth. Certain corals attract their attention.
I find it quite unique to discover this at the same time with him, seeing him underwater, sharing this. I would never go down to 120 meters, and to do this with him is an experience. We can see that they've come up a bit, but we can see that there's quite a bit of life at this depth. We should tell him to take that acropora.
If you're receiving me, take the acropora just above. And send those samples back to the surface. Now it's time to resurface. And that means a long wait, around 2.5 hours of decompression, to reduce the nitrogen or helium accumulated in the body and avoid an accident.
When you make a deep dive, you have a limit. It's not so much the depth, it's the time. It's not the machine which limits us, it's the person. It's the cold, it's the fatigue. Yes, stop here at 6 meters. We're nearly there. The surface is right there, and we can see it. And yet we're 6 meters down, and it's been several hours. And there's no way around it, unfortunately.
On the surface, the scientists wait patiently for the divers. Meanwhile, one of the samples brought up from the deep has especially attracted their attention. A coral of the genus Pachyceras found at 90 meters.
This is the Pachyceras from 90 meters. We think this is a record in terms of depth for a Pachyceras. Do you know if you saw a lot of them at that depth?
It wasn't the start, but yes, there were loads. They appear all at once. We were going along the bank and boom! At 90 meters, we saw the first. We took it, and then we looked around, and they were all around. And there were other colonies, and there were others which were even more extensive than that.
For us, knowing this exists at 90 meters suggests it might serve to recolonize shallower areas.
See what that motherfucker's looking at the beehive.
This is a major discovery.
I like a picture today. I don't know. I want to do it again today. We'll move you there.
The boat leaves Korea. It's similar to its society islands. 3 islands were explored in each Polynesian archipelago. 2 sites are selected on each island, with 6 stars on each site. This is a sizable undertaking, involving at least 6 divers every time. They divide up the different depths, from 6 meters to 120 meters. They collect samples. They photograph the deep coral colonies to record their diversity and their quantity. They also install luminosity and temperature sensors to understand the physical characteristics of this twilight world. Each dive is a journey of wonder.
Like it doesn't, we move through these environments and we know things are going to happen. You're safe. I know I'm going to make different observations every time. Just watch the show.
The boat becomes a laboratory. The samples accumulate on deck as the hidden world starts to reveal itself.
First samples gathered are always a surprise when we open the sachets, when we finally see what they've collected. We have lots of discoveries, seeing all these previously unknown species which managed to colonize this little-known mesophotic zone.
And the biggest surprise so far goes by the name of sample number 805, a coral never previously observed in Polynesia or elsewhere. Amazingly, the divers frequently collect this unrecorded species of coral in the twilight zone. Michelle spends endless hours studying them. He identifies the genus, but not the species. And it's such a rare genus, he can't believe it.
This is a totally new species.
Absolutely.
This is an incredible discovery.
Yes, it's one of the highlights of the expedition. Pearl of our own. It's totally amazing and unexpected to find something like that in Polynesia to begin with. Honestly, I can tell you I wasn't expecting that. On the list of unexpected surprises on this expedition, there was also an island. Since it's so exposed to the wind, it's been little explored to date. But the conditions are clement, so they decide to make a halt.
We're riding on Mactea to the south of the Tomatoes. I don't think many people come to this island. It doesn't feature in nautical manuals, except in the official French book. To me, it's a bit like Robinson Crusoe's island, due to its isolation and its virgin island appearance.
We need to try and make it stop. Have a look around.
It's bad, yeah.
If all goes well, carry out a dive.
Today is a rare island. It is a Reeves atoll, one of only 3 in the whole of the Pacific. Its 8 clear cliffs make it an ocean citadel. The northern point may be challenging for navigators, but diving is tricky. Makatea is a largely forgotten island. Only 90 people still live here, including Sri Rabbi.
Hi.
How are you?
Unbelievable.
Wow. The mystery of Makatea left its mark on French Polynesia. The vegetation hides a scar. The island was exploited, then abandoned.
Makatea is not a Polynesian word. It was a word that was later turned into the Tahitian language. Makatea is a scientific word. It just means white coral. All the atolls in Polynesia in the Pacific, which have the same configuration, scientists call them Makatea. Makatea is special on every level, unique on every level.
For 5 decades, from 1917 to 1966, phosphate was exploited here. It was extracted from these cavities. At the time, Makatea was the economic engine of Polynesia. Then it all stopped. Today there are new projects underway on the island.
Any West Side projects? West Side.
There will be a resumption of phosphate extraction. Phosphate exploitation is detrimental to the corals. The crew want to know what state the reef is in today. It's an opportunistic dive. A few photos, some samples. It was not part of the initial program. But the most unexpected of landscapes unfolds before the divers. At a depth of 90 meters, there are corals everywhere. An incredible carpet at such a depth, as far as the eye can see.
You can clearly see the depth from this blue. It's well in the 90 meter zone, perhaps even deeper. They're on top of one another. It's a blanket. We didn't take any photos, but 80 to 90, even 100%. I'm mesmerized, and I was mesmerized down there.
Yes, I saw you were hanging around on them. And the biggest, more than 1 meter.
Does that make sense to you, Michelle? That kind of coverage at those depths?
For coral reefs in general, honestly, no. Even in more shallow reefs, a rate of coverage that high over such a wide area is extremely rare. To me, that is something altogether exceptional. We only stay 3 days at Makatea, but we plan to return one day.
I think we will see each other again.
Yes, it's a very small world.
Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
These initial extraordinary observations call for more dives and further study. But that will have to wait for another time. The exploration program must stick to its course towards other islands, other archipelagos. The voyage is punctuated by some intense moments. For Emmanuel, swimming with a whale is a childhood dream and a promise she made to her mother.
On arrive à l'endroit, we arrive at the spot where they're supposed to be below us. They're already coming up. Just in front of us. I see Rabbi. He's not afraid of them, and even tries to get closer. At one point, I even thought he was going to get on the whale's back. In a few seconds, we fulfill the dream. Whilst all three of us exchanging glances with these whales.
That was incredible.
Oh yeah, he was in total apnea.
It was incredible.
Did you see that? How many were there? How many did you count?
I didn't count.
You didn't count? I think there were 4 of them. I think it's one of the best days of my life. No exaggeration.
We're aboard. The moon is buoyant. The expedition is fulfilling all its promises. A fervor for diving is proving contagious.
Well, are we going to dive or not? Are we going to dive?
This involves deep exploration, diving where nobody ever goes. I can expect to experience moments that no one else has ever experienced.
Aujourd'hui, c'est Julien.
Today, Julien's due to bring in the sensors. We left in a column of water. Here at 120 meters.
Ici, à 120 mètres.
Puis après, 90 meters, and so on.
C'est la fin de...
And that's the end of our mission for this dive. So now we've got around 2.5 hours of decompression left.
Kia and Julia start to slow up slowly, respecting the decompression stops.
Arrivé à 80 mètres.
When we get to 80 meters, I see Julien stop, intrigued by the behavior of the grey shark. The closer I come, the more this shark's attitude catches my attention.
L'attitude de ce requin m'interpelle. Si on sait,
You know, sharks can swim to intimidate.
ces requins peuvent avoir une nage d'intimidation.
Il faut parfois. But I've never seen a shark behave like this.
J'ai jamais vu ça.
It was an extremely slow, jerky way of swimming, swinging 90 degrees to the left, 90 degrees to the right, not like anything I'd ever seen before.
The shark moves away, then turns around, passes in front of Kia, and swims towards Julia.
I'm in open water. There's still this shark swimming against the current. He's coming in my direction, and he leaves the wall at that moment. So we meet in open water. That's not what happened. At that point, I'm thinking, wow, this is great. This is really incredible. It's really quite rare to find yourself in such a setting with these creatures so close.
30 meters in this magnificent blue, I witnessed an almost unthinkable scene. I don't know exactly what happened. I dropped my camera. I saw Julien. He'd lost his mask.
But I didn't know the extent of the damage. I just knew it had been warm. Then I thought, okay, I have to react quickly. He'd bitten through my strap, so I've got no mask. I can feel that the water is going straight into my lip. It's much harder to breathe. I put myself in front of his face and give a big okay sign.
We were facing an extremely grave situation, since it looked as though he'd lost his rebreather.
I absolutely had to stay calm. If I panicked at that point, at that depth, it's simple. You end up drowning. It's over. End of story.
In such moments, life flirts with death. Julien puts on his emergency goggles. The shark is gone. Julien seems to be handling the situation. But what about his injuries? He still has to undergo 2.5 hours of decompression. On the surface, he failed.
Yeah, I can see Julien's bleeding. There's a big cloud of diluted blood around his head. It's coming out of his hood. I realised that he's been injured and that he's bleeding quite profusely.
I had to not bleed out in the water. If I lost too much blood, I maybe wouldn't be able to complete the decompression. So I've got two problems. I'm injured and I've got blood loss. So it's tricky. Possibly have found the info so they can prepare what they need to catch him up, because it's possible his head is going to need some stitches.
If it's a deep cut, can he stay 2 hours in the water?
He doesn't have any choice. He has to stay down there.
He will bleed to death.
The crew rally around Julien. They're all worried he may pass out before he makes the surface.
Julien is in shock. And even if he tells us everything's fine, he's handling it. He doesn't look his usual self.
The stop is interminable. He never remains vigilant. Everybody that goes by reassures Julien that breathing seems to have stopped.
I still can't quite step back to realise just how much worse it could have been. I'm just relieved to have come through.
Okay, come on.
I'm fine.
Where exactly does it hurt?
I took a blow here, and one here.
Yes, there were some marks in your eyes.
Yeah, I can feel I've got a couple of cuts there.
Does it hurt?
No, it's fine.
Did you feel there was any vital compression of the skull?
No. I felt I was held, but not at all compressed. He was too small to get hold of my whole head.
Kind of vision like in some B movie where the shark comes along and opens its jaws and then it all goes blank. It was like that. It dumped my head. I saw its gaping mouth. I thought, damn. And then it thrashed around for a couple of seconds. And then it had hold of me. I thought, this damn thing is actually trying to eat my head.
A dozen stitches and the incident is over, at least on the physical level. The consequences for the crew are more profound. That evening, they gathered to watch the footage to review what happened. Each diver having had a partial view of events. The shark assumed an intimidation pattern, exhibiting territorial behavior, but the way it is swimming is so slow that it's unusual. The divers didn't know how to interpret it.
You go straight to the head and it's on target. You can't even see that I tried to fake it off. It didn't work at all.
I don't think we fully appreciated how far these deep dives was going to take us into wild territory. That it would end up bringing us face to face with some behaviors that's different to those you might imagine. That has unsettled the crew.
At these depths, the sharks are not used to encountering humans, as they might in the shallower channels and lagoons. What's more, diving with a rebreather means the diver does not release that long column of bubbles familiar in dives using bottles, which give the diver a greater stature, impressive other marine creatures. But the accident does not halt the program. The study with the musky corals continues, but no one is left unscathed by the attack. They all react in their own way, dealing with their anxieties.
I wasn't very comfortable down there. I really wasn't at ease.
Perhaps it'll help me get over it.
Well, it's the fact that it was a sort of lair. A sort of lair. A bit like the last time. Weirdly, it wasn't underwater that was most stressful. It's more before. You imagine all kinds of things. You picture scenarios. You relive the accident. You relive like it's happening. You relive it in the first person, wondering, what would I have done? How would I have gotten through that? Because I don't have as much experience as you have. I'm not as calm as he is.
Maybe I wouldn't be as lucky as him when the shark struck here and not lower down on the throat, for example. You start reliving an accident in the first person, and it's really anxiety-inducing.
Just for ever since that day, I found it hard to relax when I dive. There's a before and an after. Parce que il y a eu ce moment où there's that moment when I thought we were going to lose someone. Et cette heure et demie, there was that hour and a half of decompression when I reran the images in my head. I thought about the children, Gilani, and I asked myself a lot of questions.
Later on, taking a step back. Having taken part in all the dives, now she goes less often. But in Rocky Road, on the side alongside the tip of the channel, a world-renowned paradise for divers, she rediscovers her taste for gathering underwater specimens. She once again experiences the powerful emotions of a deep dive. The stops are spent in the channel, a wonderful moment of release, and diving once again becomes a pleasure for the whole crew.
Oh, that's amazing. There are dolphins.
2.5 hours of dolphins. From the start of the dive to the end.
They hardly left our side for at least the whole first half of the dive.
Time has worked its magic. Anxieties have evaporated. And the data obtained during the expedition now makes the accident a distant memory. They put together the largest collection of crepuscular corals ever assembled. Above all, they redefine our knowledge of this environment, observing that the species capable of thriving at great depths are more numerous than previously believed.
One of the major learnings of the collection we've made so far is the observation that most of the coral species we found near the surface are quite capable of living at depths of 100 to 120 meters. That's really something we were not expecting. That fuels the refuge theory, according to which corals are able to live in the depths and be in a way protected.
This collection forms the basis of repost. deep corals may be capable of repopulating the surface reefs that have suffered so much. The data gathered by the sensors also yield some surprises. At 120 meters, the scientists discovered that the corals only receive 4% of the light, and yet they need it to survive. How do these creatures manage to live there? And just how deep can they go?
There are some islands where we could envisage carrying out deeper dives than usual, going beyond 120 meters. We go down and down as long as there are corals. Obviously, we couldn't do this everywhere, but there are some islands which lend themselves to this more than others. Have you got any ideas about where there are islands where we can stay down longer?
It's true, the Marquesas is not the right archipelago.
We go to the Gambier Islands for several reasons. On the one hand, as I often say, it's the archipelago at the end of the world, and the extreme southeast of the whole chain of the Tuamotu.
Then 1,700 kilometers from Tahiti, the Gambier Archipelago is the most easterly in French Polynesia. Its geology, temperature, the clarity of its waters, and its well-known coral ecosystems make it an obvious choice to attempt some very deep dives to probe the limits of coral life. In Margarita, one site seems ideal.
What you say? Do you know how deep Julie and Gael are going to go today?
20 meters.
More, Mama.
120 meters.
Even more.
180 meters.
A bit less.
570 meters.
Something like that. Check.
The casual tone adopted with the kids allows a certain gravity. They allow you sure they're going to go down as far as the last coral on the scroll. They have never before descended so far.
We start out on the slope and begin a descent that gets increasingly vertical. From the depths tick by 130 meters, corals all around us, 140 meters, 150 meters, they're becoming more scarce. 160 meters, we can still spot them here and there. Julia and I stop at 170 meters. We're a long way from the surface. We've never been so deep before. We turn towards the rock face, and there in front of us is a coral.
A coral is thriving at a depth of exactly 171 meters. This coral is exceptional. It is the deepest ever recorded. The previous record was 165 meters. This was an observation made from a submarine in the archipelago of Hawaii.
Yes.
Well, Michelle? 171 meters. What do you think of that?
It's the deepest coral sample ever taken anywhere in the world. Push back the frontiers of reef corals. That's very important because it shows that the lower limit is much deeper than was previously thought. It's extraordinary. It makes me very emotional. I've been working with corals for nearly 60 years. This is a crowning moment. Excuse me.
We're really happy to share that with you. It makes us really happy and proud. It's very touching to see Michelle so moved by this discovery. For us, it's true. We never thought we'd find a coral at 171 meters. At the start, we never thought we'd dive that deep. Michelle's really over the moon.
It was really emotional. We even showed that in Polynesian waters, corals can be found that live at depths at which they've never been found before. So the whole vision we had of the reef and how it functions has been thrown into question because today you can't ignore these deep ecosystems and their contribution in how the reef works.
Deep ocean has brought fresh light onto the coral reefs, demonstrating how depth is a key dimension in the survival of this fragile ecosystem.
They're down there, hanging onto the rock face, isolated in the half-light, yet thriving. So it's an amazing discovery, and that alone justifies everything you've done. For me, it's a magnificent symbol of the meaning of underwater exploration. In the great Canadian North and Nunavut, Resolute Bay is slowly awakening after a long polar night. This Inuit village was the legendary base camp for the conquest of the North Pole, just as it will be for our expedition. The dream of a lifetime is coming true. Here I am with a fully prepared team. Our goal, to explore the hidden site of the glacial Arctic Ocean. We load up in an hour at 4 p.m. That's it. Don't forget anything. Then we're on our way. 176, that's a lot. I'm Gila, the one who started this crazy project.
I can take a little.
That's Manu, the only woman on the team. That's Elbon, with the red cross on his cap, always cheerful. As for Sam, he's sort of our genius handyman. The other four, Clément, Benoit, Pascal, and Vincent, are all experts. Mountain climber, photographer, emergency medic, cameraman, and last of all, Kayak, our bear detective. You can't tell who's who because we're all dressed the same.
For Manu and me, this flight towards the pole is the accomplishment of 2 years' work. In this no man's land, the pilots eventually find a safe landing site. Then we are dropped off on the frozen ocean at 40 nautical miles, roughly 70 kilometers from the geographic North Pole. Valentine is our logistics expert. She's heading for Resolute Bay to take charge of base camp. She'll be in touch with us daily through the satellite phones. The DC-3 leaving without us. How I've dreamt of this.
Not one familiar mark to guide us. Ahead of us, due south, 800 kilometers of ice field to cross before reaching land. Our main objective, to do about 50 dives between the pole and the Canadian coast.
What I suggest is that we take it easy, don't rush, take all the time you need to get ready. You have to be careful and watch out for frostbite. Rule number 1, as soon as some part of your body feels extremely cold, you say so. Hands, eyebrows, cheeks, whatever. So do whatever's left to be done, and when we're all ready, we start up. Okay, Kayak, let's go. You traveled with us all the way from France. Taking our young husky along was no easy matter.
This apparently motionless ocean is an immense ice field that drifts according to winds and sea currents above a depth of 4,000 meters. The first kilometer confirms that all the training in the world will never give you the feel of the real terrain.
From now on, the sun will stop setting. My hands feel terribly cold, and I know this isn't always going to be easy. But it's my responsibility to bring everyone back safe and sound. It's cold. I feel something. Yeah. But you still have to be super careful. How is it? Well, it hurts. Yeah, that's a good sign. But it's still numb, and I've been at it for 5 minutes already. Give it a good rub with your hands.
Yeah, I tried that. It worked pretty well.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Now we have to get our bearings.
See, it just takes a little while.
Well, it served as a good warning. So, it's cold. We're complaining about the cold. In a month and a half, when it gets hot, we'll be all wet. We'll complain about the heat. Let's just concentrate on getting some sleep now.
You continue to go to this scene. Why do you do that? I'm just bored and scared. I don't know.
When we woke up this morning, we all felt groggy, as if we'd been anesthetized by the cold. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius last night inside the tent, but no one really wants to make a big deal of it. We're getting into a daily routine. The University of Alberta asked us to take some measurements. The only way to evaluate the thickness of the field, which the satellites are unable to detect, is to measure it on the spot.
It's March 29th. This morning, it's precisely minus 39 degrees centigrade. So Manu and Alban, get ready. I'm happy to give them the privilege of the first dive under the pool. The flows are set at minimum. I tightened them. They're at minimum and they stay that way. If you open it, it's because you need more air. Are they good and tight? As tight as possible for a minimum amount of air to avoid any frost. That's very good because the joint is going to be very cold. Well, I figured out why it took so much effort. It's because they're frozen. Go ahead. Go on.
I can't breathe. You've got to warm it up with the heat gun or it's impossible.
Well, I can't say it's too comfortable.
Wait, let's try it again.
Go for it.
1, 2, 3.
The feet feel okay. All right, I feel great.
Why do you do that?
The spit freezes right away.
You okay, my dear? I unfroze it a little while ago. No problem.
Making my way into this formidable world is a bit frightening. The water is so clear it makes me dizzy. It feels like I'm floating weightless in space. The lifeline is all that connects me to the surface. I've never held on to it as tight as at this instant. Above, they have no idea of what I'm going through. In this mineral world, we never expected to come across any traces of life so soon, barely out of the polar night. Perhaps the first rays of the sun awakened this school of krill. The ice is bright, the cold biting. The shards are razor sharp. Despite the frost in the mask, I can see blocks of ice crystals appearing. A shrimp trapped inside one seems to be waiting for a ray of sun to release it from its icy abode.
Yes, there are enormous crystals. Colors are extraordinary. Blue, turquoise, white, it's stunning. The visibility and clarity of the water, it's amazing. We really get an eyeful. So many wonderful things to see that we'll have to come back tomorrow. We always dive 2 or 3 people at a time, just as we do in cave diving. We double up on vital equipment, regulators, tanks. The teams take turns at each site. Sam is going to measure the temperature of underwater ice. Seawater in the Arctic generally freezes at about minus 1.8 degrees centigrade, depending on its salt concentration. The temperature of the ice on the surface is much colder, closer to air temperature. Minus 1.6 degrees is water temperature, and minus 1.7 is ice temperature. I'm giving you my jacket. My gel off, my tights. It's okay, I feel good.
I'm okay.
We continue our way south through the whiteness of the day. Compared to regular expeditions, we carry a lot of weight. Tanks, compressors, a generator, fuel, a heat gun to warm up the diving equipment. All the essential technology reduced to an absolute minimum. We had planned to cover an average of 12 to 15 kilometers a day. Because of the wind, it's drifting at a rate of 0.3, 0.4 kilometers an hour. We're advancing at an average speed of 1 kilometer per hour. We've gone 6.5 kilometers in 6.5 hours. After all that effort. Let's not spend too much time on this damn ice pack. You still have to keep pulling the sleds. Oh my God, wow, that big chunk just turned over. It turned over? Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't know that could happen. You've been on it just then.
Bad luck.
Okay, let's go. The first gains appear. To negotiate these channels is exhausting. We rapidly understand it will take an immense team effort to overcome these obstacles and continue on, but no one complains.
Dinner!
The simplest gestures accomplished in a temperate zone take considerably more time here. It takes an hour to melt enough snow for our cooking and water consumption.
That's why I always carry energy bars. We're going from minus 35 degrees to minus 20 degrees. It'll cost us. We lost 13 millibars yesterday, and since then we went from 1,038 millibars to 1,002.
Which means if it's less than minus 30 degrees tomorrow, our clothes will be freezing. And it'll be chaos on the ice field.
We're ready for it.
It's just a mess.
We lose too much time morning and evening, especially in the morning. This morning we left 1 hour and 15 minutes too late. There are always 2 to 4 people who slip out of the tents after the others, and it makes us late. Our timing is completely off, so no lounging around in the morning. I'm just like you. I don't feel like getting out of my sleeping bag either. I'd like to stay in another 15 minutes or so, too. So, whatever it takes, departure time is 9 a.m.
We'll try to be ready by 9.
We all have to be ready by 9, and that's that. We have to stop losing so much time. We keep losing time, and that's a problem. We just cannot afford to. Could you explain what you're doing with that little bottle?
First, I pee into it. Then I check to make sure it's closed tight. I tip the bottle over, I'm absolutely sure. Then I put it against my feet.
I don't believe it. You keep it on you like that?
Sure. When I feel it cold, it's like a hot water bottle when it warms me up.
We've lost Bichon's. Good night, then. Despite a heavy lateral wind, we still maintain our course southward. 10 years ago, there used to be multi-year ice that was several meters thick. Today, there is only young ice that's never more than 1.5 meters thick, which is easily deformed by the winds and ocean currents. The old ice has almost entirely disappeared, a sign that the ocean will soon be completely free of ice in the summer. Sometimes I feel a little lonely. I haven't told them, but we lost 5 kilometers yesterday because of the drift.
We've got to get over the ridge and onto some good pack ice. We won't make it before 7. It's better to go back 200 meters and knock off at 6:30.
Or we knock off at 7 and get up at 10. We can sleep an extra hour. It's up to us to get organized and keep moving.
If we didn't have to cross this thing, I wouldn't mind, but it's going to be very difficult, and I think this is a really bad time to do it.
He's right. I don't feel good about it. This way is slowing us down even more. We can't go around the lead. It'll take us too far east. We'll have to go across.
I think we should use the rafts. We don't have much choice.
Yeah. We'll slide them in there, from where it's easier to step in, and then we cross where there's the least ice in the water.
It shouldn't tip forward too much.
No, we'll keep it centered.
Good. It's well balanced like that. Perfect.
Let go, let go. I could use a paddle.
But you have to have sailing skills if you go to the pool.
Hope there's no submarine about the surface.
Bring another raft to help them out.
1, 2, 3.
Easy, easy. What I didn't know was that at that very moment at base camp in Resolute Bay, Valentine was consulting maps and satellite images and starting to worry about our slow progress. Then she discussed it with Wayne Davidson, a prominent polar meteorologist who has lived here for 30 years. They're too loaded down to make it to the coast. The ice conditions are the worst I've ever seen. With what they're hauling, they should have left much earlier. The ice conditions would be bad for anybody, no matter how light they traveled. Yeah, everything is changing. The temperature will be more comfortable for them, but ice conditions will get worse. The ice is going to start moving more and more, and it will be difficult for them to get very far.
What do you see from up there?
It's a mess. Chaos everywhere. There are several compression crests that look like super diving sites. Right, Sam? But you have to go down and see if the ice isn't too thick to drill a hole. Exactly. It will take us 4 hours to travel 1 kilometer to the good ice where we camped tonight. It's a little bit chilly, I'd say. How about my back?
Luckily, we're in good spirits. It's funny, but the brush turns out to be the best polar tool there is. The beauty of a gesture repeated over and over. Morning and night, it can take as much as 2 hours to brush off the icicles formed from our breathing and sweat, as well as the frost in the tents and sleeping bags. Valentine?
Hi, Valentine, it's Keelan. So we're at 88-19-47 and 48-32-06.
Okay, you've drifted pretty far south.
We walked too, 5.63 kilometers southward. It was quite cold, beautiful, but cold. This morning it was minus 40. It's chaos on the ice field. We're making very slow progress.
Tomorrow, there's a violent blizzard heading your way at an incredible speed. In the afternoon, you can expect winds at 20 to 30 knots. So Wayne suggests you get settled on good pack ice and build walls of snow and ice to protect yourselves. It's going to be extremely violent.
Valentine wasn't kidding. Violent is definitely the word. Rather than keeping warm under the covers, Admon, Sam, Manu, and I get up the nerve and give it a try anyway. It's opening up. And closing too. It's starting to close up. One thing for sure, we can't go too far. Could you get through from where you are?
You okay?
Yeah, but it sure is thick. Whereas the first site was predominantly flat and angular, with sharp crystals. Here, it's like the shock of the titans. The packs and crests seem to tumble over each other as in a ballet of petrified giants. The underwater relief is 8 times what's visible on the surface.
Like frozen cumulonimbus clouds. The word exploring takes on a new meaning for us.
In the Middle Ages, sailors feared this sea more than anything. A sea of darkness, where they risked reaching the edge and falling over.
Here we have clearly fallen into another world, as demonstrated by this giant salt concretion, a new sort of icicle.
We decide to explore even further and penetrate into the heart of the labyrinth. A maze of hollows, one narrower than the other. We stay alert for the slightest shift of the ice packs, listening for the smallest creak. Are those my heartbeats that I'm hearing?
We continue down to 40 meters, like Arctic manta rays sliding through an abyssal void.
Let me see your face. Do it some more. Is it better, Guillaume? Not too close. Better. It's just like it came out of a swimming pool. That's what happened to me yesterday. Am I very white? A little, but the color's coming back. You really have to rush out of that water. And when you come out into a blizzard that's whipping in your face,
Yeah, you have to go fast. There, it's getting back to normal.
We shouldn't be faced with this type of terrain so soon. It isn't really water or really ice. It's too dangerous to venture out of.
Get through.
But all 7 of us won't make it.
No, the idea is that I take a rope and pull you over. I'll trace a way through and you float across. It's ideal. Or go alongside it. That's going too far out of our way. It's much shorter to go this way. Okay, so somebody puts on a wetsuit, breaks through, the others follow with the rafts. The wetsuit will do the trick. The problem is that it's frozen when we get into it. Okay. Yep. I go in this direction? Yes. That ball has to cover 300 meters this way. It's not every day you see a human icebreaker. I should have tied it better. Careful not to lose the rope. Right arm. Don't drop the rope. It's gonna kill him. Meanwhile, get the sleds ready because we're following right behind it. And sometimes, if I insist we push through like this, it's because all this has been slowing us down, along with that damp drift that's working against us. Hi, everybody. Good morning. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Sleep well? Yeah. So did I. Thanks for asking.
By now, we've all adjusted to camp life. We each fill out our daily physiological chart for the study on sleep patterns and physical exertion under extreme conditions.
It's time for your pill.
Another study consists of swallowing a nanotechnological capsule which records our body temperature even during the dives. Okay. Is it rising?
Yeah, 34 degrees.
Is there a microchip in it?
That's right. Check this at the end of the dive to make sure it's working.
Okay.
While Sam once again tends to a defective compressor, others get busy recharging batteries, filling tanks, and opening a window onto the ocean. Sort of an airlock for aquanauts.
A dive under the Arctic is certainly worth a spacewalk.
I think of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin coming out of their lunar module when they first set foot on the moon, discovering totally unknown surroundings, like the upside-down world that's around us. We've walked under the pole. It's like a sea of mercury with liquid nitrogen. While Sam gets ready for his takeoff, Benoit and I celebrate our 40th dive of the month.
Let's continue right side up, with our feet on the ground, as they say. In one of the canyons, life comes towards us. It's like encounters of the third kind. Here's an amphipod, just released from the ice. There's the cryopelagic Arctic cod, Arctogadus glacialis. The world's most boreal fish exists all on its own within the layers of ice. To complete the picture, a Narcomedusa jellyfish, a very rare specimen, observed only at 2,000 meters by robotic submarines until now. When we finally come across the undisputed resident of these waters, Sam looks like a giant next to it. A sea angel. It is the living image of the Arctic in all its beauty and fragility.
It's like a vision of unknown galaxies, or like the creation of the world. A stenophore, Beroe cucumis, seems to be attracted by us. Like a cosmic vessel from the abyss, Mertensia ovum with rainbow-colored filaments illuminates the ocean.
Okay, Dion, to be honest, I'll do all I can to find an extra heat gun, but it's Easter weekend and I can't even find any Scotch tape. I'll try everything, but don't count on it. No more planes are flying in. It's complicated here.
Thanks for the good work, Val. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Returning to reality, it's the first provisioning drop scheduled. We're overjoyed at the sight of the DC-3 flying overhead. We're back in touch with civilization, but the pilots get to go home.
Okay, that's very kind. We are waiting for the rest of the ritual. Thank you very much. We're not disease-free. It's perfect for us.
We have 500 kilos to divide up.
There doesn't seem to be any damage due to the drop. So what have you got, Minor?
Well, this is apparently from Sandy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's for kayak.
That's okay, we'll eat it.
Oh, this looks good.
A reblochon cheese.
Some fruit salad, I think. I think this is the last of it.
We love you very much. It turned out to be a pretty good day. By the way, we've drifted southeast 581 meters. Southeast. We're headed home. Hold on tight. When we start off 4 days later, our load is still very heavy. The leads are more and more frequent. The cracks are getting wider. We should have gone more than 300 kilometers by now, but we've only managed half of that. We're not moving forward anymore. That day, I decided to talk to the team. It's important to do as many dives as possible to lighten the weight we're hauling. That way, we'll be using up a lot of the naphthalene, a fuel that doesn't freeze. Other than progressing south, our main goal is still to explore the hidden side of this ocean.
Got
anything you want to try? I think Ilan had something. So I spoke to Valentine tonight. We got the latest report. As you can see, the ice field is in bad shape. We're not advancing as fast as we'd hoped. At the rate we're going, and figuring our distance from the coast, it's highly unlikely we'll reach the coast. So we're going to reorient the expedition. And we'll probably be evacuated off the ice field by plane in 10 to 15 days from now, if the weather and the ice conditions allow.
So much for the conditions. They're not getting any better.
It's breaking up.
Be quiet and listen.
What's up, gangster?
It's incredible. The pack ahead of us is starting to rise. There where you see the cracks.
West Side Gangster. West Side Gangster.
The ice is softening, melting, disintegrating. The sharp, rectilinear forms have disappeared. For the first time, the melt is being observed from underneath the ocean. It's daunting to think that we're living on top of it, and that a plane has to land on this to get us out. The salt concretions explode and dissolve into the ocean. We hear the ice packs overturn and collide. It sounds like the world is coming to an end. The algae appear everywhere now. Life returns. Microorganisms colonize every square centimeter of the ice field. It's the beginning of the end, and all too soon. The temperature of the underwater ice is increasing dangerously, minus 1.4 degrees. It's the sign that our expedition is over.
That looks like it might be okay. Look over there, it's breaking up.
There's a solid pack that leads over there.
Yes.
Yeah, look, there's a solid pack that leads over there.
It goes to the other side of the lead.
Yeah, but we have to keep an eye on it.
Yes, because the wind is picking up.
Tell them we can hear the cracking at night.
We can feel the jolts through our mattresses and sleeping bags.
It's like an earthquake. There's a very loud cracking sound, as if it's breaking up. As if all the tension is being released all of a sudden. It's astonishing. It cracked open, shifted, then formed again to the left around the camp. So now there are big ridges and many leads that are getting wider.
Okay.
Big hugs. Talk to you tomorrow.
We're too far from the coast. The water is increasing. From Resolute, Valentine and Wayne confirm that conditions are getting very risky for a plane to land on the ice field.
All say except that we know exactly where they are. Right there. 46.
What's that all around them?
To the right, there are two leads. One of them may be opening, but we need confirmation. There's a lot of water out there, all right? And a lot of movement going on.
Yes. That's what they said. And also that yesterday they felt an enormous jolt.
That doesn't surprise me at all. They must be hard to take with all that going on, but it doesn't mean they have to evacuate immediately.
Isn't it dangerous?
Not too dangerous if it's only the first day.
But it's been going on for 2 days already.
Then that's 2 days too many. Look, that's where we were a little while ago.
It's clear that the ice has been breaking up rapidly over the last 2 days, and we both agree that you're running a great risk.
So they're waiting for our decision. When do they want an answer?
Tomorrow morning at the latest.
So the pilot and the others have been in conference all afternoon, and the situation has changed since today's news bulletin. We have to give them an answer by tomorrow.
When would we fly out?
They're aiming for Saturday. That all depends on the weather. Well, as soon as possible. So, it's all going to be over, no doubt about it. It's over already.
It's heartbreaking to have to leave so soon. If only we could have stayed a few weeks longer. In the end, we only covered 170 of the 800 kilometers we had planned. But it was worth it.
I remember when we arrived at the pool a month and a half ago, in the bitter cold, I said to myself, it's going to be hell, but it's too late. There's no turning back. Now that we've learned to live on the surface of this ocean, I realize it's been heaven, and returning won't be easy. I also realize that we've been witness to a world that's coming to an end. I share my life with Rabbi. We've become specialists at diving under ice. Our passion took us underneath the North Pole and explored the deep face of paradise like never before. Now we've decided to go much deeper to a world where man has never ventured.
Diving in the depths of Greenland's icy waters. This kind of craziness is why I left him. We sold our house and our car to buy a sailing boat. The why? When our son Rabbi was born, we could have taken a step back. But seeing him grow up amidst the whales is better than a dream. For an adventure such as this, the three of us couldn't just go with our dog Kayak. We had to extend our family. For 15 years, Martin has been an accomplice on Gillen's maddest dives. Juliana, we're now scientists, a physiologist in monitoring extreme dives, and a marine biologist. Priscilla, who's a chemist, works with them. Her partner, Luca, manages logistics. Anthony is the skipper, whilst first mate Daniel is an old hand at sailing between the icebergs. And there's me, Manu. I've been sailing around these Arctic seas for 10 years, and I make sure the expedition goes smoothly.
We're going to explore 2,500 kilometers of the Greenland to document this and if this is monitoring our personal quest to carry out the first dive to a depth of 100 meters in these ice waters.
From the first few miles to the south of Greenland, the ton of diving equipment that we hauled aboard is disappearing under the freezing spray. Ice begins to swallow the Y, and it's working. We wait for the calm that comes with the first icebergs. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius. Time for Gillen to dive into the unknown.
Is this whole part of what we're doing here? Breaking new ground, we're not in control. That's the essence of exploring. So you don't really know what to expect. When you don't know exactly where you're venturing. Everything is there being maintained. This frozen world and scuba diving were never made for each other. The gasworks we have on our back weighs more than 70 kilograms. 6 buckets, 3 different gases, which feed an air recycler governed by 2 computers. I want to become a fish, but we look more like astronauts. It's a joy to be able to do this again. Floating on diver being deeper than 100 meters in temperate waters. Nobody has ever dived as deep in water minus 1 Celsius. One might think that these temperatures are hardly conducive to life. And yet it's here, under the water, that the flora and fauna are the most abundant, the most brightly colored. In stark contrast to the monochromatic landscape on the surface, a fragile world where a change of just a few degrees can wipe out everything. I never died without my camera. My pictures are inventory in these ecosystems. For us, today, our door to the depths is closed in 15 years. We're not ready to go any further. We emerged virtual hypothermia. We spent barely an hour in water. It was torture. To reach 100 meters, it would take 2 hours. Temperature is also a unique chance to study human physiology.
Not 0 to 100 meters in 1 minute? Are you fucking stupid? Easy. I'm gonna fucking blind people. Really? Mm-hmm. Why not? He's against anything that I do, so I just want to especially on Wednesday. Listen, I have not had a confrontation in a while, so I'm ready for it. Don't think you can go further. Don't worry about yourself. When you call, you tell me to
Each time, in each new chemical, you watch and measure your body's reactions. We're actually writing dive protocols as no one else has, in the hope that they can take us to the limit we set ourselves.
Pop-wise, there's nothing much for now.
We'll see.
But for now, Hawaii continues on its way up the western coastline of Greenland. I take the helm. I love the purity of these hostile landscapes, where sea merges with sky, where there's not even earth, where icebergs as far as the eye can see are like mirages on the horizon. Before taking out and diving together under the North Pole, I was a sailor, so I've become an explorer.
It's not as pretty pictures like up here, but the ones that you find are as hard as any you'll find in ViralRabbi.
Robin is 2 years old. I hope these animals will jump out of the book and come to meet him. I wish his life to start with this kind of encounter. Is he there? Did we see one like that?
Not a million years. My parents didn't even watch a documentary on this fucking shit. I don't want to do it. I have to make some kind of deal with it. And what do you want? But please watch it.
Yes, he's taking a nap. Hello, little seal.
Kiss my road on in the morning, I was saying.
I've often been asked if it's a good idea to bring Robin out of the world for so long. But when I see us all here, I know this is building our family's happiness. Should we say goodbye for now? You want to go back to the boat now? Should we look in your book? Julia studied their physiological data. I know banana animals when they're crying on me to curb their enthusiasm. But how can I do that if I'm not contact when you go to the dive?
Mark and I have a similar temperament. We both like to push the envelope. Maggie isn't like that. She has a view from the outside,
From the west
which is
side.
interesting.
If you're gonna have a view from the outside, can't you have a view from
When I
the
dive,
outside?
I think I'm a lot more cautious than Kenan
I think you're a
Martin.
bitch.
I take fewer risks in general.
You
And
suck
anyway,
dick.
whatever you do in the heat of the action, you don't worry.
Everyone hates you.
It's a lot harder to
Everyone has always hated you.
There's nothing trivial
You
about
suck.
sending 2 guys under a big iceberg.
You guys getting fucked right in front of you. Not from
Because
North
you very
Pole.
well that when it gets
Oh,
far
I
off,
watched this motherfucker get
might
rim
look
job
stable, but
right by that fucking barber pole at the North Pole. Fucking reindeers are watching. Everything around, nothing fucking
We've chosen this huge iceberg with a dizzying slopes. The descent is the I like it to be long.
I like it to be long too, girl. Same here, long as possible, girl. Some rabbits are great. We have absolutely no qualms, Rabbi. No qualms.
I'm sinking. I'm passing through.
What the fuck happened here?
At 60 meters, I arrive at the bottom.
I've become alive. I'm gonna shout
Time seems to stand still. But suddenly stress is added to the cold.
Save as rollins. That's tight. Alright, here we go. Dum, 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 dum. Is that rollins? That's tums. 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 Oh, dude, we don't need a fucking jingle. Damn. Oh, fuck. How about the west side? I look around. I see the west side. The
iceberg was cracking. These voices and the notion that it could collapse.
You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice my love. You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. I've seen it before, it happened all the time.
There are 41 minutes left in this stop.
You're against the goal,
Minutes become hours. You can't escape from the depths.
I heard 3 cracks, really loud. Right in front of you. Not reassuring. It was stressful. Martin and I.
Yeah, kid, just.
I think we were thinking the same thing.
That you guys were pussies?
Discussed it for long.
Oh, that they were pussies. Hey, Don.
Did you hear that?
What? You being a pussy? Yeah, you're just telling that story about you and your friend being pussies on the ice.
A hot day like this, the snow and ice is changing too. It can get a little dicey. We had to stop to do so. We were a bit stuck. You tell yourself, you better not split on my side.
And if it does,
the further we go, the more icebergs there are. Now we're entering the territory where they're born, Disco Bay, where some of the last survivors of the polar fauna still live. They're there. Just there. Big part of my motivation for this expedition was being able to see something. Now once, in the right wheels. Off the view. The right wheel. Second biggest whale after the big whale. It can live 200 years, and we almost exterminated it in less than a century. It's a privilege to watch it feeding peacefully on the surface.
Do you like pretending lucky, Cher? There's nothing else to do. I would just have him like that, and then he'd make this sound. Like, he'd put his arm up like this so I could let you. And then I give him a kiss on the head, give him a kiss on the noses. Why do you do baby talk? Because I do. Go fuck yourself. Why not? I'm the West Side gangster. I do whatever the fuck I want. West Side.
We're closely following the retreating ice. There's a risk we'll get stuck.
Love Town's birthday.
Impression Ridge. It's really dense. I'm not sure if
Can you keep it spelled like correctly?
All station.
I think I can.
We are stuck in the ice. We request assistance to help us to try to get out of the ice.
I added a little polite phrase saying, "Don't worry, we're all right, but if you could help, that'd be cool." And now there's radio silence.
After a first night stuck in the ice, I let it roll. Martin and snapping action. We haven't done a must do or dies to gain confidence and experience. We're aiming for 70 meters. Lion's mane jellyfish. Suddenly encountered. You must see that piece. Our descent is punctuated by close encounters with things from the world. It takes us 10 minutes to reach a depth of 70 meters. We stay there for 25 minutes.
Do something like that.
Where now?
Take a picture.
Then comes the ascent and the stops. The interminable stops. Almost 2 hours before we come out. Time for our bodies to eliminate the gas that we're breathing under pressure lower down.
Whiskey lang.
That was a great day. Wasn't it, honey? It's funny to think of all the polar expeditions of the late 19th, early 20th century, mooring on the ice floe, walking out on the pack ice like in a dream. This is our time to ourselves. Dive.
You're turning your hawk.
Antonio, there's a Greenlander fishing boat coming towards us. That's the radio. I'll try to call him. Phelps, that's brilliant. He's not answering the radio. The ease with which he comes through the ice is amazing. He's not scared. You see the state of his hull? So cool.
Hi. Yes, please. Thank you very much. It's
Good meat for us.
I'm trying to back off to give him some room, but it's hard. You can follow the trail.
The Y is a sailing boat equipped for diving in the Arctic, but it's not an icebreaker. The fishermen open the way for us. In these isolated, hostile regions, helping each other is a way of life.
Narrow foul cruising speed, up to 5 knots per week. More and more ease. We're also accumulating pictures of Arctic underwater life. Human divers are so rare in this part of the world that each time the camera rolls, I get the satisfaction of documenting this unknown universe. Norman, a marine biologist, often dives with us. Whenever he can, he goes off set with sightings and seashells and then decides to labs. These shows are fascinating. Like sensors, environmental black boxes. They record any changes in their environment for periods stretching over dozens, even hundreds of years. And sometimes there are encounters that are more exciting than these. Today, it's a uniform. I'm captivated by this animal, disguised as a plant, but the most enthusiastic of these women. You pleased now? Are you happy?
Yeah! You're too happy! When you think that the water's -1, we're playing like it's Mediterranean. Roman, you're not to eat, or is it all for science? For now, it's all for science. Upward. Underwater, they're really beautiful. They're samples taken from the Natural History Museum. I hadn't seen any before, and there were entire fields of crinoids. Before we set off, he said, if you find any at all, that's great. These guys were on the way up. They moaned at me.
They told you to grab some?
I went back down 2 meters to get some before we left.
The Natural History Museum is studying the evolution of this animal, which has adapted to almost all the seas in the world over thousands of years. They've even found crinoid fossils that date back to the days of the dinosaurs. But for Roman, the exception slips into the routine of his samples. On top of his bivalves, he's painting a chemical portrait of the Greenland waters. He's doing an environmental inventory of 2,500 kilometers of coastline.
It's like taking a photo of a landscape, you snap, and you freeze an instant of life. Nap time?
A photograph of Greenland, just as Robin is beginning his life. Good night, see you later. See, they're doing scientific samplings. See you later, love. Kiss? Kiss. Have a lovely nap, darling.
The storm is rising. The sea is becoming white. We're not thinking about diving, just somewhere to shelter.
To try and forget the rumble of the storm outside, I show the team Gila and Martin's images. No one's seen them yet. They're the only ones who've explored the depths.
It's like we're in outer space.
I was a bit more stressed. Minutes I was sleeping. What I don't understand is why would you go and shake it? It's loaded.
No applause for the security aspect.
That's a good call.
But it is nice. Suddenly in the night, the alarm makes us jump from our quints.
What's the word on the anchor track? We're drifting, channel check.
The anchor is slipping. The Y is threatening to crash against the rocks.
Can you see the bank? We can see the edge behind it. Shall I put it in gear? It's not in gear. Come on.
It looks like it'll hold. The chain is really tight now. We're good. What I did see the wind, it's gone back down to 15 knots. That's good. Unfortunately, it's often when you don't expect it that it falls.
What was the maximum we had earlier?
It's 75.
I thought we were aiming for the rocks. If we can't hold our mooring, we're in danger of finding ourselves really in the ship. I thought of 10,000 things at the same time.
The joys of occasionally sea.
Every time, the return to calm is a deliverance.
We've notched up around 100 dives. We've gone beyond 70 meters. Our equipment seems ready for the next stage. What about our bodies? Our body temperature goes down to 34 degrees Celsius at the end of the dive. That's just 2 degrees from Soviet hypothermia. Our hands are no warmer than 13 degrees, but what worries Julian the most?
Yeah, take a look at it, listen.
Our air bubbles forming in our blood. The gases under high pressure that we breathe on the bottom don't seem to be completely dissolved despite the decompression stops.
That's the noise of your heart and pulmonary artery, which make small gurgling or hissing noises.
This danger could get worse on deeper dives. I don't like the area's uncertainty.
Grade 1, you hear a bubble every now and again. Grade 4, in fact, you don't hear your heart. That is, you don't hear the crack anymore. You just hear a big gurgle of bubbles that masks the noise of your heart.
Seeing the unknown also means exposing our bodies to the unknown. How can we stand it? At 80 meters, I'm feeling 9 times atmospheric pressure. I've come that far because my equipment limits the risks of nitrogen narcosis. What's been so many hours in the mist-like darkness, I can easily let myself slip into dreams, which will really turn into a nightmare. Never forget. Control, always control everything. What wakes me up is the writing. Someday I'm nothing more than these hands and feet.
Suffering went bad. Decompression stopped.
Robin, are you worried when Daddy's on water? Does it scare you? Are you worried? You mustn't be. Daddy's very careful when he goes underwater.
Call the Y, Victor. Please, drop the camera. Thank you.
White is Zodiac. White is Zodiac. We've got an inflatable with distress ribbons, so we're launching the emergency procedure and sending the decompression line.
Are they answering?
No, there's no reply.
Why here? Was that Lucas you called? No, it's Roman. We have an inflatable with a pin in, so we set the safety line. Don't worry anyone. Just keeping you informed.
Okay, that's a pain.
It wasn't planned. We set the decompression line.
Wasn't it a dive over 70?
Go back a bit.
Why here? Obviously,
Try to stay there.
when you know any more, take time out to give us details.
In gear. That's it.
What happened up there?
This time, Gina really scared me. Over nothing.
My petty mistake obviously created some stress at the surface. Communication between the two worlds isn't always easy.
I think I forgot the small one.
Look, fish.
Yeah, he's gonna change. We'll be right back.
Do it with the mask. The mask and the noise. While Robin sets off on his own underwater exploration, Gina gets ready to dive for a scientific team which is studying one of the biggest mysteries of Greenland's waters. Roman has organized this meeting off the coast of Geketaswa. These scientists are relying on us to film the mysterious Greenland shark, as it's never been filmed before. John Stephenson is a Greenland shark specialist and has studied it for several years on international projects.
Very happy to see you. Fortunately, there are no sharks. Okay. Yesterday,
John crisscrosses the sea to capture and study them. The way they swim along with their behavior remains mysterious. Our images from the depths may bring some answers.
sharks. So, 3 years ago, satellite takes and things with depth sensors. Then they and they went down to 70.
Okay. They stay at 200 or 300 meters for a long time. Why? It's hard. We don't know where they are.
Really like you guys to film the Greenland shark in its natural habitat and when it's swimming, natural swimming behavior, because there are hardly any images at all from the field images. And then we would also like to know more about how is it maneuvering. If it has this very poor vision, can it actually see, or how is it behaving?
But to film this famous shark, we first have to find one. In the meantime,
What
we
else
decide
was
to stay
buying
here for 3 days to wait patiently for one of these enigmatic predators to appear.
then this first I don't try.
So this is the Greenland shark, which can measure up to 7 meters long.
I was more excited than I did yesterday when we were catching anything. Here's the first one. It's a good one. It has some claws. Yeah,
This shark, of which we know so little, can supposedly weigh 1.5 tons, live 200 years, and is virtually blind. You see, we can see its mouth, it's open. And they'll take out the hook, and it'll swim away. And Daddy will go into the water to film it as it swims away. You impressed?
I set off. I strap on the camera with a certain apprehension. Very little is known about the behavior of this formidable predator, apart from the fact that it can bite through fish 3 meters long. But taking pictures is going to be a problem. Spring and plankton have invaded the surface waters. I can barely make out the shark swimming away. This time, I won't bring back the shots John dreamed of.
The disappointment is quickly forgotten, and the wire resumes its course northwards. Each expedition has its quota of the unexpected. Planned events that don't happen, unforeseen encounters, but the next will boost our morale. Kilometers from the first village, a family of Inuit hunters comes alongside our boat. Did you see any narwhals?
Yes. Over there.
Do you want to visit the boat? This encounter is incredibly fortunate. Welcoming them, interacting. Narwhals have always fascinated me. I've dreamed about them since I was small. Timotheus understood this. He offers to help us find some. We follow Timotheus' lead. Meetings with narwhals are very rare and always fleeting. But in this unreal atmosphere, nothing seems impossible.
What's up, gangster?
This
It's got the west side.
is the right in the middle of narwhals. And my heart is pounding in my chest.
Gangster.
It's one of the wildest things I've seen in my life. Gila and I think the dream should come true. Today, those narwhals
West
are
side
one of my
gangster.
most beautiful
West side gangster.
Julian has suddenly interrupted the diet program. The results of his research into decompression are worrying.
That was west side.
In general, Martin uses fewer bubbles than you, but Martin also. And you had an outgassing incident.
Jesus.
You have a high grade of bubbles circulating, which shows that for you, decompression is stressful. And you have a 10 times greater risk than if you didn't produce bubbles. Risk of what? Of having an accident. You have 10 times more chance of having an articular or neurological accident. There's always a chance. My job, even though it's outside my brief, is to keep me informed over time. Diving is risky.
Whilst you're talking about my life, I'd like to see if this is confirmed.
At the same time, you don't have to be a guinea pig. If those dives present a real risk, then it's as well to know how to lessen the risk before it grows.
Yeah, but
You agree with that?
obviously we're not talking about a 30-meter dive.
I'm asking Julian if he agrees.
Loads of guys have done 1,000 dives without knowing, and bang. How'd they go? All these guys were sure of themselves. Thought they were giants. But when it strikes you, you don't know what's hit you.
On this kind of project, we wouldn't normally have these. We wouldn't have wondered about problems of decompression. We would have said, well, we'll close our eyes like everyone else. Because there is a risk, but no one acknowledges it.
What what's up, gangster?
We're lucky to have someone who can measure it and who can quantify it.
Yeah, there's the risk of
West side.
to stop playing guinea pigs and add stops.
It's cumulative. Repeated dives, fatigue, lack of hydration. And we can't evacuate as we could do back home. But if I don't speak up, then there's no point in doing this job.
West side.
We're trying a new protocol of regulators by extending the decompression stops. But how can I dive with this down?
Gangster, gangster.
Our beats from this underwater grave. Today, it's made in bubbles. All I see is bubbles.
Oh, gangster.
Bubbles in my dreams. Bubbles in my blood. My whole life is growing up in bubbles.
This motherfucker like a bang, 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 bang. What's up, gangster, gangster? What's up? You know what's up, dude? Make it loud.
How many did you get?
2.
Really?
0, including one in squats.
Right.
Just these make new bubbles.
I got zeros all around.
Cumulative risk.
All zeros is a great score.
I love zeros.
Yeah, I heard that.
I had all zeros, bitch. All zeros, west side, motherfucker.
All zeros. For the last moment that it worked, I was losing, and now
Stop it now.
all I got is zeros. 4 zeros, right?
Let's put the smile back on his face.
Adding 20 minutes of the last stop was enough for my body to rid itself of these foolish bubbles.
Around me, the kids are playing football, having fun. Now I need to decompress after this bubble business. I need to breathe, to get away. I need to dive. It's running down my leg. It's really pleasant.
What up, what's up, gangsta? What up, what's up?
Our first one, Mechanic Bay.
What's up, gangsta? What's up, gangsta? You have girlfriends, dog.
And suddenly he's there.
What's up? This guy get a quick. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
The shark bumps into a wall without even seeing it. Another appears, unconcerned by our flashes. He goes blind. He's definitely have an extraordinary sense of smell and capacity for acceleration. My heart is
Great movie. Right there. Yeah, baby.
Times like these are amazing. These pictures are amazing. Sharks have never been filmed in a natural habitat like this. This is exactly what John and his team were dreaming of. Martin and I are keeping following. The others are stuck at 30 meters. We follow this small box as if all the people in our 150 guys suddenly made sense. Beyond 8 meters, letting go on his way.
You swim with sharks? Yes, 2 of them. No shit. No, really. I got the videos.
It's absolutely gorgeous at the bottom.
It's the best animal encounter of the expedition. The rarest, the most original.
Well, that's really happy.
The kids and you and I began to come back up. We're taking photos.
What's up, gangsta?
Oh, we're excited.
It's like he wanted us to watch.
Put on a show for us. I think that's one of the best dives of my life.
He was above us in the angle of the sun. It was wild. Like in films where you see the shark's shadow. It was crazy.
It's impossible not to share this with Rabbi. As he grows, he'll find his own road. But I already know that there's a dream within him that is born here. The shark which took Gilan to the depths didn't just give him pictures. It brought him calmness and clarity.
Stop pushing up and raise this dive to watch the unlock the secrets of these icy waters.
What's up?
Your own way, wonders, wars, and centuries past. After 6 months spent diving there every evening, it's time to acknowledge the end of our journey. The anxiety comes with the excitement of discovery. 70 meters. 80. 90.
What's up, baby?
Best of this expedition.
What's up, baby? Thanks for the
Here we are, 100 meters. Martin and I might feel invisible for a second, but the first scorpion that comes to welcome us escapes to death that to us remain for you. We stay at this depth for 10 minutes, a culmination of months of diving to develop new porn exploration techniques. As we come back up, we come across this explosion of life and color. These organisms have invented
Take
a
a
world
touch
of
more,
undiscovered
so.
degree through every flourish and fire. I'm glad to have this challenge with Martin. Our samples and our images will get much away into our journey's icy worlds.
Yes.
So you what's up? My change, baby.
So 102.2
Can you shake the pussy?
and a hug.
Throughout the months and throughout our 200 dives, we've opened a door to the icy depths. The first encounters were marvelous. But tomorrow,
We have a good dick, crazy.
world to discover.
December 2014, we're at port in Manag Bay. Ice storm in polar night of Greenland. The Wine, our expedition schooner, is stuck. Risking a collision which would put an end to our entire expedition in an instant. We have been braving the elements of the far north for 8 months to uncover the secrets of these frozen waters. My name is TRILLIONAIRE, and with Emmanuel, my wife, we are passionate about this unique territory of water and ice. This
This is the second mission we have undertaken above the Arctic Circle, the longest as well. We are explorers seeking new worlds. Our speciality, polar diving. We've just made 150 dives where no human has ever been before, with record-making dives more than 100 meters deep. We have encountered people living far from our rapidly changing world, and we're even able to observe the mysterious Greenland shark.
It's one of the wildest things I've ever seen.
But it is now that our expedition comes into its own, during the overwintering, when the ice traps this unknown world. Our goal is to study the life of the ice floe through its entire cycle, day after day, from the freeze up to the break up, both on the surface and underwater. It is a rare scientific opportunity, achieved through extreme and unprecedented dives in water at minus temperatures. A long immersion that lets us get close to the local population to benefit from their experience and share our observations. To accomplish this extraordinary adventure, Emmanuel and I have put together a solid group skilled in extreme conditions. Luca and Marta are divers. Miroslav, a researcher in human physiology in glacial environments. Sylvain is the engineer on board. Veronique, a doctor, and Priscilla, a chemist, will help Ivy Sorensen, who is supervising this ice flow study from her laboratory in Copenhagen. A genuine family, with the addition of an unusual passenger, Rabbi, our son. A unique Christmas for my little 2-year-old boy.
It's time. Can we open the presents now?
What is it?
I don't know.
Oh, Mother, I love that. Such extensive fireworks in one city, I've never seen that. And this is Greenland, incredible. It's time to get back to work. TRUMAN Bay is finally starting to freeze up.
I got it. Large ice block slowly coming toward.
Do I go ahead or do I hit the block?
Move over to starboard a bit, because the ice sheet is on port side. Go forward port side.
You're free of it. To make sure we don't get stuck, I decide to flee this fishing village and head towards our overwintering spot to start our research.
We've still got the same ice conditions. 20 meters ahead of you, we've got spectator. Maybe it isn't, but you still get a lot of ice chunks.
A single centimeter of fairly soft ice that rolls through the waves. The boat breaks through it very easily, but it starts like this, and in a few days, we'll have it all around the boat. There won't be any wind, no swells, nothing. Bang, it will thicken underneath, and form a huge sheet of ice we can walk over.
The Y acts as an icebreaker in this shifting sea, but the goal is actually to get frozen in by the ice floe until summer, for 5 months. Okay, it's perfect. Let's set up for the winter. There's nothing left to do. Just be patient and wait until the liquid gets solid, until the sea turns into an ice floe.
Every day during these rare moments of clarity, we can observe the progress of getting iced in, impatient at the idea of walking on water.
There's ice everywhere. What is that? It's really fantastic.
Really cold?
Yes.
Of course, that's normal.
Soon there'll be solid ice all around the boat and we'll be able to walk around everywhere.
Look, see the ice? We're going to be able to walk on the ocean. I think we'll stay on board for a few days, and then when the ice floe comes, we'll go on the snow, okay? Meantime, we stay here, on the boat. Yes, hello?
Hello. Hi.
Heidi, nice to see you.
How are you guys?
It feels like time is dragging in Copenhagen too. Heidi, a marine microbiologist, has high expectations for the observations and samples that the Y crew will conduct. She studies plankton and its implications for carbon capture. The ice floe is a root life support system. It is crucial that we as a species better understand how it works and how it's changing.
I thought I never told you guys that this is actually the first time that somebody is gonna take measurements throughout the ice seasons, because normally we don't have that much time. Again, because it's just logistical, really difficult to have stay there. So it's gonna be pretty interesting.
As soon as we can move, I will call you and show you the first images and the first samples of the drilling the ice can do.
That would be awesome. And basically, instead of just running underneath the ice to watch how you really see what's going on, that would be awesome.
Keep in touch.
Thank you so much. Bye. Bye.
There are 12 of us on board, all trapped in the ice. Winter seems to be eternal in this land of the Aurora Borealis. And then, after waiting for 3 weeks, we're finally released. Here we go!
I dreamed of this, but you can't really imagine yourself here. Having this kind of immense, all-white playground around us. We spent many long weeks stuck on board. This is going to be good for all of us here. Having all this space. Should we keep going? You have to ask Kayak. Okay, here we go.
We've been waiting for this moment for months. We're eager to start diving, to explore the hidden side of the ice floe, to go see what we'll find deep within it. But before we start, we want to introduce ourselves. There's an isolated Inuit village on the opposite side of the bay. I'm sure that from over there we must spark a great deal of curiosity. Ikerasak is the name of this village, barely 200 residents and twice as many dogs.
What a sweetheart.
He wonders where we are after that long ride.
It's a dogman.
Hello. Initial hesitant contact. We meet Morgan.
who has just caught a seal. I don't yet know it, but Jorgen will be important to our adventure and become our friend. Kimek for dog, Kwesi for seal. Emmanuel is initiated into this technique that uses a white screen concealment so that hunters can get close to the seals. But for us, it's the opposite. Time to come out in the open. Jorgen points out the road to the school. The Kerasak community is waiting for us.
Come on, friends. Arrived in Greenland. Father.
It's great because it's the first exchange with the population of the Kerasak, and we're able to tell them a bit about who we are, what we're doing, where we come from, and then, well, we obviously have a lot to learn from them. We all want to. All of us. They have accepted us. It's now possible for us to access the ice floe along with their fishing and hunting territory. There's no more time to waste. The very next morning, the entire crew is ready for a first reconnaissance dive. We have to sharpen up our reflexes, both above and below water. Our lives depend on it. So we're going to see a lot of dives, a lot of divers. The idea is just that we all go over everything concerning preparations for the under ice dive, which can be extremely dangerous. If you get lost, for example, if the hole is here and you're turned away from it or in the dark underwater, you can be 3 meters from the hole without seeing it. You can get disoriented very quickly because there are no visual references under the ice, and that's why people die diving under ice. This yellow rope is our lifeline, which makes sure we find the way out. It links the divers to the assistance on the surface, on the ice floe. As soon as visibility drops, and whenever we are worried that poor visibility may occur, it's best to tie up immediately. The polar night only leaves us with a few brief moments of light. So, as a symbol of this overwintering, we launch our dive program at night. It's minus 25 degrees. I haven't even put a fin in the water, and I'm already frozen.
West Side Gangster. West Side Gangster.
The ice has made its way into everything, into the regulators, the purges, even the masks. The thermos bottles with hot water have become our best tools for de-icing the equipment. In fact, everything takes more time in the cold. Not only getting ready, storing gear, and everything around it. It's not just the dive. Everything takes time in the cold. And generally speaking, when you plan to do something, it takes nearly 10 times longer than it would in temperate climates. Given the level of salinity, the water temperature can be lower than 0 degrees, even minus 1.8. And as opposed to open water dives, I won't have any other emergency exit than this hole. This lifeline is the only link that will keep me alive. It is the passion for discovery that gives us the energy we need. I have rarely made such extreme dives. Let's go. It's time to step into the unknown. There's something unreal about this first nocturnal contact with the underwater Arctic world. world seems asleep during the polar night. The brand new ice floe has blocked icebergs as they drift slowly. For us, they are an ideal playground for conducting our mission and recording all the forms of life that they contain. During our first dive, this shrimp emerges from its ice cave to meet us. The water is at its clearest during these months of winter. Meanwhile, I float as weightless as an astronaut, discovering this new blue and white planet.
Did he like kissing?
It is intense, but after a 1-hour dive in this glacial water, I can no longer feel my fingers, the first sign of hypothermia. It's time to resurface. The temperature of our hands and feet is sometimes close to 0 degrees. That was great.
Up you come. Okay, we got you. Beautiful.
I need a warmer.
It's over there.
Fine.
I'm freezing. I want to get back to the boat.
Good. Want some help with that?
My hands hurt. I'm starting to tingle. It's a bit painful. I can't even feel it in the glove. It's still alive. I'm going to actually boat to warm up and done in. Okay, see you later. Did you see that? The boat's moving. The ice is breaking up.
There's no rest on the line. There's a massive storm which reminds us of the danger of this extreme territory. The strong winds have broken up the ice, which is still fragile, dangerously destabilizing our boat, our only refuge here in the middle of nowhere. A large hole has appeared to starboard, and it has crushed the ice floe to port. We picked up the equipment lying around, so if it gets worse, we'll have less work. It's a bit cold this morning. Let's take a look. Yeah, we made it.
Since I got here basically in December, there's been ice. But in the last few days, it turned into an ice palace. -3, something like that. The metal conducts cold more than other materials, so the ice gathers there. And all these small spots, those must be screws. So I pulled out a big red sleeping bag that's usually for outside, made for surviving the North Pole, and it'll help me survive inside. The ice usually melts a bit when I sleep. My breath melts a little bit above me, and in the morning, there's less ice than when I went to bed. But today, it's so cold this morning that there's more ice than yesterday.
The water tap is frozen, and if we don't get it working quickly, the drains will freeze for sure. So we have to hurry.
It's complicated enough already to use the toilets. You have to get a bucket to pee in, and for water to cook. I didn't even know it was possible before seeing that it was frozen. And then here inside, the glasses are trapped in the ice. It's a shame because we can't use them anymore. It's going to be slightly more complicated. There are waffles. There are waffles.
Before starting our plans for dives, writing, reading, it's crazy the time we spend just so that we can function every day. We wanted to overwinter. We're overwintering. This is what it's like. We created a daily observation schedule for ourselves, which is as comprehensive as possible, even if Robin is not always happy to see me disappear under the ice.
When are we going to go sledding? Well, we have to ask Papa.
Do you want to go sledding on the iceberg? We do it once, okay?
You could start from right here. No, Tina, don't do that.
Don't worry, it's not dangerous. We did it! Playtime is over. We have to dive again and again, despite the cold that we will never get used to. Getting ready takes 2 hours, an eternity. The equipment also takes a beating. The regulator doesn't work, I don't know why.
Oh yeah, you got some ice there.
There's no air.
Is it working?
Today it's a dive under an iceberg, some 15 meters down on big iceberg, which release like 7 meters high and go down at least 40 to 60.
Look at Papa. He's going underwater. Come on.
Should I have hot water in my mask?
Okay.
Yeah. You'll have to put it back on. Put it on fast before it freezes.
Oh, let's get this on tight.
Great. Thanks. Everything is so complicated, so that when we dive, we photograph and film everything. I feel personally responsible for documenting this environment that is so unknown, to provide Heidi with the observation she needs for her study of the ice flow. I am her eyes, searching for any trace of polar life. Eyes that are awestruck every single time by the underwater landscape, a place no one has been to before. I never get tired of these enormous icebergs. This one must weigh about 200,000 tons. Time has carved multiple galleries in this giant. They can crack and break off at any time. But winter is the best time to get a closer look. Our senses alert, we decide to explore further, deep inside the hot spring.
Not fool the audience. People are very much adults over here and we can very much hunt.
It's a kind of underwater speleology, with an impenetrable ice ceiling over our heads.
Hi, hello, cordial. Cheese, nahi. It was more than that. We all have seen it, we all have heard it. So, आज आप फिर से नाज़िला का नाम ले रहे हैं that yes, we can, you can go back और kind of मुझे ऐसे लगा मुनव्वर कहीं ना कहीं कुछ अपनी बातों से एक तरह कह लें पीछे हटा सलमान खान का टीम का.
It would be easy to get lost in this labyrinth. I hold the rope tighter than ever. This lifeline is our only guide to finding the way back and to the hole that leads to open air. Life gradually returns in these glacial waters. As we swim up to the surface, we come across a school of Arctic cod, the northernmost fish, which survives because it is able to produce a natural antifreeze. Here, under the ice, as on the surface, life is only possible for those who manage to adapt.
Did you hear crack up here or not? Are you kidding? We were right up the iceberg. Made a massive noise. Can I take something? Yeah. Man, my regulator stopped working.
I spot Morgan when we come out. For several days he has come out to visit us on our dive sites. What's your name? What's your name? I don't know. Morgan seems curious to know what we see under the ice. A world that
Almost never says about time same time you're so good looking.
He said it was a good hole for cod. I agree with him because we catch a few big ones every day.
You said cod, it is cod.
And he thinks that it's a very, very good spot for fishing. So he's happy that we've opened up such a large hole.
Easy, bro.
Big photo. Big photo for your guest. Photo on shop.
That means a very large hole.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, baby.
Morgan wants to thank us and insists on taking me back with his dogs. And the rare privilege of even letting me drive his sled. I'm in a great hunter mode. That's pretty cool. But you have to know how to use it. That's the problem. I cracked it once and the dogs took off in the wrong direction. You learn. You can't know everything.
I will never forget crossing this ice floe after one of my most memorable dives. And to end it with this gift from Jorgen. That day, Jorgen became my friend.
It's been too long. When was the last time we saw it? It was early November. It's 2.5 months. We haven't seen it at all.
Go ahead, soak it up as much as you can.
Sunlight on our faces. Vitamin D, finally. We are emerging from the polar night. It boosts the energy of the entire crew. The scientific program has become more intense. Now that the sun is back, life has returned to the ice floe on the surface and underwater. Microorganisms are growing, capturing carbon from the atmosphere, but how much? That's what Priscilla and Veronique are trying to find out for Heidi Sorensen.
You see, we need this saw, a ruler. I take ice cores. But first we're going to take temperature measurements. We're going to spend a lot of time filtering and conducting manipulations to see how this life evolves, how it changes throughout the entire season.
What we're studying are the living elements within the ice, or under the ice, particularly the algae that will consume carbon dioxide.
Alongside these samples taken from the surface, the underwater exploration continues every day to follow changes in the ice floe. We select our diving spots according to the condition of the ice. Underwater, the relief of the ice floe is an amplified mirror of what we see on the surface. We gather as much information as we can during the hour we spend underwater with each dive. I am fascinated by these underwater ice stalactites called brinicles. They form when a flow of extremely cold, highly saline water flows downward. When it hits less saline water, it starts to freeze. We capture and record all of this little known ecosystem. The iridescent zooplankton is hypnotic. Despite the cold, I relish the privilege of living my dream of exploration. It's like my very own conquest of the poles.
fish watching over its young is also an exceptional scene of life at this latitude. An entire unsuspected world has managed to create this harmony in glacial waters at -1 degree. But with the return of the sun, what surprises us is the sudden development of the phytoplankton and this algae attached to the ice. This proliferation will certainly be fascinating for Heidi.
Okay, I see you now. We were diving below sea ice. We were really seeing this kind of algae forest everywhere. Exactly. We can send you some picture.
Started at the beginning of March. For 2-3 weeks it was extremely intense.
There's life, and it's not just surviving, it's thriving. It's adapting to these environments. It's amazing. We can also use the DNA sounds to actually identify which species we're having and see if they're changing for the year.
It was very good to see you and to have an exchange about that.
Yeah. Let's start to
My idea.
Good luck.
Good luck.
The more weeks we spent here, the more we fit into everyday life and a part of the small Inuit community of Ikerasak.
Come on, Ollie.
Take a look at this. I'm walking along the ice floe and pulling up halibut. The Inuit's knowledge of the polar environment is valuable for our research. The climate change that we talk about so much in the West, they feel it on an everyday level, though without worrying about it overly much. They adapt. In short, they hunt less, fish more, and have modified their techniques. Just 20 years ago, the ice flow lasted 3 months longer.
There are fewer and fewer hunters and more fishermen. The price of sealskin is far too low. If you go hunting and come back with lots of seals, you're not going to make much money.
Some people say it's because of the ice, because it freezes too late in the year and winters are too short. I learned how to drive a dog sled when I was little. I often went fishing with my father. Today it's similar, except that the amount of snow is different. It's strange this year because there's not a lot of snow. It's happened before, but never for such a long period. So the ice is slippery, and the dogs are always thirsty. When the ice is like this, I don't like to go too far out onto the ice floe.
When we take off, it's a good idea to be on your toes. You never know if it's the musher's fault or the dog's. We immediately realized that something is wrong. One of the dogs has tangled his feet in the ropes of the sled. Now that the team is running, it's virtually impossible to stop. Even at full speed, we have to try to free the dog, otherwise he could be badly hurt. The first attempt doesn't work. We have to try something else. Last-ditch solution. Steer the dogs towards the hill so that they stop their mad dash. more shaken up than injured. When there are so many ropes linking the sled and the dogs, it's safer to have them run side by side rather than in line. The weight is distributed better, and if the ice floe breaks, they won't all fall in the ice-cold water. After this incident, we continue on towards Ikerasak. Our dives intrigued and fascinated. We decide to organise an unusual outing for the entire village, an initiation to diving under the ice. A unique opportunity for the bravest among them to see the hidden side of the territory for the first time.
You did it yourself? Yes, no, what? I got a little panic and it was difficult to breathe. It was fun. I think it was beautiful in Hamburg because we would never see the bottom of the water. I want to try again. Longer next time.
A passion for exploring may have been born today. We have been here nearly 5 months. Our overwintering will soon be finished. But it has helped us appreciate the value of time. Time to see and to understand. Time to get to know and enjoy one another. This is the time explorers used to take as they discovered new worlds. A way of life in itself that I hope to perpetuate.
Somewhere on the set, there's another copper.
Before the ice breaks up and melts, we still have one last goal. Last summer, we made the first polar dives at depths greater than 100 meters. Now, we want to do it again, but this time under the ice floe.
These thermometers are going to measure the temperature inside your body, which might be influenced by diving in this extreme cold water. It's already activated, so now we can take it. You can take it.
For these deep dives, we have become amphibious guinea pigs for a physiological study, and we are willing participants.
I'm getting all of you at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, something. You already started to be on diet where you increase the amount of all the fibers in your food to be able to keep the pills as long as possible inside your body.
You can't eat any fruit. No fruit and syrup, no alcohol, no cheese.
Oh, that's going to be fun. For 10 days, we're going to repeat the tests at a depth of 50 meters, taking with us these bottles filled with helium, nitrogen, and oxygen.
I won't give the hoses a shot.
With each dive, we improve our safety protocols and the mixes that we breathe, depending on the depth. We also perform cognitive tests.
These data from such extreme dives are very important for us to understand where are the limits, because I am not sure whether there are any other so-called conditions where you can dive on Earth, so therefore when we know where is the upper limit, then we can also know what can happen if you are below this limit. The main risk for divers is the compression sickness.
All the tests are positive. All signals are go. With Martin, my best friend, in the abyss of the ocean, we are going to start this climb in reverse, which should take us to depths greater than 100 meters under the ice floe. At the bottom and during the climb, we're not going to go far. I'm going to be doing macro. What we're doing is relatively risky, no doubt about it. They are deep dives in cold water, so there is always some risk of a problem happening. These are fairly technical, fairly difficult dives. In the minutes before we go in, we're extremely concentrated and feeling the pressure. And then there's a moment, Martin is ready, so am I, the surface crew too. And then Martin and I look at each other and decide to go. Like soldiers of discovery, we are on the front lines, prepared, trained to reach this frontier of the unknown. We follow the relief and the slope to go down. 40, 50, 70 meters. At 90 meters, our dive computers start warning us of overly high oxygen levels. It would be dangerous to continue. It's time to resurface.
We pushed it a bit too far there.
because we stayed on our dialogue, which was okay up to 70, 80 meters. At 90 meters, there's too much oxygen, which isn't good. We couldn't decrease it. You get too much oxygen, and you'll end up frizzling your brain. Or what's left of it. Destroyed.
We readjust our mixtures, and the following day we head out again for the decks. We are constantly pushing our limits a bit farther, and we manage to cross the 100-meter limit, opening the way to an exploration of this world that remains polar, summer and winter. But now, the polar spring has begun. The thermometer reads 5 degrees. The ice flow is shifting. It's the breakup. The Y is gradually getting free of the ice.
The breakup of the ice kind of means the end of the expedition. So this is a special moment, and then for me, it's something I've never seen at all. It's truly magnificent.
Look, now we're moving. Oh, but here come Jorgen and Jona. That's it. We've weighed anchor.
We're leaving lots of people we love. We're leaving a big part of ourselves here.
The human warmth of a glacial adventure. The achievement of an underwater conquest previously inaccessible. Our pride in having broken ground for new knowledge. It's hard to fully assess it. But after 18 months spent above the Arctic Circle, a single word sums up our experience under the pole, and I'm thrilled that it still has meaning. Exploration.
For many years, this legendary polar route has been unethical. It has witnessed some of the most dramatic maritime dramas and adventures ever seen in the history of exploration. But the Northwest Passage is now slowly opening up under the effects of the global warming. Gila and Emmanuel Bantu decided to navigate it along with their 2 children, Tom and Robin, and their crew, aboard their yacht, the Y. They are aiming to follow in the footsteps of the world's greatest explorers, and to satisfy their own taste for polar navigation.
The Northwest Passage is really something. It deserves to be travelled, and we'll also be making our own small mark in history.
For the past 10 years, Emmanuel and Gidam Baldu have been exploring Arctic waters. They achieve the underside of the North Pole and the underwater life of the Greenland coast. They are some of the world's best divers in this environment.
Nobody has ever dived here. It's about experiencing excellence. It's dream diving.
And as they navigate the Northwest Passage, they will also go in search of fluorescent organisms.
Where is the west side?
Fluorescence has revolutionized life sciences. It has never before been observed